Ariadne Eldir is a young girl, the heiress of Duke Eldir, who is no longer alive. Standing in front of the window on this sunny day, Ariadne thought that her fate changed on the day she was born. At that moment, a maid approached the girl and said that it was time for them to go. Turning around, Ariadne looked at the woman with determination in her eyes and the persistent thought that she must survive. The girl walked with the maid along spacious marble corridors filled with furniture with gilded trim. Suddenly, Ariadne saw something that completely captured her attention. It was the slightly open palace door. At that moment, she was literally filled with thoughts that she could not miss this chance. She definitely had to escape from here. Suddenly, voices were heard from behind the door, as if someone was swearing and arguing and talking about how they loved each other and that her death was the fault of the monsters. Through the slightly open door, Ariadne saw two men, a young one and an older one, and how they were arguing among themselves, while the older man kept repeating that he did not believe the other. A young, fair-haired man in a beige suit echoed that she was a fragile woman who had never dealt with monsters, and he himself was in great shock from all of this. At these words, the elderly man shouted that he should have saved her, and Ariadne froze in place. Through the crack of the door, tears could be seen flowing down the young man's cheeks. He said that the woman believed that she was unworthy to be a holy virgin if she left this world. The girl listened carefully to the conversation, trying to understand what was being said. The young man covered his face with his hand, wiping away tears and saying that he would never be able to forgive himself for what happened. The maid let go of Ariadne's hand, rushed forward, and hurried to close the door behind which the men stood. But the girl guessed what was happening and decided to ask the servants if they were talking about her mother. The maid only took the baby by the hand, saying that it did not matter, and that the Duke, apparently, was still busy, and they should wait a little longer. The girl turned away from the gilded door, but guesses did not leave her mind, because she knew who was there. The elderly man was none other than Solon Garcia, a talented magician who had received the title of Grand Magician of the Empire, her grandfather. The second man was her father, whom Solon hated because his daughter, Ariadne's mother, became pregnant very early, and he even abandoned her and came here only 8 years later, having heard the news of her death. Ariadne thought that he was behaving exactly the same as in the novel, doubting the death of her mother. The girl clenched the hem of her dress in a small fist as memories came flooding back to her. She remembered how her mother suddenly opened the doors of the hall where Ariadne was sitting and walked inside, shouting her daughter's name. Seeing her, the woman covered her face with her hands in shock, her eyes filled with tears. She ran up to her daughter and began to examine her hands, covered with scars. But the girl did not understand anything, because her father said that this is how she should learn. Tears flowed down the woman's cheeks, and she told Ariadne that she should no longer learn such things. She would not allow it. She knelt down in front of her daughter and hugged her tightly, continuing to talk through her tears about how sorry she was. Then Ariadne remembered how her father took her in his arms and told her that her mother had gone on a long journey. But he promised to tell her exactly where she went if she completed her task well. Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up with joy. Her father smiled along with her. He asked her if she would do what was required of her, and the little girl happily agreed, hugging the man tightly. Now, remembering all this, Ariadne did not feel that joy at all. From behind the door, an adult man could again be heard. He said that since he had come here, he wanted to see his granddaughter. The maid invited the girl to go inside, but warned her that she should behave carefully with the guest. The door opened and she saw her father in front of her. He asked Solon if he knew the name of his granddaughter. The girl took a step forward, and her father introduced her, calling her by name, Ariadne Eldir. The man said that she was 7 years old, but Solon replied that he already knew that and threw a dissatisfied look at the girl. The blonde man told Arya to say hello to her grandfather, and the girl curtsied. Seeing her grandfather's stern look, Ariadne realized that now he was clearly thinking that she was not at all like her mother. Solon waved his hand towards the girl, beckoning her to come closer. Arya thought that in the novel at that moment, the little girl rushed to her father, the Duke. After all, children feel whether people like them or not, and according to the plot of the novel, Grandfather hated her. Ariadne thought that she could have done the same thing, but she knew well what was in that novel. The girl frowned, clenching the fabric of her dress in her fists as her father tried to calm her by holding her shoulders. But at that moment, Arya rushed forward, breaking away from her father's arms. She ran up to her grandfather and grabbed his robe with her small hands. The magician looked at her in surprise. Looking into his eyes, she began to beg him to take her away from here, because even though her grandfather hated her, he was definitely better than her father. Solon did not understand what was happening and continued to look at the girl and how she was grabbing at his clothes. Ariadne understood that she could not say everything directly in the presence of her father, and she could only hope that her grandfather would understand and not leave her. At that moment, a hand fell on her shoulder and squeezed it slightly. She turned around and saw her father's face, darkened with anger. He sullenly told her that he told her not to behave like that with guests, but the girl did not give up and continued to pull at the fabric of her grandfather's clothes. Solon turned to her, took her hands and asked if she really wanted to leave with him. Arya's eyes filled with joy, and she replied that she really wanted it. The grandfather knelt down in front of his granddaughter, stroked her head, and said that although he did not expect this, he did not mind taking her with him. The Duke was indignant, saying that it was dangerous, but the girl grabbed the magician's hand, pressing herself closer to him. Solon decided to remind him of who he was and that he could take the girl, to which the Duke replied that she was as weak as her mother, Gloria. The magician gloomily answered him that he himself raised Gloria, so he need not worry about Ariadne. He said that since the girl wanted to go with him, then so be it, and he would be glad to keep her company, since he could not be with her before. Telling the Duke that he could pick her up later, he was about to leave the hall when a blond man shouted after them to stop. Otherwise, he would have to use force. The Duke shouted, ordering Ariadne to return. However, these words did not frighten Solon at all. He turned to the Duke and decided to remind him that it was he who held the title of Great Magician. The Duke's expression immediately changed to one of fear, and he put his hands forward out of fear. He said that this was a kidnapping, to which the magician suggested that he report this to the palace and see what the emperor would answer him. The Duke rushed after his daughter and the man, begging them to return, but they silently disappeared behind the door of the hall. After some time, Ariadne and her grandfather were already riding in a horse-drawn carriage. The girl looked out the window at the castle in which she had lived her whole life and could not believe that she had finally managed to get out. She then looked at her grandfather, thinking that he didn't really want to see her. Solon asked Arya what she was so afraid of, and the girl was surprised, since this was definitely not in the novel. The magician did not understand why she so wanted to run away with a stranger, and the girl wondered why he was so gentle with her. A tear rolled down the girl's cheek, and her grandfather assured her that she was now safe and could tell everything. Arya felt that she had to explain everything to him, that she was ready for a deal, but tears continued to flow down her cheeks, and she did not understand why. Solon held the girl close to him, telling her that she could cry if she wanted. Ariadne clung tightly to the man, clutching his clothes in her hands. The next moment, she began to roar, pouring out all her emotions. After a while, the girl remembered the legend according to which Ariadne Eldir, despite the power of the saint, could not reveal it, and met her death at the age of 16, and she learned about her fate at the age of 7. Memories took Arya to the office in the castle, where her father prepared elixirs. He turned over his shoulder, holding strange flasks of liquid in his hands. Behind him, Ariadne sat on a chair, her hands firmly pressed to the armrests and her head bowed. The father approached the girl, opening the flask, and she gasped in fear. He came close to her, leaning over her ear and putting his arm around her neck, and whispered that she should not be afraid. Then he squeezed his hand tightly on her shoulder and said he wouldn't hurt her because he loved her. Ariadne screamed heart-rendingly, but her words seemed to become an echo, and she herself seemed to crack like broken glass. The girl seemed to have fallen asleep. She barely remembered her name and how old she was. She seemed to be floating through fragments of memories, but she didn't even know what those memories were. Images of people talking on the phone and roads full of cars flew before her, and then she realized these were memories of the whole 28 years she had lived. These were memories of her past life. Suddenly, a bright light poured into Ariadne's face, and she even covered her face with her hands, resisting it. But when she opened her eyes, she found herself in a place unfamiliar to her, which, apparently, was a library. The girl went to the shelves with books. There were fairy tales, collections of poems, detective novels, and histories. All the shelves were literally filled with books. And then she realized that this place was nothing more than a library of memories. Arya's attention was drawn to a stack of black-bound books on the lowest shelf. There were about 10 such books in total, and the girl took one of them. She placed it on the floor in front of her and opened it, beginning to read. And then she saw something that incredibly surprised her. Among the lines of the book, she saw her name, Ariadne Eldir. The girl understood. It was a novel that she read in her past life. The main character there was Axel Valentine. He had the ability to go back in time, and he wanted to use his ability to save the world from demonic creatures. However, despite his best efforts, the world fell and the romance ended. According to the plot, Ariadne Eldir did not live long, and the little girl could only admit that she was the very heroine of the novel. It was said that Duke Franz Eldir had 2 daughters, but his natural daughter, Ariadne, died at the age of 16, and he recognized his adopted daughter, Helen, as heir. Everyone considered her a genius, but the power she used did not belong to her. She used the Holy Maiden technique to extract the soul, and thanks to the artifacts that the Duke made, Helen was able to become the master of spirits. And despite the fact that Ariadne is practically not mentioned in the novel itself, the reason for her death at such a young age was obvious to the girl. A tear of resentment rolled down Arya's cheek. She remembered what her father did to her, how he mocked her. And although she was only 7 years old, remembering her past life, she realized that all this was completely abnormal. Ariadne did not understand how the Duke could do this to his own daughter, and at the same time say that he loved her. She remembered his words that her mother had simply gone on a trip. And at that moment, it dawned on her. Perhaps he himself killed her mother. But if he killed her, then nothing will stop him from killing Ariadne herself. At that moment, the girl realized that her father, Franz Eldir, was a dangerous man. But she was determined. She would definitely find out the truth and change the ending of this novel. But in reality, she was still unconscious, her grandfather hugging her. He shouted to the coachman to hurry up. The man whipped the reins and the carriage moved faster. Soon, a huge, rich mansion with a beautiful garden appeared on the horizon, with snowy mountains rising behind it. The carriage drove inside through the black wrought iron gates. One of the servants, who was inside the castle, saw guests arriving through the window. He hastened to report to his master, a gray-haired, middle-aged man, that the magician had returned, to which he replied that he had not expected his arrival so early. The man in the gold-embroidered uniform added that even though Gloria's death is now being investigated, Solon continues to insist on conducting a personal investigation. The servant hastened to add that the magician most likely did not come alone. At the same moment, the men heard Solon, who was shouting that his granddaughter was dying. The servant did not know that the great magician had a granddaughter, but his master guessed that it was Ariadne Eldir, but still did not believe that he could bring her, because his father did not care about anyone except the master himself. But suddenly, he thought that his father could simply kidnap the girl from her palace. Quickly throwing on a white fur coat, the man hurried out into the street, swearing at the top of his voice that the old man was completely crazy. Time passed, and Ariadne finally woke up, and through her blurred vision, she saw high ceilings and walls with gold trim directly above her. And then she realized that she was in some strange place. Did she lose consciousness on the way? At that moment, the door of the room opened, and a maid appeared on the threshold. Her face lit up with joy when she saw that her lady had woken up, and she went inside to put out fresh linen for her. At this moment, Arya, trying to get out of bed, staggered. The maid instantly rushed to the girl, saving her from falling. The girl helped Ariadne to her feet and warned her that it might still be difficult for her to move on her own. She sat the girl back on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and offered to light a fire in her room so that she would not catch a cold. Ariadne turned to the girl, and she smiled sweetly in response. The girl looked at her in surprise, and at the same time fascinated because she no longer remembered the last time someone smiled at her. The servants working for her father, the Duke, did not even look her in the eyes. Arya asked the maid what her name was, and she answered that her name was Lucy. They smiled, looking at each other, and the girl was very happy about this. It was very pleasant for her. Lucy said that she was glad to see Arya in a good mood because she had been worried about her all this time. And then the girl tensed, still not understanding how long she'd been unconscious. At that moment, a gray-haired man burst into the room, pushing away everyone in his path. A young man in a green frock coat, trying to squeeze into the room, was unhappy that the gentleman decided to come in before the doctor. The man apologized and let the boy inside. He adjusted his glasses and smiled as he greeted the little lady. Without removing the smile from his face, the young man approached Ariadne's bed and asked if he could examine her. And then Arya saw something that scared her very much. It was the doctor's clothes. The memory of how a male doctor in exactly the same clothes said that she was healthy flashed before her eyes again. In response to this, her father only grinned and said that in that case, he would continue his business. She remembered that a doctor in the same clothes examined her every time before her so-called lessons. Ariadne realized that she did not like this man and grabbed Lucy's sleeve, seeking her support. And although the maid told her that it was just a doctor, the girl completely refused to let him near her. She thought that if she turned out to be healthy, she would have to start those ill-fated lessons again. And then the young man leaned towards her. He introduced himself as Jalen Brown, the Weaver family doctor, and then Ariadne timidly greeted him back, beginning to realize that she was most likely at the Weaver house now. Jalen extended his hand towards the girl, once again asking if he could examine her. Ariadne was told that she had been unconscious for more than 10 days, and that during this time, her muscles had become a little unaccustomed to movement. But the girl thought that her father must now be worried about her. Arya was still a little nervous despite the fact that the doctor looked very friendly, but she still extended her hand to him, and Jalen was surprised because the girl extended her left hand. He asked if she was right-handed, to which Ariadne answered in the affirmative, and then the young man began the examination, promising that he would do everything quickly. When the examination was completed, Jalen left the room and turned to the gray-haired man, not understanding why the girl was afraid of him, to which the man said that this was most likely due to her weakness due to loss of consciousness, and added that her mother, Gloria, also didn't like doctors as a child. But the doctor understood that something didn't add up, and it was something more than just a fear of doctors, especially since she also had other injuries. Seeing the question in the master's eyes, Jalen said that even though Ariadne was right-handed, she reflexively extended her left hand, which meant that she never showed her right hand to the doctors. He asked if they had seen the wounds on her arm when they brought her in, and added that she had become good at hiding them. The gentleman did not understand who could have done this to her, but the doctor replied that she had wounds all over her body, as well as intestinal problems. And based on all this, he came to the conclusion that she was tortured with the permission of her father, the Duke. The gray-haired man was lost in thoughts that he had previously thought that the marriage of Gloria and the Duke was a good decision because the Eldir family was one of the most influential in the empire, and the Duke's character was not bad, and he doted on his wife and daughter. He thought that Gloria would be truly happy with him, but that hope was shattered. Throwing away his thoughts, the man knocked and entered Arya's room, asking the maid to leave them alone. Arya thought that this man seemed to be her uncle. She looked at him and decided that he was angry with her, and began to think about what might have happened if, after becoming pregnant, her mother had decided to stay with her family. The girl timidly greeted her uncle, knowing that his name was Ernest Weaver, and asked forgiveness for the trouble, promising to thank the man for accepting her. Ernest was surprised that she was acting so maturely for a little girl, for which Ariadne apologized, deciding that she had behaved too impudently, and now she could be sent back to her father. But the man sat down on her bed and said that she was not what to apologize. He gently placed his hand on her head, saying that it was his own fault for not being able to help her in difficult times, but assured her that now everything would be fine. Ariadne was surprised at how warmly he treated her, and was about to ask why when Ernest interrupted her, saying that she could call him uncle. He said that this was her room now, and she could stay here as long as she wanted, but Arya was surprised, deciding that it was too much for her alone. She said that her last room was nothing like this one. It was much smaller and didn't even have windows. Ernest thought that the Duke was only pretending to be a loving father, but in fact, he not only beat the girl, but also did not allow her to live in good conditions. The man swore under his breath at the Duke, and a blizzard seemed to swirl around him. Arya felt cold, and then she realized that Sir Weaver was an elemental knight, and it was his spiritual power that she had read about in the novel. But in real life, everything was even more exciting. The girl was worried by her uncle's silence, since spiritual power began to break out if the knight was agitated. Noticing Arya's frightened look, Ernest hurried to cover her with a blanket and said that he was very glad that she liked her new room. He then got up from the bed and headed towards the door, adding that now the girl needed to rest, but Ariadne still didn't understand why he didn't ask her anything. Ernest smiled kindly back at her, saying that there was no need to stir up difficult memories, and that she could tell about everything herself when she was ready. But Arya doubted his good intentions, since in the novel, the great magician and Sir Weaver were also not indifferent to her because of her noble blood, but she wanted to know what a real family was. Deep down, she understood that family was just an illusion, a vain belief that a person would love her only because of blood ties. She was upset, realizing that neither in her past nor in this life would she be able to experience the happiness of having a real, loving family. The Duke will stop at nothing to obtain Glomus, the elixir that can make anyone an elementalist. But it was impossible to get it without Ariadne, and the Duke was only interested in her talent. She lay down on her pillow, thinking that if Ernest had problems with her father, the Duke, he would abandon her, and she would have to rely only on herself. Soon, Arianda fell asleep, and again found herself in the library, but this time there was a girl there. She was sitting on the floor and reading a book. Seeing Arya, she extended her hand and called her to her. Ariadne sat down in front of her, and the girl immediately bombarded her with words about how glad she was to meet her, that she was glad to see her after so long. Seeing the sad expression on Arya's face, she asked if she was sick, and if the lesson was difficult this time, to which the girl replied that she would not have come if she was sick. This girl was Pi. She is the guardian spirit of this library. Apparently, she was born along with this place. She could not read, but thanks to her lessons with Ariadne, she quickly mastered speech. Apparently, she collected all the knowledge from Arya's past life, but she herself didn't even know her name, so the girl decided to give her a new one and couldn't think of anything better than to name her after the number pi. Ariadne's body suffered constant pain from her activities, but thanks to Pi, who was always happy for her, she was able to endure it. Arya asked if Pi had completed her assignment, and she immediately jumped to her feet and walked towards one of the bookshelves. Soon she pulled out 2 cones from there, with yellow and red liquid. Pi's library was a great place to hide things, which is why Ariadne smuggled the elixirs here when she ran away from her father. Waking up, Arya began to prepare for dinner with Sir, and Lucy actively helped her in this, choosing an outfit for her and apologizing for the fact that it was too old. But the girl really liked it. Ariadne wondered who might have worn this dress before, since her uncle had a son, and suggested that it might have been her mother's dress. The girl felt strange. She was wearing her mother's dress and was walking down the stairs that her mother ran to as a child, since in her past life she did not even know who her mother was and had never seen her. Realizing that she had lost her too early in both her lives, she felt intense sadness and missed her mother. But soon, Arya and Lucy arrived at the dining room. Ernest came out, his gaze stern. The girl did not understand why her uncle was looking at her like that, and after a moment, Ernest turned away from them, saying that he would order the seamstress to sew new clothes for her. Arya realized that he must not have liked that he was wearing her mother's clothes. But in fact, the man was upset because the sight of Gloria's favorite dress reminded him of his little sister, who was no longer alive. He frowned, deciding that since Ariadne's father had not bought her normal clothes, he would buy them himself for his only niece. The girl followed him and sat down at the table, which turned out to be too large for her, and Ernest was indignant that he could not even see his niece's face. In a murderous tone, he ordered the servant to bring Ariadne a new chair suitable for her. When everything was ready, the man sat the girl down next to him and said that she could eat whatever she wanted. Ariadne frowned, thinking that she would need to chew her food thoroughly so as not to inconvenience her uncle, and decided that they would need to talk after dinner. The girl was haunted by disturbing thoughts, and Ernest silently watched her eat. He couldn't believe that he could eat so nicely, but the servant hastened to correct him. At that moment, the man collected his thoughts and decided that since his niece was so alarmed, he had to protect her. Obviously, he was not watching his expression at that moment, and when Ariadne looked up at him, she froze in horror. Ernest glared at her, his eyes blazing with bright blue fire, and the servant again hurried to pull the man down. At that moment, another servant approached the girl, putting another plate of food for her, and smiled sweetly. Arya looked up at the servants and realized that they were all looking at her and smiling. They were not like the servants in Eldir. Only her father, the Duke, smiled at her there. Remembering her past life, the girl realized that she had never been favored, but she just wanted to be loved. So now the only right decision for her was to make a deal with her uncle. She turned to Ernest, saying that she had something to show him. The man leaned over to wipe her face with a handkerchief and said that she had eaten too little. Thinking that she had violated etiquette in this way, Arya lowered her head and timidly apologized, adding that she would not make such a mistake again. Ernest smiled kindly at her and said that she was only 7 years old, and she did not have to act like an adult. But the girl was still afraid that she might simply be kicked out of here and asked her uncle to call the great magician. She added that he should take a look at what she wanted to show, and Ernest decided to clarify exactly what it would be. Arya said that she wanted to tell what her father did to her. The man's eyes filled with surprise and anger. He ordered the butler to call the magician. The servant replied that the old man had not left the Western Tower for several days, but Ernest asked to be told that if he did not come, he would send Ariadne back to the Duke. Literally 5 minutes later, an angry magician flew into the hall, shouting at Ernest. He grabbed him by the chest, asking if he really wanted to die at his hands for such words about Ariadne. Then the magician turned around and saw that Ariadne was sitting on the couch, safe and sound, and looking questioningly at the men. Ernest displeasedly asked his father how long he was going to hide in the tower, and whether he really didn't want to see his granddaughter. Arya understood that the great magician hated her, and therefore asked him to tolerate her presence for just a little while, since she wanted to show something. And as soon as the old man said that this was not so, the girl handed the men the cones with elixirs that she had hidden in Pai's library. Looking determined, she said that she would show them how to get rid of the impurities. The men were horrified and immediately rushed to the girl. It was urgent to take these elixirs far away from her. But they didn't have time, and Ariadne poured the red liquid right onto her hand. The girl's skin was burned with black flames. An ominous aura began to creep around her. Arya's hand was covered in terrible bruises, blood dripping from her fingers. Ernest knew he had to cut off the infected hand before the contamination spread throughout his body. However, the girl said that everything would be fine with her, that she would not die. And the man did not even understand why she was saying this. Ariadne took a bottle of yellow liquid and poured it onto her affected arm, and in a moment her skin looked healthy again, without a single wound. The men could not believe their eyes, and the girl explained that this was a special elixir that allowed them to get rid of impurities. Her voice filled with sadness, and she added that this was exactly the experiment her father, the Duke, had performed on her. Solon knelt down in front of the girl, examining her hand, and Ernest still could not believe that the Duke dared to mock his own daughter like that. Arya said that he often carried out such experiments, and the scars on her arms served as proof of this. And then the man remembered Jalen's words that the little lady's poor condition could very well be caused by pollution. Ernest knew that if she was infected, she wouldn't have long to live. The men were in complete despair because they hoped that in reality everything was not so. Arya said Duke started doing this to her when she was 4 years old, when he realized the girl had good compatibility with the elements. Solon pressed the girl's hands to his face. He was shaking with sadness. He thought that it was all his fault, but the girl said that she would prepare a new elixir if he listened to her request. This elixir was like poison, and except Ariadne herself, no one could withstand it. The girl was willing to complete the elixir as long as she was given the right ingredients and protected until she became an adult. She bowed her head and added that she did not want to return to Eldir. The men remained silent, and this reaction frightened the girl. She was about to add that they should not rush into a decision when Ernest handed her the flask and asked if it was all the contaminated essence. Arya decided that the men wanted to watch her action again, but Ernest hastened to stop her because the girl was experiencing severe pain from the effects of this elixir. Ariadne didn't understand why the men were so upset because she showed them how the essence worked. Ernest and Solon hastened to assure the girl that they were not afraid of the Duke and would definitely help her. The knight left the room, calling the butler to him, and Solon turned to Arya and asked if she hated him because he could not save her from this nightmare. The girl replied that she did not hate him at all, because he did not know what was happening, but the old man himself continued to reproach himself for this. And although Ariadne assured him that this was not his fault, the magician hated himself for not being able to protect his only granddaughter. For the girl, all this was incomprehensible, because in the novel, Ariadne was only a child for Solon, because of whom his daughter died. Sometime later, Ernest returned to the room with a contract that guaranteed Arya all the protection she needed. The girl could only sign it, but she didn't understand. Didn't she also need to write down her responsibilities to them? After all, there is no benefit for men to protect her just like that. But Ernest assured the little lady that they didn't need her. Ariadne insisted that thanks to this elixir, they could get a lot of money, and they should take advantage of this opportunity. But Ernest didn't need all this, because the only thing he really wanted was to become a real family for Arya. Having signed the contract, the girl left the room, and the men were very pleased that everything turned out that way. They noticed that as soon as the contract was concluded, real relief appeared on the girl's face, because she finally felt protected. But Solon still couldn't come to his senses. He remembered their first meeting with Arya and how she grabbed onto him, begging him to take her. He had never heard such a desperate plea. It seemed to him that if he had come earlier, perhaps he could have saved Gloria. But Ernest had a different mindset. He had to prepare for battle, because he wanted to make the Duke of Eldir pay for everything. It was necessary to gather the Snow Leopard Knights, who were in many ways superior to the Eldir Knights. However, Solon told his son that he should not get involved in politics, and the man was perplexed by this answer. The old man decided to remind him that he was still the Grand Mage of the Magic Tower, as well as a member of the continent's magical consulate, and he knew what he was talking about. Through a logical chain, he proved to his son that if the subjugation of the labyrinth ceases, then Ernest's wife, Celiana Kizelas, may suffer. The magician was very angry that such obvious things were so difficult for his son to understand. He advised him to investigate, and he would take care of Ariadne himself. He also asked him to find out about Gloria's accident. Ernest thought about it, because last year there was an accident in a horse grave, not far from the Duchy of Eldir. The horse grave was a low-level labyrinth, so the Knights of the Golden Horn should be able to handle it with ease. Gloria led the pollution cleanup team and was the first to enter the danger zone, but this time the group was a little larger than usual. Clearing the low-level area was not dangerous since there were no monsters there, but as soon as Gloria entered there, she showed signs of contamination and died. This was the generally accepted version, but did Solon really not find anything strange in it? The magician replied that everything was clean, but nevertheless, the essence that Ariadne brought would be enough to test for poisons. If she was poisoned, then even a drop would be enough to cause infection, and thus the Duke could get rid of Gloria. With this conclusion, Solon headed for the exit, once again advising his son not to get involved in politics. Meanwhile, Arya was rereading the contract in her room, and now she felt truly calm. She did not expect that the men would decide to take this step, but she was glad that everything turned out differently than in the novel. Things were not at all as they should have been, But were their intentions sincere? The way they looked at Arya was similar to the look of her mother, who tried to save her from the experiments until the end. Her uncle and grandfather looked at her with the same loving and warm gaze. Ariadne really hoped that they would truly become a real family for her. Time passed, and Arya and her uncle went for a walk in the greenhouse, and the man was so filled with thoughts of protecting the girl that he even decided to carry her in his arms, not allowing her to walk on her own. He said his grandfather built this place for his grandmother, and she, in turn, bewitched this greenhouse so that little Ernest could walk here. Suddenly, Ariadne noticed her grandfather, who was hiding behind one of the trees and spying on them. Realizing that he had been noticed, the old man hastened to retreat. Arya and her uncle approached the window, and the girl wondered when the blizzard would end, to which Ernest replied that it would happen in the spring when her aunt and cousin returned. Ariadne's cousin was Eric Weaver, a friend of Axel Valentine, the main character of the novel, a brilliant magician who became an archmage. And most importantly, he was the one who could change the end of history. Arya thought that she needed to gain his trust at any cost, and the man assured that her relatives would definitely be happy to see her. Soon they returned back to the castle, and the servants were frankly perplexed to see their strict master acting so carefree with the little girl. Ernest carried Arya to her room, and then the butler burst into them, announcing that a guest had arrived at the castle. Arya decided to eavesdrop on the conversation between the knight and his servant. She was also wondering who could arrive at such an hour. It turned out that the guest came without warning, and then they mentioned the last name, Eldir. Ariadne couldn't believe it. Had her father, Duke Eldir, really come for her? She didn't expect it to happen so soon, but nevertheless, she had a contract, and that calmed her down a little. A young man entered Ernest's office and introduced himself as Rictus Belbarta, a knight of the Golden Horn. But Ernest himself was clearly not happy with the guest. Rictus handed him a letter, saying that it was sent by Duke Eldir, who is very worried about his daughter. But Ernest only crumpled the letter and threw it at the knight's feet. Rictus grinned, saying that his master ordered him not to leave the lady a single step. However, the man flatly refused to give him the girl, saying that she was resting. The young man grinned. Was the lady really in captivity? Sir Weaver frowned angrily, answering that he was not like Mr. Eldir. At that moment, the guards burst into the office. They grabbed Rictus and those who came with him. Ernest ordered a greeting according to Weaver tradition. At this time, Ariadne was in the library with Pi. She even grabbed cookies from her world for her. Pi really liked this treat, and Arya promised to bring more next time. While Pi was enjoying the sweets, the girl was looking for information about Eric Weaver in books. And just as she found his first appearance in the novel, Pi grabbed her hand. She screamed that Arya was in danger and they needed to leave immediately. Pi touched her palm to the girl's forehead, and many spells swirled around her hand. Once they were ready, she aimed them at Arya. The next moment, the girl woke up in her room. Pi must have thrown her out of space. Ariadne looked out the window. It was already late evening outside, and she couldn't believe that she had slept for so long. And then she realized that in fact it was not evening. But before she even had time to step aside, an ominous clawed shadow appeared on the window. A moment passed and the window was already broken. A huge iceberg flew into the room with a rider on top of it. Ariadne recognized him as a knight of the Golden Horn, one of those who arrived today. But what was he doing here? The man dismounted from the bird and called the girl to him, saying that he intended to return her home. Ariadne was terrified. She definitely didn't want to go back. The knight realized that apparently he would not be allowed to do everything in a good way, and he reached out his hands to the girl. At that moment, a bright blue lightning appeared between them. A moment later, Solon appeared there. He was furious that this bastard dared to touch Ariadne. The horseman retreated, not wanting to fight the great magician, but still hoped to take the girl with him. Solon told him that he would let him go alive if he left in an amicable way, but the man clearly did not want to be underestimated. He took a flask of red elixir from his pocket and threw it up. As soon as she was above the magician and the girl, he smashed her with a beam directly from his palm. Arya realized that it was the essence of pollution and could not be stopped by ordinary magic, so she rushed forward. She closed her eyes, preparing to feel incredible pain, and the knight did not understand what was happening here. However, Solon arrived in time and covered the girl with his cloak. The essence dripped onto him, burning through the blue fabric. Advising the knight to read more about his legendary battles with monsters, the magician released the brightest lightning directly from his fingers. They touched the evil rider, and he gasped in pain. Not wanting to deal with such powerful magic anymore, he hastened to hide. When Solon ran to the window, the knight had already flown away on a bird. Then he returned to Ariadne again. He was furious that she threw herself right under the spilling potion. And although Arya assured him that nothing would have happened to her, the magician did not let up. He hugged her tightly, telling her that he should be the one protecting her, not the other way around. Ariadne realized that it was incredibly warm in the arms of the great magician. Having calmed down, Solon took the girl in his arms and carried her for a walk around the castle, saying that her uncle had already dealt with the uninvited guests. He said there was only one of them left. He was left so that he could take care of his wounded comrades and bring them home alive. After all, guests should be treated with mercy, right? Ariadne was afraid that all this would have consequences, because in the novel, the Eldir are a powerful family with power and wealth. But her grandfather assured her that the Duke could be angry as much as he wanted. There was nothing wrong with that. Suddenly, Ernest came out to meet them. Solon immediately attacked him with questions about how these scoundrels were able to enter the estate, and began to complain that he could not wait for the return of his daughter-in-law, Celiana. Ernest was outraged that his father trusted her more than his own son, but he reminded him of the 289 battles that the knight lost to his wife. Quickly changing the subject, Ernest extended his arms towards Arya, intending to take her, but Solon hit him on the palm, saying that he was constantly dragging it around anyway. He picked the girl up in his arms, telling her to just be a child and not be sad about anything. And then Ariadne remembered how the elderly woman told her that she was disgusting and did not look like a child at all. Ernest previously said that she is only 7 years old and does not have to act like an adult. In the novel, Ariadne is a child who is destined to die, but she remembers her past life, and now she has the opportunity to survive. Her reluctance to give up gave her these memories, but now she definitely couldn't be a simple child. She would always have to act carefully, and her constant wariness made her hate herself. Arya apologized to the men for not acting like a normal child. Ernest put his hand on her cheek and said that she had been through a lot more than a normal child, and she had the right to act more maturely. It was not her fault. It was sad that Arya's childhood was taken away from her, but no one was going to blame her for it. Solon added that he was sad to see her relying only on herself. After all, they are family. Ariadne just wanted to hear from them that they could rely on them and behave like a child, that they would be there for her and protect her, and then maybe she won't have to suffer alone. Tears rolled down the girl's cheeks, and she asked the men if she could really trust them. Solon hugged her tightly, and Ernest squeezed her hand, telling her that she could not doubt it. The magician also said that she could call him grandfather, and then Arya could not stand it and roared at the top of her voice. Ernest also wanted her to call him uncle, but the old man pretended not to notice him. He hurried to take the girl away from here, and the knight ran after them. At this time, the situation in Elder Castle was tense. The Duke was annoyed that the attempt to take his daughter was unsuccessful, and then he realized that he would have to go to extreme measures to bring his daughter back home. Time passed, and Ernest decided to take Ariadne for a walk. They were going to meet Eric, and the girl couldn't wait for him to arrive. The maids ran out after her, worried that the child might have caught a cold. And now that Arya was fully assembled, they could finally hit the road. The servants saw the little lady off with tears in their eyes. They were very worried about her. Ernest asked the girl to take a step back, and a blizzard began to swirl around him. As soon as he uttered the word blizzard, a huge snow leopard appeared out of thin air. Arya realized it was a contract beast. He should not be confused with an ordinary animal. Wizards use spells to cast magic, but sometimes it is possible to make a contract with a spirit beast. This is magic that has a form. Such animals are intelligent and borrow the power of the Great Spirit. Ariadne wondered if she herself would ever meet the spirit. The Weaver family must have a great guardian spirit, and she would like to see him one day. Ernest called Arya to him and sat her in front of him astride a snow leopard. They were about to jump over the wall, and the man asked her to hold on tight. With one deft movement, the beast jumped onto the highest roof, and Ernest realized that they were just in time. And then Arya saw clouds of rising dust and snow in the distance. It was the Snow Leopard Knights. The conquering troop has returned. The first to arrive at the gate was a dark-haired woman. Ernest called her by name, Veronica, and apparently she was again taken into the thick of it. It was Veronica Branta, the Snow Leopard Knight, her blue cape completely covered in bloodstains. Ernest said that she should have washed the blood off herself first because his niece was here. Veronica did not know about her existence before and extended her hand to greet her, but Ariadne was scared when she saw blood on her gloves. Meanwhile, Veronica was delighted because the girl looked like a living doll. While they were chatting, a woman with long scarlet hair tied in a high ponytail ran up to them. This was Celiana Cazellas, Countess Weaver, Ernest's wife. Seeing his wife, the man immediately jumped up to her, wrapping her in a tight hug. Behind them stood a white-haired guy, dissatisfied with the fact that they were so affectionate in front of people. It was Eric Weaver, their son, and a budding magician. Seeing his parents kiss, he was clearly annoyed by this picture. And just as he thought about how good it was to be the only child in the family, he saw a little girl sitting astride his father's leopard. Ariadne realized that it was Eric Weaver and thought that he looked younger than in the drawings in the novel. Meanwhile, Veronica continued to admire the baby, but Eric wondered what she saw in her. He came closer to the girl and said that she looked disgusting, to which Veronica replied that Eric himself was far from nice. The guy was in unpleasant shock from this behavior on her part, but Veronica did not give up. She said he looked like a cow, and before Eric had time to answer her, the girl had already saddled her horse and rode out the gate. Then he turned to Ariadne again and began to shout that she had no right to sit on his father's snow leopard. He approached her and began to forcefully pull her off the animal. At the same moment, Ernest approached him and pulled his hand. The man approached the girl to check if she was injured, but Eric still did not understand what was happening. Celiana came up next, saying that she would come to meet the girl a little later, and Ernest took Ariadne back to the castle. Arya thought that the boy was still in adolescence, but nevertheless, he seemed even more at ease than in the novel, so she decided to talk to him later. The maid reported to the little lady that Eric would be punished for such behavior, and Arya herself was upset that their first meeting was so terrible. She remembered Veronica and realized that she could not remember her. Then she decided to ask the maid about her, and she said that she was the same age as Eric, and nevertheless, already a knight. The novel's protagonist, Axel Valentine, became an elemental knight at the age of 12. And although Veronica was not the main character, she was clearly a genius. But Arya didn't understand why she wasn't mentioned at all in the novel. Perhaps she died at the very beginning. And then it dawned on Ariadne. She remembered how Veronica said that she would leave here if Eric became a count. And every time in the novel Eric got drunk until he lost consciousness, he repeated these words. Is Veronica really his dead lover? The legend said that for a long time, labyrinths inhabited by monsters appeared everywhere, but people did not give up and continued to fight. However, the labyrinth that appeared several decades ago changed everything. He wiped out a powerful empire in the blink of an eye, and at that moment, a ray of hope appeared. Axel Valentine. He was the first person to survive in the labyrinth, and his goal was to destroy the Great Labyrinth, and later he created the perfect squad for his mission, consisting of 5 people. These were a warlock, a mage, a witch, a priest, and an elemental knight. But practically nothing was written about the roles of the last 2, and there was no information about Veronica either. But Ariadne was sure that she was the very talent who took the place of the knight, and she decided to find out more about her. Meanwhile, the maid led the girl into the room where the woman was waiting for her. It was Celiana Cazellas. The girl curtsied, and the woman asked to call her her aunt from now on. She said that her husband sent her a letter, but it got lost on the road, so she only recently found out about everything. The woman added that even the most trained knights could not have gone as far as Arya did. In this girl, she saw a warrior preparing for a new battle. She explained that a warrior does not always use weapons, and first of all, he is a person who fights to win. Ernest believed that Ariadne was very fragile, but it seemed to Celiana that unprecedented power was hidden in such a small body. In her eyes, Arya was a truly strong child. She wished Eric was the same. Celiana handed the girl a box. It was a gift for her recent birthday. Inside was a pendant with a lamp. Ariadne realized that it was a magic lamp, and the woman asked if she had one before. But the girl replied that this was the first, and this greatly surprised Celie, since by her age, Arya should have already received her lamp. Every parent is obliged to give their child a magic lamp. Celiana called the girl over and placed the pendant around her neck. She patted her on the head, telling her she had done a great job. The woman added that if necessary, she can also turn to her for help. But she asked me to keep it a secret. Ariadne went for a walk around the greenhouse and thought about why Celiana asked to keep this a secret. But on the other hand, she was glad that her relatives turned out to be good people, and she was able to finish the elixir thanks to her grandfather, and now she needed to test it. She did not understand why her fate turned out this way, why she was reborn in the body of the Duke's child, and considered this whole story with the novel absurd. But still, she caught herself thinking that she needed to find a test subject for her experiment. And then she noticed a plant, a desecrated plant that used to be a daffodil. The girl poured the elixir onto the withered leaves. A moment later, it seemed to be reborn, again taking on the appearance of beautiful daffodils. At that moment, someone approached her from behind. It was Eric, and Ariadne wanted to meet him, but not now. However, she turned to curtsy and greeted him, calling him brother. Eric was not happy about this and told her that even though she was his cousin, he did not intend to treat her well. Arya didn't understand why he was so negative, but the guy remained adamant and told her to leave here, since this place was not intended for games. But Ariadne replied that her grandfather allowed her. Eric couldn't believe his ears. Was she really learning magic from him? He began to accuse her that she wanted to find out all his secrets and steal his magic techniques. Ariadne understood that she should behave politely, but still asked Eric to be more polite towards her. Eric was surprised because this girl really scolded him, telling him that she was higher than him on the aristocratic ladder. He grabbed his shoulder, his hand shaking nervously. And then he burst out, screaming for Arya to stop making fun of him. Ariadne decided to calm him down, saying that she was only here for the experiment, and this interested Eric. He decided to find out what kind of experiment it was. He looked at the shelf with plants and was quite surprised. The once withered flowers were now blooming again, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Ariadne trudged around the greenhouse. Her health had deteriorated greatly. She really wanted to rest. Eric caught up with her, and grabbing her by the shoulder, began to ask what she had done with the desecrated daffodils. When the girl turned to him, he saw that blood was coming from her nose. Eric was surprised and did not know what to do. Ariadne wiped away the blood and hastened to calm the guy down, saying that it was not his fault. But the blood didn't stop, and a moment later the girl almost fell, but Eric managed to catch her. He touched her forehead. She was literally on fire. And then he realized that at this rate she could die. Ariadne woke up, at first not understanding where she was, but she soon realized that she was in the library with Pi. The girl was very surprised when she realized that Pi had dragged her here on purpose because she was in pain, but Pi herself was very happy to see Arya. Suddenly, the baby felt that she was about to fall asleep. Pi stroked her head and told her to rest. When Arya opened her eyes, she realized that she was now in her room. Ernest, Celiana, and Lucy stood by her bed, almost crying with excitement for the little lady. Jalen soon entered the room to examine Ariadne, and all other visitors were ushered away from her bed. The doctor said that the girl had almost recovered, and when Arya moved her hand, she felt an unusual lightness in her body. And then Ernest rushed at the girl in a beige raincoat, intending to hug her and shouting words of gratitude. Arya noticed that the girl had yellow eyes. All priests have them, because if a person is endowed with divine power, his eyes turn yellow over time. The man walked out the door with the priest to discuss the details, and Celiana approached Ariadne's bed, offering her a snack after her 2-day sleep. She grinned, and Lucy immediately ran to set the table. However, Jalen had something he wanted to say. He said he had doubts at first, but is now confident. The fact is that Ariadne has lost her sense of pain. The girl didn't understand what the problem was. Because it's good not to feel pain, isn't it? but the doctor explained that her body would still suffer from the wounds. And this was not normal. She didn't even feel anything wrong before she fainted. Pain is a warning of danger, but Ariadne's body is now unaware of these warnings, and this is very bad. Jalen strongly recommended that she monitor the condition of her body and added that thanks to divine power, most of the negative consequences disappeared. And while Arya can walk around the estate again, she shouldn't overdo it. The doctor left, and Celiana sat down with the girl, hugging her and telling her that she would soon make a full recovery. She fed the girl with a spoon. They say that Eric is sorry that this happened to you and offered to assign knights to the baby to protect her. At that moment, they entered the room. It was Veronica Bronte. Ariadne didn't expect to see her here. Celiana assured that despite Veronica's age, her abilities are amazing. The woman said that if Eric offends Arya, Veronica can beat him, but only without breaking bones. Ariadne was surprised. What if Eric was scolded for what happened to her, even though it was not his fault? Celiana said he immediately ran to Jalen, but said it was because of him. Meanwhile, Veronica fell asleep while standing up, but Arya hastened to say that she was just overexerted, and Eric was not to blame. However, the woman said that Eric would still stick to his guns. Ariadne was very surprised that the guy did this. When the girl fully recovered, she began to work with elixirs. She distributed them among close people: grandfather, uncle, Eric, Veronica, and Pi. Although she doubted whether it would be useful to give it to Pi, since she is always in the library. Ariadne sat down on the rocking chair, thinking that she wanted to ask Pi how she managed to drag her into the library last time. The girl closed her eyes and fell asleep a few moments later. She found herself back in the library, but Pi was nowhere to be found. And then she heard a voice behind her. Pi stood behind her, but it was as if some kind of glass wall separated them. However, Pi held out the book and her hands went through the wall. She screamed that she had found something interesting. Ariadne asked how the girl could pass through this wall. Pi was very surprised that Arya couldn't do it. She happily jumped through the wall, holding the book in her hands. The girl said something that Ariadne did not hear anything through this wall. Ariadne still didn't understand anything because she didn't know that Pi could do that. She wondered if other parts of the library were similar to the one they were in, because these were other people's memories. However, Pi said that Arya is the only visitor to this library, so the girls went back to the book, and it turned out that Pi had found information about Veronica. And then Ariadne saw something in the book that surprised her outright. This was an account of the battle in the Labyrinth of Lamacha, located in the domain of Weaver. The defense was destroyed after the defeat, and the monsters caused significant damage to the city. Veronica Bronte, Knight of the Snow Leopard, 24 years old. She died protecting Eric Weaver from a monster called the Blood Hunter. But since Veronica died at 24, then this should happen in the future. But something didn't add up. Pi said that she didn't find any information about Veronica in the original novel, but there should be information about everyone in the books. The Library of Illusions is the place where all the memories of my life are stored, so Pi knows about this world and is not affected by time limits. Perhaps Pi is an entity that has access to any knowledge. This is a real scam! Ariadne decided to ask Pi to find something else. Pi happily agreed because she was so bored sitting here doing nothing. Arya wanted her to find information about Gloria Weaver's death. Pi rushed into her arms, thanking her for the new task. Arya then handed Pi the elixir. And then the girl noticed that there was an inscription on the ribbon. It was her name. She was very happy and asked Ariadne to tie this ribbon on her hair. A moment later, yellow tissue was already developing among Pi's thick blonde hair. Time passed. Ariadne returned to the real world and went for a walk with Veronica, giving her the elixir and telling her that she could use it when she was injured. But she was a little perplexed why they were on the roof, riding a contract beast if the girl just wanted to see her brother. In response to this, Veronica admitted that she just wanted to hug the girl at least once, and it would be very troublesome to climb the stairs. The horse stamped his hoof, and a piece of tile split and fell from the roof, which Eric, as usual, was dissatisfied with. He stood below, ordering the girl to come down from the roof. The horse jumped down in one deft movement, ending up literally a few centimeters from the guy. Of course, this made him incredibly angry. He was also extremely unhappy that she brought this girl here and on her contract beast. Veronica walked up to Eric and grabbed his chest, clearly unhappy with the way he met the little lady. But Ariadne asked the girl to let him go. Eric was shocked. How strong this girl was. Arya decided to give him the elixir, saying that he could learn more about it from his grandfather. Moreover, the girl wanted to apologize. She remembered that he took the blame when she fainted and wanted to know why he did that. Doesn't he really hate her at all? Eric wanted to curse, but deciding not to contact Veronica anymore, he walked away. When he left, the girl added that this guy was not worth the little lady's gifts, but Arya was sure that she did everything right. Time passed, and Ernest decided to relax in the greenhouse with his wife and niece. They discussed how the cleansing elixir works. Celiana wondered if the land would be cleansed once they cleared the labyrinth and used the elixir. Ariadne said that the elixir has an effect only on living organisms, but Celiana did not let up. She wanted to know whether it would work on the soil, but Ariadne did not know the answer to this question. It was decided that we needed to conduct a test, and if everything worked out, we would need to make even more elixir. Arya said that she could prepare more potions, but asked that information about it be kept secret. She announced that she wanted the elixir to be sold on the black market. And once word of the potion spreads, they will publicly donate the recipe to the temple. At this time, the mailbird brought a message for Solon, which spoke of Ariadne's decision. He asked a woman in a rich suit, trimmed with gold and pearls, what she thought about it. The woman was very intrigued by this decision on Ariadne's part. The woman was Rebecca Garcia, the owner of the Garcia home. After the appearance of the Great Labyrinth, the entire territory of the Garcia house disappeared. Rebecca had difficulty finding a new refuge for her house. She was the second child of Solon Garcia, an heiress who was not interested in money or power. However, she now has unimaginable wealth. Solon and her daughter continued reading the letter, which said that Arya was ready to give the elixir to the whole world for free if it was useful. Rebecca thought that she was going to leave everything in the hands of the temple, but Solon told her that she wanted to make it herself, and the woman was very surprised at this. By donating the recipe to the temple, Arya wanted to gain its favor and also increase her reputation, but at the same time create it in large quantities, thereby capturing the market. It is difficult to buy anything on the black market, and the temple does not approve of his activities, so when the elixir goes on sale, it will be immediately sold out. Rebecca realized that donating to the temple would allow everyone to understand that Ariadne created the recipe, and when the trade began, she would have no competition. The woman called her servant Potern to find out how old this brilliant girl was. Upon learning that she was only 8 years old, Rebecca was so delighted that she wanted to make her successor, but Solon was categorically against it. After all, she was the direct heir of the Duke of Eldir. Rebecca pouted dissatisfiedly and said that she could not give up the distribution of the elixir. But Solon replied that in any case, only Arya makes the whole decision. However, the woman insisted that one of the adults should supervise this. But Solon knew that she was no ordinary child. He remembered the day when she poured the polluted essence on herself, all in order to receive protection in exchange for the elixir of purification, and at that moment, he began to truly respect her. Rebecca expected nothing less from her daughter Gloria. She tried to escape from the Duke and put all her determination into the moment when she poured the contaminated essence on herself. She added that shortly before her death, Gloria contacted her. She sent Rebecca a small note with the date and place and asked her to keep it a secret. However, the meeting did not take place. Rebecca waited at the appointed place all day, but Gloria never came. And then she found out that her sister died. Rebecca even conducted her own investigation, but everything led to the same thing, an accident. The woman was interested in what Gloria wanted to tell her, but she guessed that it was connected with her husband. She could not tolerate bullying, but if this had been revealed, divorce would have been inevitable. But Ariadne was different. Solon tried to persuade Gloria to give up the child while she had the chance. Moreover, there were rumors that the Duke was a womanizer and made appointments with his mistresses immediately after the wedding, but no one believed it. And then the magician again thought that it was he who was to blame for what happened. For this reason, Rebecca did not talk about the note, and as soon as she wanted to invite the two of them to meet with Ariadne, Solon said that this time she would go to her alone. Rebecca asked him why he didn't go with her, and then he gave her a letter. It was a certificate of custody of Ariadne. But even if they present strong evidence in court, it will be very difficult to challenge the Duke's paternity rights. Solon admitted that he stole the certificate from the Duke's house and will not be punished for this. But in return, he will have to teach some members of the Emperor's family. Rebecca grinned. Duke Eldir turned out to be so insignificant? But after a moment, she became serious again, realizing that even if everything is fine now, no one knows what will happen next. She did not believe that Gloria died by accident. It seemed to her that it was all because of a special poison that leaves no traces. Perhaps this is why Ariadne wants to donate the elixir to the temple, because if everyone knows about its existence, the truth will finally be revealed. Discarding unnecessary thoughts, Rebecca stood up and declared that she wanted to quickly go to her brother and see her brilliant niece. She knew that no child could think like that, and she wanted to personally meet the one who came up with this plan. Rebecca soon arrived at the Weaver estate, but was told that the Weavers themselves were not there. It turned out that they decided to go on a picnic. Rebecca arrived after them, still not believing that Ernest and his wife had finally decided to go out on a picnic. But it was true. They were all sitting right in front of her. She recognized everyone except the dark-haired girl in a blue cloak standing nearby. At first, Veronica thought that Rebecca was the enemy, but Celiana and Ernest quickly introduced the girls to each other and said that they were very glad to see Rebecca here. The girl greeted everyone, and then a little blonde girl came up to her and curtsied. She introduced herself, saying that her name was Ariadne Eldir. Rebecca pointed her finger at her, not entirely sure that this was really a living girl and not a doll. Eric intervened in the conversation, saying that Aunt Rebecca should wash her hands before touching Arya, which surprised all the other guests. However, Rebecca ignored him, walked up to the girl and said that she had come to see her niece. When everyone returned to the estate, the girl said that she already knew her story. She asked what Ariadne prefers to see, her aunt or the main shareholder Garcia. Arya thought that her name was almost never mentioned in the novel, except for one single line in which it was mentioned that she was Eric's aunt. She didn't mind the extra help, but the problem was that this time the novel couldn't help her. She didn't know anything about her aunt. However, she didn't have much choice and asked what the difference was between an aunt and a shareholder. In response to this, Rebecca began to ask her questions about kind and polite lies, which the girl did not understand at all. Ariadne didn't know how to react. The woman seemed to be on her own wavelength. But maybe she was thinking too much, and Rebecca actually came to have a serious talk with her? She must have thought Arya was just her 8-year-old niece. And even though Rebecca was her mother's older sister, the girl didn't know if she could trust her. Ariadne decided that her aunt was just teasing her, and she hastened to add that, in fact, she is not that stupid. Rebecca laughed, and Arya breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that her aunt was simpler than she thought. She realized that it was all not serious and called her aunt a liar. You pointed her to her eyes, saying that they were more sincere than ever, to which Ariadne told her that anyone who asks to look into the eyes to check sincerity is a fraudster. Rebecca was surprised and asked who told her that. And when Arya answered that it was her mother, her aunt's surprise immediately disappeared. As a child, when she would make fun of Gloria, she would always ask her to look into her eyes to see if she was being honest, and every time Gloria would respond the same way. Rebecca then pulled out a stack of papers, finally deciding to get down to business. It was a contract that included a sales plan, but there was more to it. Rebecca said that in order to conduct business successfully, a competent person was needed to attend meetings on Ariadne's behalf and help her with her affairs. Her personal secretary. The woman selected the best candidates, and the girl was very grateful for her help. And as soon as Rebecca said that she was always ready to help, Arya asked her for help. She needed to find someone. This was the man she wanted to support. The story moves to a completely different place, to a dark-haired boy who wanders the streets in search of food. The area where he lived was polluted. There was no food or water, but still, he had to look for work, and he came to a house whose door was guarded by a guard. The guy wanted to find a job here, but the guard didn't want to agree. They say that he has no skills at all, but the young man did not give up, begging to give him a chance. This seriously angered the guard, and he put his sword to the guy's sword, telling him that he would not be able to withstand even the weakest monster. However, the young man twisted his sword, knocking the weapon out of the guard's hands, causing him to become confused. The guard knelt down, not knowing what to do. The guy told him not to be afraid, because a speeding carriage would definitely run into a stone, and the guard asked who taught him these words. It was the guy's late father. Their house was located in the very center of the labyrinth. Since childhood, his father taught him the art of the sword, and after his death, the young man began to wander alone. By the age of 12, he was already used to fighting monsters. This story interested the guard, and he sent the boy to a clothing store on the alley, asking him to say that he wanted to become a cook, because there he could find people who would support him. The guy left, and the guard immediately grimaced, whispering to himself that he hoped they would like him and make him a plaything for the rich. When the guy entered the store, the smell of old clothes and leather hit him in the face. He saw an elderly woman, told her that he wanted to become a cook, and she pointed him to the warehouse door. But what the guy saw behind the door seemed to be a completely different world. In front of him was a large, luxurious table, at which a man in expensive clothes was sitting. Apparently, it was the owner. The boy told him that he wanted to become a cook, to which the man just grinned and asked who sent him here. The owner approached the guy and was about to throw him out when he noticed the color of his eyes. They were red, eyes the color of a raging flame, cursed eyes. Such children are called red-eyed. They are extremely rare. Many of them die in childhood, and the cause of their death is fire. They say that fire spirits love such children, but fires often broke out because of these spirits. Therefore, people began to hate children with red eyes, and the guy guessed that perhaps for this reason his parents abandoned him. The boy asked if the man was afraid of his eyes, to which he responded by asking the boy if he knew that fire spirits love people with red eyes. He implied that he had a very high chance of becoming an elemental knight. He stroked his hair with his hand and said that he would try to support him. And for the guy, this was very unexpected, because except for his late father, no one had touched him. The man invited him to stay with him until the boy grew up, and when he agreed, the owner's eyes sparkled slyly. He invited him to sign a contract, and when everything was done, the man welcomed a new member to the chess association, Axel Valentine. Members of the association sponsor promising people as someone's property. Here, talents can be bought up. And in the eyes of others, it is a noble help for young talents. But in reality, it was an ordinary slave trade. Orphans often ended up here, and if someone refused to participate and wanted to leave the association, the owner demanded that he return all the funds spent on him for the entire time. And of course, no one could pay off such a huge debt. The children grew up alone in terrible conditions, and the main character of the novel, Axel Valentine, was a similar talent who lived in the association for a long time. Axel's owner, Robert Black, was a villain who manipulated the boy and made money from him. However, Axel did not mind and trusted Robert as his adoptive father. But in return for this devotion, Axel was deceived. As a result, he barely survived and escaped, and in the future he took revenge on the association and killed Robert. That's what the novel was like. Ariadne wanted to help the main character, save him from association, because if everything goes according to the original plot, the world will be destroyed and everyone will die, including Ariadne herself. But the main character can save the world. He had the ability to return to the past, which he could activate at a moment of extreme danger. Axel returned numerous times and eventually became distraught, and therefore unable to correct the ending. While Ariadne was working out a plan to rescue Axel, there was a knock on her room. It was Simon Diné, the secretary whom Rebecca had found. Judging by the documents, he was reliable and unusually loyal to money, but Ariadne was glad that she chose him. His work was done perfectly, as always. It turns out that in order to make the hero strong, but not harm him, it was necessary to steal the role of Robert Black. It was necessary to become the person who led Axel and then betrayed him. To fill this role, Ariadne ordered Simon to buy out Robert's share in the association, and as a result, she was able to see a list of everyone who was under his protection, and Axel's contract was also among the papers. Now Ariadne needed to provide Axel with the best, give him tasks, and even betray him, because that was the only way he could awaken, and she didn't want to do that. But it was the only way out. The girl ordered Simon to continue to follow her instructions and act on behalf of a member of the association while hiding their connection. Simon promised that no one would know that he was working for an 8-year-old lady. In the meantime, sales of the elixir began. Simon also took care of everything. If anyone wants to find out who supplies the elixir, then all roads will lead to Duke Eldir. He will try to get rid of the elixir on the black market, and everyone will think that the recipe belongs to him. No one will even think that the recipe was provided by an 8-year-old child. Simon also offered to use slaves for sales, but Ariadne flatly refused due to memories of her past life. In Weaver, the only way to make money was by hunting, so the girl suggested creating special jobs for slaves. If people start working for them, the economy will develop due to constant money turnover. Simon was surprised, because at first he thought Garcia was joking. But every time he followed this girl's train of thought, he began to doubt that she was really a child. And although he originally came here for the money, now he wholeheartedly wanted to serve his stunning lady. Meanwhile, at the Black Estate, the guard informed Axel that his master had changed, which the guy was very surprised, because he had not even received the first task. The guard handed him a book with a burgundy cover and told him that his new master had told him to read it before his first task. Axel was pleasantly surprised. It turns out that he will still be given a job? The guard cryptically added that he could have shared information about his mission, but did not. And Axel realized that he himself knew nothing about it. The guard also said that all instructions for Axel would come through a representative, and the guy did not understand at all what this meant. He didn't understand anything at all and looked angrily at the book. The Boy with Red Eyes. The story of a young man who was bought because of the color of his eyes, of a child who was constantly surrounded by flames. Wherever he went, the fire followed him on his heels. It was quite a sad story. His eyes were yellow in the center and scarlet at the edges, like tongues of flame, and spirits born of fire always haunted him because of them. Axel read this book as a child and did not understand why he needed this book. Suddenly, a fair-haired man approached the guy and said that he would be his teacher, who had been hired by Adrian Black. He led Axel along, saying that he had a lot to learn, and for the boy this was completely illogical, because only nobles received such training. He could not understand what his new master was trying to achieve. During his lessons, he was told legends that spirits are usually born from the earth and the sun, but after fires, fire spirits can appear. Unlike the spirits of the earth and the sun, they are weak and die as soon as the flame goes out. But one day, these weak spirits surpassed the ordinary ones, and hundreds of fire spirits followed one, and then everything plunged into chaos. People named their leader Nightmare. Axel looked carefully at the images of spirits. It was a wolf with golden horns. Many tried to tame him, but no one succeeded, so the teacher advised the boy to run as far as possible if he suddenly saw him. After all, Axel had red eyes, and fire spirits love people with such eyes. Suddenly, Simon burst into the classroom. He was in a hurry. He handed Axel a small envelope containing his first assignment. According to it, the guy needed to collect 7 colored crystals from Crystal Lake in the Great Desert. And at the bottom, there was a signature, Adrian Black. Axel immediately set out to carry out the task, noting that his owner had equipped him with the best quality tools. He had heard about the crystals he needed to find in class, so they were still useful. He also discovered that the envelope contained another small letter on black paper, which Axel should only open as a last resort. And while he was looking at it, suddenly, he heard a strange sound behind him. It was Nightmare, that same fiery spirit, along with his flock. Axel rushed forward, wondering what to do as he ran, when suddenly he saw a mountain in front of him. He climbed it, but realized that the spirits were still pursuing him, and he had nowhere to run. The voices echoed the guy that his eyes were like tongues of flame, and they, spirits born of fire, would always haunt him. Meanwhile, Ariadne was thinking that Axel had most likely already set off on his first mission. In the original story, Axel's errands were always burned, The association members wanted to isolate him and placed bets on whether the boy would survive or not. But one day, Robert was forced to use Axel in the fire mission, which was one of the important events in the development of the hero. Axel was a good swordsman, since his adoptive father, a former commander of the Knights, taught him everything he knew, and now the hero only had to survive. The spirits continued to howl. Axel found it hard to breathe, and the voices continued to echo his flame-colored eyes. The guy flew into a rage. He was ready to tear out his eyes and give them to the spirits, if only they would leave him alone. And then he remembered the letter, which needed to be opened only as a last resort. It said that red-eyed children die first, but Axel must not fall. He must aim at the leader. The letter also contained a fairy tale about a red-eyed boy who was tied to a pole in the center of the village. But later, everything around was engulfed in flames, and the boy emerged from the fire as if nothing had happened. All this looked like fiction to Axel, but at that moment, a fiery raven flew over him and touched the boy's hand with its wing. His clothes were burned, but his skin remained untouched. And then Axel realized that thanks to his eyes, he would not burn. He was told to defeat the leader. He grabbed his sword in his hands and jumped into the fiery creatures right from the cliff. He had to conquer their leader. It was so hot that his father's sword simply melted in the boy's hands. It was real hell. But Axel was already standing right in front of Nightmare and realized that he had to overcome his fear. He remembered his father's words that the easiest way to tame a beast is to climb on it and not let go until the beast submits. Axel grabbed the fiery fur of the beast and climbed onto it, but it didn't even move. He had to force him to submit to him. And then the boy grabbed his horn. The beast howled and rushed forward. He was a top-level spirit beast, much stronger than his own kind. Axel grabbed the Nightmare's horn, denying his death with all his rage, because he had to fulfill his father's will. Meanwhile, Ariadne was in a carriage near a high tower. She was very worried about Axel. Her grandfather Solon, Simon, and Veronica were with her. Solon and Rebecca knew that Arya was Axel's patron, and the magic tower, where the map stood, was located next to the desert, so the girl could see for herself how Axel would cope with the task. Ariadne managed to stay with her grandfather for only a short time. Soon his students arrived, and Solon had to leave with them for classes. Left alone, Arya thought that Axel could not burn, so most likely he was able to tame the spirit, but could the plot have changed due to her intervention? The girl tried to arrange everything in the same way as in the original, but there were many differences. She prepared a letter for him with a little hint. In the original, Axel barely survived, and only then did he realize the peculiarity of his eyes, and the only way to hint him about it was that letter. But did he read it? After all, no matter how strong the main character is, Axel was only 12 years old. Ariadne's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden flash in the sky. A moment later, Axel appeared from there riding Nightmare. A smile lit up Arya's face, but now was not the right time to meet. Simon went to him to find out how he coped with the assignment. Arya remained inside the carriage and asked Veronica not to leave either. A huge, fiery wolf towered over Nam Simon, and after a couple of moments, Axel jumped off it. He headed towards Simon and Jalen, intending to see his master. His rage knew no bounds. He shouted Adrian's name, shouted that he knew everything. He was furious that his owner sent him on such a mission, and Ariadne just watched him with sadness in her eyes. No matter how angry the main character was, Arya could not reveal her identity. She did everything for him, but this step was too drastic, and now he is angry. At that moment, Axel fell to the ground, apparently losing consciousness from fatigue, but Ariadne was determined. This time, he would definitely not lose his sight. Simon told the girl that the guy was very dehydrated, but he just needed time, and he would definitely get better. Arya promised the assistant to double his salary if Axel recovered faster, and of course, this gave the man even more motivation to save the boy. But he was concerned that a 12-year-old boy taming Nightmare might attract unwanted attention. But Ariadne assured him that everything would be fine. The necklace, given by the Chess Association, records what happens during the tasks. If the Chess Association does some digging, they will find out everything, and then Axel may become a slave. he will not be allowed to receive the title of knight. However, Axel was able to make the first move. He has a lot to do during further assignments, and Arya can only try to help. However, she didn't know if her actions mattered, so she could only wait and watch. But time took its course, and 4 years have already passed since the nightmare was tamed. Ariadne still performed under the name of the Chess Association member, Adrian Black, while watching the growth of the main character, Axel Valentine. Lucy entered the girl's room, saying that the gentleman had invited the young lady for a walk. Ariadne turned around, and it was no longer a baby. It was already a young 12-year-old girl. But how will her fate develop next? Will she be able to change her fate and save the whole world? Or were 4 years of her efforts in vain? The story continues 4 years after Arya decided to produce the elixir. Things were looking up in the kingdom because the potion was very effective in cleaning polluted areas, and soon they would disappear altogether. And it was all thanks to the greatest development of a 12-year-old girl. A lot has changed over these 4 years. Firstly, the elixir was completely completed. When it first appeared on the black market, everyone decided that it was a lie, a dummy, and there were many rumors. But the people who tried it changed public opinion, and everyone realized that the elixir was real. People began to buy up all the supplies like crazy. Along with demand, the price also grew. But there were still many buyers. The elixir became a treasure that everyone sought to obtain, be it the temple or the royal family, and then no one doubted the effect of the elixir. One day, Arya and her grandfather, the great magician, visited the temple. On that day, they donated not food or money, but a recipe for a miraculous elixir. The temple appreciated their donation, and Arya was given the title of saint. A workshop for the production of the elixir opened around the same time, and sales began on behalf of the temple. And so, thanks to the miraculous potion, almost everyone learned about Arya. Also, during this time, there were many changes in the girl's environment. Her health returned to normal, sudden nosebleeds practically stopped. Eric, her cousin, turned 20, and although they still made fun of each other, their relationship became much warmer. On the day when the girl came to his greenhouse, he handed her a letter. It was Duke Eldir. He did not stop sending letters to his daughter. After donating the elixir recipe to the temple, he was furious. He was unable to quell rumors of abuse of his daughter, and his reputation collapsed overnight. And then he began to send letters to Arya. He either appealed to her for family affection or criticized her. He even claimed that he also had a hand in creating the elixir. These messages seemed to stab the girl in the heart every time she received them. But Eric did not want her to carry this burden alone, so he suggested reading the letter together. He looked at his sister caringly. The last thing he wanted was for her to break down after everything she had been through. The biggest change in Arya's life was that she got used to Weaver. They became a real family. They were different from the Duke of Eldir. They were loving and caring. Arya decided to trust them completely, so these letters no longer frightened her. However, from the stack of envelopes that the girl was holding in her hands, a suspicious paper covered with strange letters fell out. Eric managed to catch it before it fell to the floor and handed it to his sister. And when she saw what it was, her eyes widened in surprise. It was a wedding invitation! The girl tensed. The Duke's remarriage was briefly described in the novel. It said that many years after the loss of his wife and daughter, he fell in love again. In the letter, the man invited Arya, saying that she would brighten up this holiday with her presence. And at the bottom, there was a signature, Franz Eldir and Rita Picardo. Arya was seriously scared, because such a name, Rita Picardo, was not in the novel. It is possible that the Duke decided to find a person to replace Ariadne. In the original story, his stepdaughter became his successor after the girl died. But now that she has already left, he has no obstacles. But even if he has another child, Arya, as the eldest daughter, has more influence. And if this is the case, he will try to kill her. Her thoughts were interrupted by Eric. He asked if the girl really wanted to go to this wedding. The guy looked at his sister with care. He didn't want her to fall into any trap by deciding to go to her father. He ruffled Ariadne's hair, and although the girl did not want her hair to be ruined, she was not against such manifestations of care from her brother. Eric laughed and gave his sister a nice gold coin, She liked little shows of affection even though she pretended not to, and even now she wasn't particularly happy with the coin, but she was still glad he gave her a gift. And if Ariadne liked having her hair stroked, Eric was ready to do it every day, all to make her happy. Meanwhile, evening came. Arya prepared a whole basket of cookies and was ready to go to where she could find answers to her questions. Pi was incredibly happy to see the girl in the Library of Memories. She loved it when Arya came to her, including because of the delicious cookies that you brought with you. Pi herself had not grown a bit in all these 4 years, but now she began to speak much better, and Ariadne even gave her her old clothes. Perhaps the girl will forever remain as she is. However, Arya was interested in the question of whether there was a character named Rita Picardo in the novel, but Pi had never seen such a name in any book. Pi remembered much better about everything that happened in the novel, but perhaps the answer was in that very room behind the transparent curtain? However, the girl replied that she could find out the past and present, but she did not know about the future. She was also very concerned that information about Gloria Weaver's death continued to emerge little by little, but nothing was still completely clear. Information about Veronica was easy enough to find, but for such a long time the girl learned nothing about Gloria. And although Arya was upset that the library was not omnipotent, she hastened to assure Pi that everything was fine, and they would definitely find the information later. In the meantime, she needed something else. Information about Red Picardo. Pi immediately jumped up and ran into another room, hidden by a curtain, telling her friend not to worry. This little girl truly knew a lot. The characteristics of demons, geography, records of the suppression of labyrinths. And thanks to her knowledge, Arya was able to draw up a development plan for the main character. The association began seriously bombarding the young girl with questions after Axel became the master of the nightmare. The association is an underground slave market for aristocrats. On their missions, they were taught to kill and torture innocents. They were forced to do humiliating things. There were many things that could cause Axel to suffer and had to be avoided. Thus, the girls together made a plan for his development. But even if they themselves gave him instructions, there was always the possibility that the workload would be too great. Arya couldn't do anything about it, because it was necessary for his growth. But she was worried that it would only ruin the path of the main character. Although she was disappointed that she didn't find a better way, she was glad that the main character was developing in the same way as in the original. The chess association had a certain division by rank, and the main character became the youngest member to receive the rank of knight. The day Arya betrays Axel and rids him of the chess association, Adrian Black's role will disappear. After that, everything would depend on the protagonist, and Arya needed to be careful until that day. Meanwhile, 5 days passed. Duke Eldir got married. Ariadne was not at the celebration, and the nobles, who knew that Franz had lost custody of his daughter, took it for granted. All the Duke did was send letters of complaint to Arya. He did not take any serious action until one day. That day, a servant arrived at Ernest Weaver's with important news. Duchess Eldir arrived at the palace. She came here in a hurry, but the man did not fully believe that it was really her. Apparently, she came because of a scent refusal to attend the wedding. There was no doubt. It was definitely Rita Picardo. The servant reported that her behavior was strange because she had not even really packed her things, and there was a bloody bandage on her right hand. Ernest couldn't believe his ears. Did she really have the same wounds as Arya? The knight had previously demanded that everyone who came here from the Duke be turned away, but he could not refuse the guest in such a snowstorm, so he asked that a room be prepared for her. Soon the woman was already in the palace. Ernest, with his wife Celiana and the doctor Jalen, came to meet her, but the woman herself looked incredibly depressed. With grief in her eyes, she told the Weavers her story. He said that she really loved Franz. She knew that due to the abuse of his daughter, he lost custody of her. But when she saw his crying face, when she heard him talk about the unfair decision, she gave in to him and believed him. But she soon realized that she had done something stupid. He said that if she didn't like it, he would let her go, and then Rita said she wanted to leave. But Franz actually had no intention of letting her go. Rita burst into tears, covering her face with her hands. She was very sorry because she thought that this was true love. When Jalen examined the woman's bandaged hand, he, like the weavers, was in shock. She had the same wound as Arya. Has this madman Franz really decided to repeat everything he did to his daughter? Meanwhile, Ariadne was visiting the library. And although Rita Picardo herself was not in the novel, Pi provided her with information about the woman's family, which was collected in an almanac about the kingdom of Abi. The Picardo family was located near the lands of the Duke of Eldir. The aristocratic families formed an alliance to prevent the emergence of labyrinths, but they could not afford the construction of magical towers. And because of this, half of their lands were destroyed by pollution. It was at that time that Duke Eldir received Baron Picardo and his wife, who had lost their home, and then Rita, his only daughter, met Franz for the first time, and 5 years later they got married. That was all that Pi managed to find out. After a while, Aunt Celiana invited Ariadne to a tea party to meet Rita, and at first the girl wanted to say that she was not feeling well and decline the invitation. But then she decided that they would meet sooner or later if the woman stayed, so she greeted her with due respect. Rita was very glad to meet the girl, but literally a moment later, tears appeared in her eyes again. She did not understand how Franz could mock such a wonderful child. She was very sorry that she had not noticed his cruelty earlier. Arya thought about it. Red was about 25 years old. It turns out that her father again chose a young girl and fooled her just like her mother Gloria. According to the woman, the Duke put the same tests on her as on Ariadne. He said that he was doing it for the good of medicine, but no matter how careless he was, if his second wife died the same way as the first, people would become suspicious. The entire market was occupied by Arya's elixir, and the Duke, apparently, understood that it was useless to continue its development. But could it be that he started creating other potions? Meanwhile, while Rita was under the care of a doctor, the time had come for the expedition of the Nightly Detachment. 15 years have passed since the Great Labyrinth appeared. Then labyrinths and demons began to appear more and more often, and to make matters worse, people were faced with a cursed land that even the elixir could not cleanse. The Luoma Mountains suffered first. People were saved, but the ridge itself was completely destroyed, after which the demons headed to the Milo Mountains, which were prone to snowstorms. The weavers could not cope with this scourge. The great magician and the countess were afraid that Duke Eldir would come for Ariadne. They did not want to leave her alone, but Veronica and Eric decided to stay with her, and then the Snow Leopard Knights set off. 10 days had passed since their departure, and when Ariadne was walking around the castle with her brother, she was called out. It was Rita. She wanted to give Arya something. In the small blue bag, there was a small gift, a magic lamp. Rita said that she wanted to become a good stepmother for the girl, so she prepared her. But she didn't want to be thanked too much, so she said that she only made the pendant herself. She explained that in the Picardo family, there is a tradition according to which the mother must make a pendant with her own hands. It was a talisman for a long and happy life. Ariadne looked at the gift with surprise, and Rita thought that it was too simple a gift for a lady. But the girl understood that this woman wanted to become a real mother for her, so this gift made her very happy, and she promised that she would treasure it. And although she appreciated Rita's efforts, she could not consider her a mother, just like she couldn't consider the Duke her father. But Ariadne was going to help her because the woman was the same victim, and if they combined their testimony, then perhaps this would be enough for the Duke to be executed. But there was no hurry yet. Such a monster did not deserve to live, and the girl wondered if it would be better to watch his death in person. She wanted to grow up as quickly as possible in order to personally get even with the Duke. As night fell, Ariadne was awakened by strange sounds and her magic lamp glowed purple. The girl stood up and, as if spellbound, left her room. Veronica, who was guarding her chambers, called out to her lady, but she didn't even turn around. She continued to walk along the corridor, looking straight ahead, and Veronica was surprised by this, because even though Arya was already an adult and could go wherever she wanted on her own, she looked as if she was obsessed with something. And then the girl realized that it was true. She really was obsessed. She immediately ran after her lady, however, it was too late. Rita Picardo played a melody on the flute, and Ariadne obediently walked straight towards her. The woman realized that a sudden guest had come to her along with the girl, but the job was already done. Veronica was late. The girl screamed, instantly rushing after Arya. She could not allow herself to be taken away like this. But the girl was already unconscious. Rita was quietly humming something to her in an unfamiliar language. A moment later, when Veronica seemed to have touched the lady, both she and the red-haired woman disappeared. The girl looked at the place where the girl had just been, but now there was only black dust left there. Arya, as it turned out, was not completely asleep. She heard someone's voice, but her body seemed so heavy, and then a woman's voice told her to continue sleeping, because soon everything would be over. The girl did not want to sleep, but for some reason her eyes did not open, and then she decided to call Pi. The girl nervously shook Arya by the shoulders, begging her to wake up. She insisted that things were very bad, and the girl needed to wake up at all costs. She could not lose consciousness. Ariadne didn't even understand what Pi was talking about, because she remembered exactly how she went to bed. But the library keeper explained that, in fact, she was forcibly put to sleep with drugs. It was a mixture for sleep. The main ingredient was evening primrose leaves. They promote good sleep. But there was something else. Night oak bark. With special sound waves, it enhanced the effect of the mixture. And it was this medicine that dulled Ariadne's senses and put her to sleep. Arya had never seen Pi like this. She talked like a robot. But the girl continued, saying that the mixture was in powder form, so it penetrated through the respiratory tract. Ariadne was shocked. Did Rita really add powder to the magic lamp? The girl seemed frozen in shock. She didn't understand. Could this be the Duke's idea? The thought that everything Rita did was a lie made her feel uneasy somewhere inside her. But now was not the time to think about it. Now she needed to know where she was and what was around her, and she asked Pi to tell her everything she saw. There was cold, darkness, and an adult woman all around, but Pi couldn't see her well enough. Ariadne thought, judging by Pi's words. Not much time had passed since she fell asleep, which means it was now night. And no matter how fast the kidnapper was, she could not run far from the estate. In the worst case, her disappearance will be discovered only in the morning, but the search will begin immediately. Because Eric is called a genius of magic for a reason, he must find her. But it was still unclear why Rita kidnapped the girl. If it was because of inheritance rights, then she could have simply killed her. So the only thing Ariadne was sure of was that she needed to wake up. She needed to know if she was now tied up and if she could escape. Then Pi looked into the real world, and what she saw shocked her. She immediately rushed at Ariadne, shouting that she would die if she did not escape. There were candles around the girl, materials and tools. Apparently, a soul extraction ritual was being prepared for her. Pi knelt in front of the girl, grabbing her dress and shouting, "It's Glamis!" Glamis is an item that in the original novel was created by the Duke to extract Ariadne's soul. The main character often used it when he got his hands on it. The source of the Duke's power in the novel was the elixir, and his adopted daughter, who received the Glamis, also played a big role. So knowing the source of her power, she was completely devoted to the Duke. When Ariadne took the elixir from him, he began developing Glamis. Now it appeared earlier than in the original. To gain power through Glamis, Arya's soul was needed, and as soon as its extraction was completed, the girl would die. Pi rushed into the lady's arms, screaming and crying that if everything continued like this, Arya would die. And although the girl tried to calm the baby down, she herself understood that she could not wait for salvation. She needed to act immediately. Suddenly she realized something. She asked how she ended up in the library, because she did not teleport here. Her body was asleep. The spiritual art of the other world is a transition from spirit to soul. In other words, this is how the path to the Great Spirit is created. And the Great Spirit communicates with the soul of the elementalist, so he observes their desires. And the fact that Ariadne is now in the library was similar in principle to this process. Pi is the Great Spirit of the library, and the library is Pi's territory. And now Arya was connected to the library's spiritual channel. Pi didn't understand whether a conversation between the Great Spirit and the elementalist was really possible just like that. Direct communication with the channel was also impossible, because people are not capable of this. in which case Pai's soul would have been broken. So Arya's connection to the library is a very strange spiritual channel. And since he is not ordinary, it means that Ariadne was going through something like an out-of-body experience. She took the cutlery in her hands, but Pai still didn't understand anything because the soul is untouchable. It cannot be harmed. But Arya wanted to believe that in her case, this was an exception. She wondered if her body here was connected to the body in reality. If she did something with it now, would it affect her outside? And with these words, she pointed the tip of the knife towards her stomach. Pai immediately rushed to the girl, begging her not to do this. But it was too late. Ariadne's body was pierced by wild pain. She gritted her teeth and fell to the floor, and something seemed to change. The girl opened her eyes and realized that she was in a completely unfamiliar place. She looked ahead, wondering if anyone was there, but no one answered her. Her head was spinning. Apparently, the effects of the medicine were still not wearing off, but she was able to wake up, which was good. There was no wound on her body, which means that the injuries received in the library do not affect the real body. But now the girl needed to get out of here. She didn't understand where to go, when suddenly she heard the whistle of the wind from somewhere. Arya walked forward and found herself outside the cave. There was fresh snow under her feet, and she immediately felt cold. Ahead of her, she saw an endless mountain range, and then she realized that she could not escape from here. That's why Rita left her so carelessly, because if Ariadne goes outside in only her nightgown, she will freeze to death. The girl still had the knife she got from the library, and she wondered if she could sneak up and stab the woman. But what stopped her was that she didn't know how to use the knife. The girl was ready to despair, since she definitely couldn't get out of here. And then she remembered the main character of the novel and how long he lived in the polluted area. He was the same age as her when Arya sent him to meet the nightmare. She gave him such a test, justifying it by changing the ending so that she herself could not just give up. While the girl was collecting her thoughts, a red-haired woman approached her from behind. She was surprised because the girl, according to her forecasts, should have slept for several more days. The woman grabbed Ariadne's hand, causing her to drop the knife and not understanding where she got it from. The girl understood that it was useless to break free now. She would only waste her strength. Firmly grabbing Arya's hand, Rita dragged her back into the cave, and while they were walking, the girl confirmed her guesses. The woman poured powder into that same magic lamp and then lured her out of the room with a magic melody. The woman expected the girl to understand everything because she was unusually smart. Arya suggested that this was all the tricks of the Duke. Perhaps he was holding the Picardo family hostage and forced his wife to kidnap his daughter. But Rita replied that Franz didn't ask her for anything. It was exactly the opposite. Ariadne did not understand what the woman was talking about, and then she explained that a man like the Duke could not create the elixir. He was just a rich man, but he didn't even know how to properly treat the first family of the kingdom. He didn't know anything about magic, let alone herbalism or alchemy. Stupid Franz was not capable of such a thing, but Rita liked the idea of the elixir right away. Based on the results of the experiments, she slightly changed the ingredients and their ratio, and thus the elixir is entirely her work. She explained that Franz was only involved in creating the specific samples needed to prepare the elixir. Rita needed a child who had a talent for communicating with spirits. She was the one who gave orders to the Duke, and he did them well. He had a beautiful face, money, and power. What more could you ask for? Ariadne was not the first child. She had many brothers and sisters, 7 or 8, but every time Rita and the Duke failed. Arya, who inherited the blood of the great magician, became their only success, and experiments with her went just perfectly. The girl knew that the Duke married her mother Gloria, not because he loved her, but now that she knew the real reason, she could not believe it. Did they really want to use the child for experiments from the very beginning? The woman rudely threw Arya back into the ritual circle, saying that she was also resistant to drugs. The next moment, the vine wrapped around the girl's legs, not allowing her to move, and she understood that something needed to be done. She asked Rita, had the Duke really become her puppet and did whatever she wanted? And so it was. Franz was simply a cover for a woman to obtain wealth through the elixir. But how could the Duke trust her? Because Rita Picardo is just the daughter of a baron who looks about 25 years old. Who was she, really? To this, the woman replied that she was Rita Picardo. She is a magician who received the Black Cup. Ariadne looked at her with surprised eyes, still not believing what was happening. Those who received the Black Cup exchanged their souls for strength in a deal with the devil. They abandoned their human selves and gave up their minds and souls to the world of demons. An ordinary person could not receive the Black Cup. It fell into the hands only of those whose hearts were saturated with malice and rot, and among such people there were many magicians. To distinguish them from other wizards, the apostates were called black magicians. And since Rita was a black magician, it became clear why the Duke became like this. She has greater knowledge and power than other people. But there was one thing that Aridna could not understand. Why would a black magician create an elixir? Rita's answer was simple: to gain public recognition. She explained that the world is divided into three main forces. In short, these are labyrinths, monsters, and pollution. These are the three rulers of this world. Arya did not understand what the woman was talking about, because this did not happen in the novel. The most dangerous of all three forces is pollution. People are too careless about it. And if this continues, it will take over most of the world. Rita herself belonged to the labyrinths. Arya chuckled. Did she really join the enemies for her own gain? But the woman did not consider this weak world her enemy. For her, it was just a little entertainment. She explained that she was telling all this to Ariadne because she would soon die anyway. She was ahead of the woman with the elixir, and therefore she would have to start all over again, and the girl would become new material for her. And then Arya realized, Glamis! Rita turned around and left. She needed to finish the preparations and let the girl live a little longer. Sitting in the center of the ritual circle, entangled in a vine, Ariadne thought, she needed to remain calm because her life depended on it. She had been betrayed, but now the enemy belonged to the world of demons. In recent years, she has not experienced fear and lives surrounded by kind people and has completely forgotten about what the world really is like. The girl sighed tiredly. How did she not realize earlier that her father was connected with the world of demons? This means that the elixir is connected with demons, and Rita simply fooled the Duke around her finger. In the original, the Duke, when he was struck down by Axel, was an ordinary person. If he had been a black magician, he would have carried out a brutal massacre. But why was there no mention of Red Picardo? Such an incompetent Duke would not have been able to hire a black magician, so most likely, having received Glamis, Rita left him. Soul magic is the enemy of pollution, as soul magicians are able to create an area around themselves. This is to prevent contamination in some areas. Without soul mages, the pollution would be impossible to stop, which is why such a mage is needed to clear the labyrinth. Maybe Glamis was created to prevent pollution. But Ariadne could not allow this. She would not be some kind of ingredient for Rita. There was a snowstorm outside. Trying to escape now would be suicide. But she couldn't just sit and wait for help. She has only one way left: to unleash elemental magic. There was a reason why Arya constantly delayed revealing magic. Every soul mage had to go through a special ritual. You need to cut a magic circle on your own body and place a soul stone on it. This is a very complex ritual, after which there are often side effects. It is advisable to carry it out at least 16 years old. But if you make a mistake, the soul will be destroyed and the magician will die. And it was complete madness. But now Arya had no choice. There was another way. It was to create a channel with the Great Spirit. And Ariadne needed to send a signal until the Great Spirit was nearby. In her past life, the girl would have called it spam. And besides, great spirits are usually evil, but she hoped that he would forgive her when she told her what was really going on. Flying over the snowy forests, Ariadne heard a sound. When she looked down, she saw him, the Snow King. The girl remembered how a year ago, for her birthday, she received a book that she had long dreamed of. Ernest and Celiana remembered that Arya talked about the book about the great spirits, and found it. Before becoming a soul mage, the girl needed to study everything. There is also a great spirit in Weaver County, and she would like to conclude a contract with him. This was the 1,000-year Snow King, the great spirit residing in the Weaver Mountains. If the contract with him was made by chance, then it should be broken immediately. Several times, the Great Spirit contacted the magician through a spiritual channel and killed him. This spirit despises people and hates being associated with them. But Arya had no choice. It was the only spirit with such a disgusting character, but now it could become her salvation. Communication with another spirit carried risks, but communication with the Ice King meant instant death. Arya tried to find traces of other spirits in the forest, but in vain. But there was no one here except the Thousand-Year Snow King. However, the girl could not wait. Rita could return at any moment. She had to try to survive. The first Soul Mage begged to be saved at a critical moment. He hoped that the Great Spirit would answer him, because they say that the spirit destined for you will save your life. This is how elemental magic was born. What Arya was trying to do now was a typical ritual for making a contract with the Great Spirit. She called out to the Snow King, begging him to come to her call. Then the spirit noticed her, and she stretched her hands towards him. The channel opened, but when she looked at her palms, she was stunned. Her skin was covered with an icy crust and turned purple. The girl sank to the ground, hugging herself with her arms. She was freezing and could not control the power. In order to escape, she needed to remove the vines from her feet, because from that moment on, she was a conductor of the power of the Great Spirit. At that moment, Rita returned. She screamed, either from anger or from a lack of understanding of what this girl was doing. The girl just grinned. She would have died anyway if she hadn't tried to escape. So why did she just sit and wait for her end? Rita was indignant, because a spirit cannot be summoned without guidance. But Arya did not care how exactly she died. She could not control this power. The Great Spirit seemed to be very angry, and the girl did not understand what to do. The manual is a collection of various magical techniques. It is interpreted by the Great Spirit associated with a person, and the person already uses the techniques that he has learned. The powers of the Great Spirit are regulated automatically. This is the highest magic. In other words, a magician who is not really connected with the spirit has no power. But Arya could temporarily transfer her body to the Great Spirit and decided to take advantage of this. Rita began to draw runes, calling a spell. After all, Arya is just a child. How can you be afraid of her? The spell hung over the girl. It was barrier magic, but it was useless against Ariadne because she could adjust the power to the state of her body. She had to entrust this to the Snow King. Rita would not be able to hold the Great Spirit for long. The woman could no longer maintain the spell. It took so much strength that she had already lost consciousness. When suddenly she saw the Great Spirit himself in front of her, he towered behind Ariadne. The girl greeted the king and told Rita to run away if she did not want to die right there. The next moment, the spirit screamed, releasing a stream of deafening, frosty force outward. Rita's barriers cracked, followed by the cave walls, and she had no choice but to give up. After a while, everything calmed down. The strength of the spirit no longer raged, and only a light blizzard could be heard among the mountains. Ariadne looked around worriedly. She realized that the spirit had destroyed the cave with its roar. Rita apparently managed to escape, because even the black magician was unable to cope with the Great Spirit. Now Arya needed to close the channel, but she no longer had the strength to do so. The spirit addressed the girl apparently. He asked her a question, but she did not understand what he was saying. She did not know this language. Then the king, with one wave of his hand, imprisoned Ariadne in icy roots, not allowing her to even move. Is this really the end? And she will die like this? However, the next moment, Arya suddenly heard someone opening a channel. A familiar voice announced the synchronization of the state and the beginning of the translation. It was Pi. She joyfully turned to Arya, checking if she could hear her. The girl answered Pi, still not understanding how she could reach her. Then the Snow King tightened his grip, wrapping the ice vine even tighter around Arya, and Pi hastened to say that the spirit was now very angry and was asking how old the girl was. Arya screamed with all her might, telling the spirit her age, 12 years old. Suddenly, the spirit stopped. Pi said that it was the first time he had seen such a small magician. The next moment, the king broke the ice shackles, releasing the girl. Based on Pi's analysis, the Great Spirit was experiencing discomfort, anger, and disappointment. But to Ariadne's surprise, he said that he would forgive the girl since she was still a child. At this point, the 1,000-year Snow King severed the spiritual channel and evaporated. The cold also went away with it. Arya's hands were no longer shackled by an icy crust. She rose to her feet, but still couldn't figure out if Pi had entered her spiritual channel, just like the Great Spirit? Pi herself also didn't really understand how she did it. She was just able to join in, and that's it. And now she could watch the girl and analyze the situation. The library keeper was incredibly happy, because now she could contact Ariadne whenever she wanted. The girl herself noted that Pi's voice had changed, became calmer, but she couldn't indulge in thoughts for long. She needed to get out of here. But before going, Arya thanked her friend because she saved her life. However, the next moment, a sharp pain pierced her body and she closed her eyes. She touched her stomach with her hand and saw that her palm was very bloody and there were wounds on her body. The girl couldn't feel her legs. If she fainted, she would simply freeze to death. And now she could only hope that the search party would notice the destroyed mountain. Suddenly, Arya heard a voice saying that the Great Spirit, Greenleaf Saint, was trying to form a spiritual channel. When contact was established, the girl realized that she knew this Great Spirit. It was he who had once connected her to her mother's spiritual channel, and now he was worried about the girl's condition. He was willing to transfer energy to her through a spiritual channel, and Arya happily agreed. The Great Spirit transferred part of its energy to her, and the cold immediately disappeared, and the girl became warm around her, like in summer. He also changed the territory. Trees grew around. Grass and bushes with flowers covered the ground. The Great Spirit was happy. He empathized with the girl, but was glad that she was saved. He knew who she was from the very beginning. Arya sat down on the grass near the tree. Flowers surrounded her everywhere, and finally she felt very warm. And although the Great Spirit's special skill could keep her condition normal, now the girl needed to rest. Meanwhile, Veronica was in full search of her lady. She understood that if the kidnapper escaped with the help of magic, then he could not go far. Eric also joined the search. He told the girl that the Snow Leopard Knights had already gone to the neighboring village, and Veronica should have waited until they finished the search. But the girl didn't understand how she could wait, because she was her personal knight. Ariadne gave her her first elixir. Veronica was there when the girl received the title of saint. Every year they exchanged gifts. The lady became a new, real family for her. If she lost everything again, it would be like going back to her childhood. If Ariadne gets hurt, she definitely won't be able to forgive herself. Suddenly, while Veronica was riding her horse to personally find her lady, a voice came from her earring. He said that the search was over. He also added that due to interference, they took a little longer. But the girl did not understand what kind of interference she was talking about. Eric spoke to her. He was flying astride a large snow eagle, reporting that black magic had taken place in Arya's abduction, and later they would need to find out more about it. The young man said that the girl should be somewhere on the southeastern slope, and now they were heading there. But Veronica was going to get there before them, especially since she was not far from this place, and even though there could be a black magician there, she was not going to wait for reinforcements. As the girl approached her destination, she saw a green grove in the middle of the snow-capped mountains. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was an area created by a soul mage. There are those who never approach soul magicians, and these are black magicians. Great spirits are hostile to everyone who has touched the black cup, because these people will never be able to become soul magicians. They have nowhere to take spiritual strength from, so they join the world of demons. If there is a soul mage here, then most likely there was a fight going on with a black mage right now. The lady was there and Veronica had to hurry! Soon she rode a horse into a clearing, but she did not know what the magician's reaction would be to her entering his area. Suddenly, the branches of the tree leaned towards the path, as if showing Veronica the path. But where did it lead? The girl decided to go where the trees pointed her, and soon she came out onto a small green field, bathed in the sun, in the middle of which lay Ariadne. Veronica immediately rushed to her lady. She did not understand where the black magician was, why he left her. The girl was horrified to see that Arya's clothes were covered in blood, and began to shake her, trying to bring her to consciousness. But the girl seemed to be in a deep sleep. Her eyelids were very heavy. And when she managed to open her eyes a little, she saw the silhouette of Pi in front of her. The keeper was very glad to see her, but Ariadne still did not understand how she ended up in the library. While Pi was telling her how much she was afraid for her, the girl managed to note that she seemed to have matured. It was true. This happened after Pi connected to Arya's spiritual channel. Perhaps this happened due to the fact that she became her guide. The girl was a little surprised because she thought that the library keeper would never grow up. But now it happened so suddenly. Pi was a little embarrassed, thinking that she looked strange. But Arya rushed to reassure her because she didn't mean it. But now she was wondering what gender Pi was, because when she was little, she looked like a girl. But now Arya wasn't sure how to address her. Pi only invited her to think for herself whether she should be a boy or a girl. Ariadne thought for a bit and decided that it was better for her to be a girl. After that, Pi approached her and kissed her tenderly on the cheek, saying that if Arya thought she was a girl, then so be it. The keeper explained with a smile that it depended on the wishes of the little lady, because she was the only one who could get into this library. Ariadne was a little embarrassed because she usually kissed Pi herself, but now that they were the same age as her, it was strange. And as it turned out, initially Pi did not have a gender, and she chose it only out of concern for Arya. But the girl was still interested in what happened to her, and then Pi said that Veronica found her. Eric arrived a little later. He had already picked up his little sister and returned her to the estate. They had already begun the decision, and Pi moved the girl here so that she would not be hurt. But now she should return, because everyone was worried about her. But Arya had one last question. She was wondering what the power of the guide was, but Pi herself didn't really know that. Then the girl asked if the library keeper could always be her guide, and she happily agreed. Moreover, she had already found a bunch of useful literature that would help her become a better guide. Ariadne thought that Pi would be too overzealous, but the girl said that she still had nothing to do here. Then Arya remembered that Pi couldn't even leave the library. She didn't need sleep. Reading was her only entertainment, and so day after day, the girl could not imagine how bored she was, so she decided to figure out how to keep her friend busy. The role of her guide could become a kind of game for Pi, and it would also be worth bringing her goodies and new clothes more often. At this point, the girls said goodbye, wishing each other good luck. It was time for Ariadne to wake up. Opening her eyes, the girl exhaled in relaxation, realizing that she was in her room. Eric was sitting on the bed next to her, and when he realized that his sister had woken up, he smiled softly at her and moved closer. He was very glad to see Arya okay, and was about to put his hand on her cheek, preparing to wipe away her tears, but the girl had no intention of crying. But Eric's hands were shaking. Something was clearly bothering him. He asked if Arya could move her fingers, and although they were badly damaged by frostbite, she assured him that everything was fine. He hit himself on the forehead because it was already clear that she was in pain. Why did he even ask? He demanded that his sister promise that if she was hurt, she would not tell him that everything was okay. And moreover, he intended to make sure that no one else could hurt her. His annoyed expression quickly changed to a regretful one. He felt very bad for not noticing Rita targeting her sister. Arya was surprised because she thought that now Eric would ask her about everything that happened to her. But the brother just smiled and told the girl to gain strength. The fact is that he has already caught the kidnapper. Unfortunately, he could not prevent the kidnapping of his sister, but he could not help but catch the culprit. Arya was surprised because it was a very risky move. She clearly underestimated Eric. The girl thought about it. She always understood that her brother was an amazing person. In the novel, he was the companion of the main character. Some things changed, but at the time of the events of the novel, he was about 28 years old. But even at the age of 20, he already had amazing abilities. What about Rita Picardo? He was going to conduct the interrogation when his grandfather returned. Conducting it alone is fraught, because as soon as he looked at a woman, he immediately wanted to kill her. Now Eric advised Arya to relax and let the adults deal with Rita and Duke Eldir, but the girl immediately told them not to touch him. Eric wondered if his sister really wanted her father to get away with everything, but Arya explained that Rita was a black magician, so the Duke could simply say that he was a victim of her influence. It will be difficult to punish him officially. All charges will be pinned on the Black Magician. The goal of Black Magicians is the destruction of the world, not its conquest, since demons do not touch only those who have received the Black Cup. In other words, they kill all the loved ones of the one who received the cup, but Duke Eldir remained alive, which is very strange. This makes him a victim in the eyes of society. Ordinary people are not even aware of the factions in the world of magic. In addition, if you remember, it is immediately clear that the elixir is an invention of the demon world. If ordinary people knew about it, they would not trust it. But Ariadne was more bothered by the fact that this woman killed so many children for the sake of this potion. She once again asked to leave the Duke alone, explaining that this would cause them unnecessary stress trying to deal with her problems. Eric was about to argue that there was no point in belittling them when Arya immediately interrupted him. She wanted to deal with him herself when the time came. Ariadne had to turn 18 before she could inherit the title, and until then she needed the Duke to live quietly. If they prove that Duke Eldir is connected with Black Magicians, then he will be called a traitor to humanity. The sooner he is executed, the better, and everything he has will disappear. The royal family will get the most money, and relatives will tear each other's throats for the right to care for the minor Arya. But in order for Arya to seize the dukedom, he must remain alive until the girl officially inherits the title. Eric was pleasantly surprised. At such a young age, his sister had already learned not to give in to emotions. And the more he watched her, the more he liked her. So he promised to convey her words to his parents and grandfather. The guy was about to get up to bring his sister something to eat, when suddenly she stopped him. She stated that she could now communicate with spirits. The girl had heard that her mother used the Greenleaf Saint for training, and now she needed to do the same. Eric chuckled. He still couldn't get used to how incredible his sister was. After eating, Arya broke the lamp that Rita gave her. It contained medicine. It was taken away for study without telling the girl anything. The rope was indeed tied according to the Picardo tradition, but all her words were a lie. That day, Arya was delighted and even believed Rita for a moment. But she shouldn't have done this. She was too used to what a wonderful Weaver family was. For a long time, she was surrounded only by loving people. But she needed to stop trusting others. She wouldn't allow herself to be hurt again. Looking at the pendant burning in the fireplace, she wondered if she would succeed. At that moment, Veronica entered her room. Ariadne was informed that she had fallen during training. The girl hastened to explain, attributing everything to simple overwork. The lady could not believe that ordinary fatigue had such an effect on her, an elemental knight. In fact, Veronica thought she wasn't strong enough. Although Arya considered her the strongest of the knights, the girl only cared about the fact that she could not protect her lady. The girl did not blame her at all for her abduction, but Veronica stood her ground. She realized too late that Arya was being controlled and could not even hurt Rita. She wouldn't be able to compete with a black mage, but she still considered herself useless because since she became a spiritual knight, she had not had any serious injuries, so she thought that she would be able to handle a lot. But she failed to protect Ariadne. She believed that the lady almost died because of her weakness, and therefore she needed to become stronger. Realizing that Veronica couldn't be freed from her guilt that easily, Arya said that she had a way to make her stronger. The girl was ready for anything, and then Ariadne told her that during this procedure she could die. Veronica didn't understand what her lady meant, but Ariadne only told her that if she really wanted to become strong, she needed to trust the girl, and she would show her the way. Meanwhile, time passed. Arya made a fortune from the elixir, and then she and Simon had a lot of work. They also decided to create a group of mercenaries subordinate only to Ariadne, and thus the Dawn Squad was born. Arya ordered them to go in search of useful items and information that appeared in the novel. Among what was found was a clue about the power received by the one who betrayed the main character. And then the girl decided to tell about this to the knight, who was about to go into the Great Labyrinth. Ariadne explained that this is a map of the pollution area in the south of Desamrin. There is a large pond with a bunch of monsters around, so Veronica should be prepared for this. When she reaches the pond, she will need to open the first letter, When to print the second, she will understand herself, but the last letter needs to be read only in a moment of serious danger. The girl assured that if Veronica trusted her, she would become stronger. However, she understood that the knight knew nothing about those places, so Arya's words might seem like nonsense to her. But Nika immediately informed her lady that she was ready. The girl was ready to go on a mission right away, but Arya stopped her because her life was at stake. She had to think about everything. But Veronica only replied that her lady was the smartest person she had ever met, so she trusted her completely. However, Ariadne understood that she was only pretending to be smart. If not for the library and memories from a past life, she would be nothing. Then Veronica explained that she did not mean intelligence. She believed that dry knowledge is not so important in life, but Arya always knew what to do in any situation, and this was much more important. The girl considered her lady to be kind and understanding, who loved to give her all. She always tried to do something for others, despite the fact that she covered it up with the fact that she herself was benefiting from it. However, Veronica understood that this was only what she was trying to convince herself of. However, Ariadne's dedication bore fruit not only for herself. The girl was pleased to hear such words, but she asked again if Veronica was afraid that she would have to go through many trials. But the girl was adamant. She would pass all the tests in any case, and her lady would decide whether it was in vain or not. Arya was surprised by how much Veronica trusted her. The reason she gave Nike a chance was because she had to join her in the Great Labyrinth, so she decided to trust her. However, she understood the reason for this trust. If she doesn't open up to anyone, she will never experience pain. But if she needs to gain someone's trust, she must trust first. At this point, Arya thanked Nika and felt that the world, although just a little, had become a better place. After some time, the Order of the Snow Leopard returned. Eric informed everyone about Ariadne's abduction. He and his grandfather continued the interrogation, but did not receive any useful information. Rita Picardo was executed. Winter came to Weaver County. Arya began to help the main character under the name Adrian Black, because in order to survive, she had to change the ending. In the process, she used all the information that was available to her, and she even began to feel that it was selfish of her to allow the main character to suffer. But the more Arya watched him, the more she saw changes. Something strange was happening to many objects from the original. Of course, she did not expect that she would be able to keep all the useful things near Axel, but many of the items that came to her had nothing in common with the original, and she allowed them to break and threw them away. It was like a chess game, and the girl felt that what she was doing was disgusting. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. She needed time to completely complete the plan. She needed to focus on Axel's growth. He definitely needed to live, so that in the future she and Ariadne would conquer the Great Labyrinth, because he is the main character of the novel. Meanwhile, 3 years have passed. Axel was on another mission in a contaminated area. His partner, a pink-haired man, considered this task strange because any order of the organization had to be completed at any cost. But this time, everything was different. He believed that this mission was simply impossible. The man turned to Axel, who was already 19 years old, and asked him to quit this mission. Since the guy came here, he's already realized that the task is really strange. The contaminated area left after the next labyrinth has already absorbed 12 teams of daredevils, and in the very depths of this area is the remaining core. They needed to find some objects. There was no need to even approach the labyrinth, and it seemed that the assignment was quite reasonable. But as soon as the men arrived, they saw hordes of monsters. They slept barely 3 hours a day, and some of their partners died. Just recently, another one of their team fell, leaving only Axel and his partner. Having met the next monster, the man was already ready that it was his turn. But Axel scorched the monster with his sword, summoning a terrifying fire. In a calm voice, he asked his partner to move away and protect the bags of supplies. Then he turned back to the monster and immediately rushed at it. Soon there was an explosion. A column of flame went far into the sky, and it was clear that after this blow, the monster definitely did not survive. When it was all over, the pink-haired man was still perplexed. This task meant inevitable death. And if he had known this at first, he would definitely have refused. Why weren't they warned that it would be so terrible? Axel was sure that the owner had a reason to give him such a task. The man just grinned, because a man with the last name Black could only be interested in money. Did Axel think he wouldn't leave him? Ever since Adrian Black began removing the pieces one by one, the young man even began to hate him. Until a certain time, he gave absurd tasks, forced him to clear buildings where there was no one anyway, and Axel thought that this would continue. But everything changed when he completed the last such mission. One guy attacked him, saying that Axel would never be free if he stood still. He did not understand why the owner singled him out. He believed that he was just lucky. Until then, Axel did not realize the fact that Adrian Black gave freedom to the pieces, because by entrusting very difficult tasks, it was as if he was playing some kind of game. He carefully and skillfully removed the organization's pieces from the board. And as a result of this delicate work and Adrian's constant support, after 6 years, Axel remained his only piece. He had his tough days, but he always wanted to achieve more. He studied geography, history, languages, and everything else that could be useful to him in the future. Later, he was provided with an extremely useful elixir. But what interested him most was how Adrian found out about his birthday. Every year, Axel received a variety of gifts, from books to weapons. He could not understand the reason for such kindness and care. For each task, Adrian gave him a letter containing advice in case of unforeseen circumstances. They helped him every time, so he was sure of one thing for sure. The owner would not have sent him to certain death. This mission definitely meant something. Axel's partner once again asked him to go back, but the young man did not seem to listen. Black's goal is not to make money with it. He is trying to achieve something more complex. If Axel ever became free, it would be only by Adrian's goodwill, and he was sure that the owner would not demand anything in return. But he did not want to go against his father's words. He told him that no matter what your relationship with a person is, whether he is your enemy or your friend, always return to him what you owe. But if he becomes free, will he be able to return to Adrian everything that he gave him? Axel didn't understand why he was pouring his soul into this, but didn't even come to see him. As he walked across the polluted ground, he couldn't stop wondering about his master's personality and motives. When the men stopped for a short rest, Axel's partner again suggested that he abandon the task, but he was categorically against it. The pink-haired man did not understand, because it was not a lack of food and water, because even high-level magicians often did not return from the labyrinths, let alone ordinary nights. The labyrinth has already disappeared, but monsters continue to appear, and there was only one explanation for this. The core is still intact. 12 squads had already died there, so the man just wanted not to end up like them. After all, if the core is truly intact, then once they cross the line of the former labyrinth, there will be no way back for them. The man begged Axel to return, but he thought that he still had the letter in case of danger, and he was not going to give up. He did not understand how he could be so loyal to his master and sacrifice his life for him. After all, as soon as he no longer needs Axel, he will simply throw him out and replace him with someone better. Even if Axel is strong and respected, he is just a piece that can be used for a successful game. But the guy only turned away from his partner, saying that he could leave alone. In the end, the man did not leave, and when they stopped for a rest, he declared that his defense was weakening. People with spirit can easily protect themselves in a polluted area. This oddity distinguishes them from ordinary people and often helps them out in difficult situations. But if the defense goes down, nothing will help, and moreover, Axel was wounded in the last battle and did not feel well. As soon as he told his partner to be careful, he heard a strange sound. The man rushed at him, and Axel barely had time to put his sword in front of him. The pink-haired man's eyes turned red. He was going crazy, because if you fall asleep while the defense is weak, the pollution will enslave the mind. Then Axel wondered if it would be easier to kill him right away. But he quickly dismissed this thought. His partner was a coward, but still worried about him. There must have been another way to rid him of his madness. When the man was stunned, Axel pulled out a bottle of elixir and walked towards him. He forced him to drink a potion. It was just enough to heal his partner. Soon the man came to his senses, not fully understanding what happened to him. Axel handed him his bag of supplies and told him to wait for him here, and he would go on the task alone. The pink-haired man was surprised that he didn't leave any food for himself, but Axel assured him that he already had everything he needed. The man was surprised because it was an inventory, a terribly expensive spatial artifact. Had the owner really given it to him? But Axel knew that he did not give this thing to him directly. He read about her in one of his master's letters and soon found her during a mission. In fact, Adrian had many subordinates, and Axel did not understand why he got the equipment. He then found the necklace too, and Simon told him that he could keep it since it wasn't on the list of items required for the quest. Axel didn't know if he could really take everything that the owner allowed him to take. Simon just grinned and warned that in the future, this necklace might break due to the terrifying fire. An unusual building brought the young man out of his memories. It was that same labyrinth, and its core, according to the map, is located underground. When Axel walked inside, he was surprised because he thought that the place would be full of monsters. But the place was absolutely quiet. Coming closer, he saw the body of the demon. He was dead. Axel didn't expect to stumble upon an already dead monster in a place like this. Looking for the core, he climbed up. In fact, this body was a little alarming to him. Why was it even here? Most likely, this monster was the protector of the labyrinth core. If it is dead, then the core must also be destroyed. Axel didn't like the fact that there were no small monsters here at all, and if the labyrinth was not destroyed, the pollution would continue to grow. But something was wrong here. The core was destroyed, but the essence was still inside. While Axel was thinking that it should have dried out long ago, an incomprehensible sound came from behind him. Turning around, he saw some strange matter closing the door leading outside. The same guy threw his sword at her, trying to stop the matter, whatever it was. He knew that everything was not so simple. No one had looked into the destroyed labyrinth for so long. But now, when the path to escape was blocked, the long-awaited victim was driven into a trap. And the powerful demon, who has been starving for a long time, will finally taste food. Axel realized this labyrinth was a trap. He was lured here to be eaten by a demon, but who could have known that he would encounter him here? Seeing the monster's dismembered body, he decided that the previous troops had done it, but it must have been the work of the demon himself. It was an insect demon. Small demons like these pose no danger, but once they start feeding and growing, they become bloodthirsty creatures. Given the amount of mucus, Axel's fire spells won't help here, and his sword is stuck and rendered useless. Now he had to think of something before the demon swallowed him. And then he remembered the letter. It was supposed to help in a difficult situation, but when Axel unfolded it, his soul seemed to fall into his heels. Only one phrase was written on the black paper: "Don't come back alive." The guy clenched his teeth in anger. He had come so far, and his master wanted him dead. He immediately remembered his partner's words that this task meant certain death, and how he did not believe him then. Axel furiously crumpled the black paper of the letter in his hands. All this time, he was grateful to Adrian Black. He did not even think that he would wish him death. But the guy was not going to die here at his behest. He fought against a monster that even the strongest elementalist could not defeat. However, he did not know how to defeat him, because the demon had grown to such a size due to polluted water. But if you lure him into a trap, he will be able to surround him with flames, and then the monster will burn, because even the most agile demon will not be able to get out of such a cage. Axel thought, if there was no mockery in this letter, if it were similar to the previous ones, what would be written there? After all, Adrian always used his sharp mind. He told Axel how to turn the situation to his advantage. His words were like a prediction. The guy once again read the phrase written in the letter, and then images of the elixir flashed through his mind. At that moment, he understood everything. His owner really had a gift. At the moment, Axel has a huge supply of elixir. He was given more flasks than usual when he was sent on this mission. The elixir is a magical cure for pollution, but will it work on an infected demon? If Adrian was able to foresee this and provided Axel with the elixir for this reason, then the letter was not needed to make him give up. This was another test prepared for Axel, and perhaps if he passed it, he would be worthy of meeting his master. Meanwhile, in a clearing on the top floor of the labyrinth, Ariadne settled down with Veronica. Axel had been inside the labyrinth for several hours. In order to secretly observe his test, Arya infiltrated the contaminated area of the labyrinth with the help of Veronica's shadow butterfly. She found it 3 years ago. When she agreed to take the test, the butterfly became her second elemental spirit. Now Veronica is different from the rest because she has 2 spirits in her power at once. Such a miracle could only happen if a person had exorbitant talent and determination. According to the plot of the original novel, the main character will defeat the monster in 4 hours, so Pai mentally suggested that Arya take a break and eat. But the girl couldn't even think about food, because in the original Axel barely survived, and she also gave him such a nasty letter. She already wanted to help him, but Pai, who had grown up over all these years, warned her that in this case the probability that the protagonist would understand her was 95%. But Arya was still worried that he might make some mistake. She was only reassured by the thought that she had prepared a plan in case the hero failed. When she was deciding how to develop Axel, she tried to stray as far from the original as possible, but she had a backup plan. In case Axel Valentine goes overboard, if he strays too far from his original version. But this plan was very dangerous, so Ariadne hoped that everything would go as expected. She was pulled out of her thoughts by sounds coming from the forest. It was Axel's partner. He was wandering around the clearing in search of a way out. And this was surprising, because in the original, by that moment, everyone was dead. Pai confirmed that by dawn there were only 5 people left. Later, one was ambushed. 2 died from the flames. 2 more went crazy and Axel killed them. Arya didn't know how he was able to survive, but it was good. Veronica also noted that one person would not affect the development of the story in any way, and he had to be pulled out before the main character returned. However, at this moment, Pai reported that something unexpected had happened. The main character moved! Apparently he was leaving the labyrinth. Axel himself, walking along the cave corridors, thought that the battle was so easy that he almost fell asleep. The idea of attacking with the elixir worked. The insect's body began to melt as soon as the elixir touched it. The monster got smaller and smaller and eventually became very tiny. And then it's time to crush him. Axel also managed to get his sword back. As he emerged from the maze, he reflected on the fact that he had finally completed this task. At that moment, a blade flew towards his face. The guy barely had time to dodge, receiving only a scratch on his cheek. It was his partner, apparently. He went crazy again, deciding to attack Axel, but something was wrong. Someone changed the trajectory of his attack. However, the guy managed to react. And before the pink-haired man could swing for another blow, he was already knocked to the ground. Axel held him tightly by the clothes. The man's eyes did not look mad, but he just silently looked ahead. Then Axel summoned the spirit. His hands lit up with fire. Perhaps this will make the man speak. He couldn't call the spirit back, because that way he wouldn't be able to protect his body. But apparently, he wasn't going to respond in a good way. But before Axel had time to increase the flow of power, the man screamed. It was all about the young man's inventory. He wanted to sell it, and then he could live in luxury. There would be no dirty work. But now he tried to turn it into a joke, saying that the boy simply shouldn't have shown such expensive things to everyone, and that this situation was just a warning. Axel just grinned. Did he really look so soft-hearted because he allowed his partner to live only because he cared about him? But as soon as the advantage appeared, he immediately decided to kill the guy, so he had no reason to leave him alive. Soon, all that was left of the man was ashes, and then a golden-haired stranger in a mask appeared in front of the guy. He didn't know who she was, but he realized that she was a short girl. Morning glory bloomed under her feet, thus revealing the elementalist's territory. He suddenly remembered how his former partner suddenly redirected his attacks. It could very well have been the work of this girl, but Axel did not sense any hostility in her. Then he asked the stranger who she was. But Arya herself at that moment was overcome by strange thoughts. For the first time, she saw a person burning alive. But now she was not alone. Pai always kept the channels active, so the great spirits were watching her. She changed her voice with a special drug, so now she needed to calm down and do what she had to do. Then she mustered all her will to put on a cold face and told Axel that she told him not to come back alive. The guy was very surprised. Could it really be Adrian Black, his master? Arya asked him again why he came back. The girl had to say Robert Black's line correctly. She had to make Axel feel betrayed. Then the girl said that she simply did not want to kill him with her own hands, and he should have understood this and died. The next moment, she waved her hand, and a space of water formed under Axel's feet. She called upon the Great Spirit White Purity. He was interested in this action, so he allowed the use of its power. White Purity is the spirit of the North Sea. As soon as a person falls within the range of his attack, he begins to suffocate, and his blood freezes. When Axel realizes that Adrian Black is really trying to kill him, he decides to use terrifying fire. Then Arya will suppress the flames and bring him to the brink between life and death. This was the scenario of betrayal and the reason why she came here. As in the original, Ariadne used several figures for this, the first being Axel's comrades. The girl could use a clever technique with which she could combine the powers of two great spirits. It was impossible to defend and attack at the same time, so it was difficult for Axel to resist. But Arya understood that the hero needed to become stronger. Now he was slowly suffocating. Unable to move, however, Pi reported that he was not trying to move at all. Arya didn't understand what was happening, but she hoped that he would understand what needed to be done in the water, because he had trained many times in conditions where it was necessary to use fire. But time passed, and Axel did nothing. Then Pi reported that he had reached the limit of time for which a person can hold his breath. Axel needed to attack Ariadne immediately. Otherwise, if things continue like this, he will die in 1 minute. The girl hoped for a better outcome. Because he is an elemental knight, his body must withstand more than the body of an ordinary person. But Pi said that the remaining time had already been calculated, taking into account the fact that he was an elemental knight, and the protection of the fire spirit was not very helpful in breathing in water. Arya didn't understand why he gave up. Would he really die like this? If Axel dies now, he will not be able to regress. He will gain the ability to manipulate time only after visiting Labyrinthos, the old capital of Crete. But there was less and less time left. 10 seconds. The girl's hands were shaking. She mentally begged the young man to do something. There were 4 seconds left, but the surface of the water was still calm. No one was swimming out. With only 1 second left, Arya canceled the spell, removing the water in which Axel was drowning. The guy suddenly found himself in a green clearing. He was coughing, trying to catch his breath, but the effect of the spell was too strong. He lost consciousness and fell limply on the grass, and Ariadne immediately rushed to him. Pi analyzed his vital signs. The main character was now fainting. His body was struck by the active water element. However, his breathing returned to normal, and all his vital signs returned to normal. And then Arya breathed a sigh of relief. A little later, looking at her mask, she wondered why Axel didn't resist. Because if he died, she would have to fight alone. He must have believed that the girl wouldn't kill him, and that was very reckless of him. To him, Ariadne had to be the one who gave harsh tasks without ever appearing in person. And even if in his eyes she became his second father, and he decided that he could rely on her, he still shouldn't treat her like that. She even sent him a letter in which she wished him death. So why did he still believe her? Ariadne expected that she would receive his trust, because the main character clearly understood that he was treated in a special way, but she didn't think he would trust a man who would try to kill him. The girl gently touched the guy who was lying unconscious, silently noting how much he had grown. She had always imagined him as a gloomy and tired guy, but now that she had met Axel in person, he made a completely different impression on her. It seemed like it was better than seeing him just tired. But Arya felt that she was overprotective of him, because she wasn't pretending like Robert when she praised him, so this development seemed quite justified. Robert pretended to be a good-natured man, and then sent Axel into the lair of hungry monsters. The guy devoted himself completely to Robert, but the mistrust between them remained. It reminded Ariadne of the times when she blindly followed the Duke of Eldir, thus trying to see her mother again. Plus, even without seeing Axel in person, she always cared about him much more than Robert did in the original. This is probably why he trusted Arya, and the girl believed that by doing this, she had spoiled the main character. In the novel, he does not trust anyone, and for this reason, he was never possessed. But in the future, it will be difficult for him, because even despite the great danger, he did not resist. And with such weakness, he will not survive. Arya understood that Axel had changed, and if she tried to return to the events of the original, there would be even more problems. But she had another way. She would have to take the main character out of the story. Not long ago, while Arya and Pi were studying Rita, they learned about what the demon faction was looking for, and thanks to Pi's knowledge, the information they found crossed all boundaries. Using spiritual techniques, strength, power, wealth, and time, surpassing the main character, Ariadne will be able to destroy the Great Labyrinth without him. Axel's ability to regress is a dangerous process that destroys the laws of the world, so it is better not to use something like that at all. She understood that she should have moved to another plane. It would be better for her to destroy the labyrinth herself. She felt that she should have chosen this path from the very beginning. In this world, Axel is already considered an adult, but a boy who is not even 20 years old cannot cope with the events of the original. Without thinking twice, Arya called Veronica, and she appeared that very second, leaving behind a trail of dark aura. Her ability to turn into a shadow was truly incredible. Ariadne ordered her to take Axel north and gave her a bottle of powder to put the guy to sleep if he suddenly woke up. It was similar to Rita's powder, but the girl used different ingredients, so this substance simply makes a person sleep soundly without causing any side effects. Arya told Nika to take him to the icy labyrinth forest. If the girl goes there on a shadow butterfly, the journey won't take much time. She also mentioned that she needed to visit Aunt Rebecca before returning. She had some business there. Having received all the necessary instructions, Veronica immediately set off, taking Axel with her. And Ariadne looked after them. She thought that Axel had received a second spirit in the northern labyrinth. But now, it didn't matter. While the guy was there, Arya had to stabilize the chess association, because if she continues to openly help Axel, her secret will sooner or later be revealed. The icy forest labyrinth where Axel ends up is a place where you can get lost for months, but small peoples live there and will welcome the guest with cordiality. Their villages are surrounded by snow and ice, so there can be no fire. They don't care about the power that Axel has, so he can make friends. In the original, the hero returned to take revenge on Robert, but now he can just stay there. From now on, he could live as he wished, and Arya hoped that Axel would be happy there. Once the girl also suffered, but now her life has completely changed. Ariadne wanted Axel Valentine to finally be able to live a happy life, and she herself would change the end of the story. Lost in her thoughts, the girl again found herself in the library, where Pi, who already looked like an adult, was already waiting for her. Arya was very happy to meet her friend. She noticed that he had become even taller. After deciding to become a man, he began to grow at an amazing rate. However, Pi was overcome by doubts. He even wanted to become a girl again. It seemed to him that Arya disliked him because of his height, but the girl hastened to dispel his doubts because she liked him in any form. Then Pi reached out to Ariadne's face, intending to kiss her on the cheek as usual, but the girl stopped him, covering his lips with her hands. It seemed to her that now that he looked different, it was all a little strange. The next moment, Pi's body began to emit a bright light, and Arya knew what that could mean. Pi changed her gender again, and now she looked like an adult girl. She understood that Arya liked her better in this form, and for her, this was the most important thing. And although Ariadne tried to explain that she had nothing against P-Boy, the library keeper understood that her friend was not shy about her in the form of a girl. But it was time to move on to important matters, and Arya reminded Pi of her last request. She asked Pi to find someone who could take on the role of the main character. They went against the original, so they wouldn't be able to get Axel into the Great Labyrinth, but they still had to get there somehow. So Arya had to decide who would challenge the Great Labyrinth instead of the main character. She asked Pi to find a candidate for the empty protagonist's position, and she was able to come up with a list using information from the novel and the library archives, so they could check the candidate's future achievements. Among them, there was one. He seemed the best option. He had a lot of experience behind him, as well as useful skills. It was Ludwig Blair, an elemental knight with red eyes, like the main character. In his achievements and career, he was characterized by selfishness, which means that he would not refuse the opportunity to become a hero, because it would be easier for a person who does not have feelings in the future, and Ludwig's red eyes would be useful during the conquest of the Great Labyrinth. Arya thought it wasn't in the original, but Pi found it and even provided the exact page with information about it. In the novel, people mocked Ludwig, saying that even a member of the royal family would have been abandoned if he had been born with red eyes. Pi explained that the boy was an abandoned member of the royal family, and many of his traits marked him as an elemental knight. And also, if you follow all the rules, you can use more than one spirit. For the first time in the history of the elemental knights, the main character who successfully concluded a contract with the Great Spirit disappears. But in order for the elemental knight to be able to go into the Great Labyrinth, he must have at least 3 spirits. The talented Veronica had 2 of them, but Ludwig will be able to subjugate more if he has the right conditions and environment. However, it was unclear whether Ludwig Blair could be trusted at all, since it would be very bad if he decided to betray Arya before she achieved her goal. However, Pi said that there was no need to worry about betrayal and advised the girl to check page 220. The knight mentioned in that part trusts Ludwig. He is not a traitor, and he had experience overcoming a spiritual curse. Arya didn't understand how she could not include him in the list of allies earlier if he was able to lift the curse, and then Pi showed her the assessment of the main character. There was low compatibility. In the original, Axel assessed compatibility with his red-eyed fellow knight, and it turned out to be very low, because the main character turned out to be much stronger than him. It turns out that Ludwig would have become a hindrance in the Great Labyrinth, but now he has become the ally they most need. Ludwig himself was currently in the capital. He had received the title of Baron from the royal family for saving the prince's life, but he did not assume any land holdings, so he probably lives in the capital. And Arya understood that this was for the best, because they could supposedly accidentally meet him at the event, namely at the girl's debut. Since the advent of the Cursed Lands, social society has diminished, and large banquets have not been possible, but in order to maintain a positive attitude, luxurious gatherings are sometimes held. Therefore, every autumn, the royal family gathers children from noble families who celebrate their 16th anniversary. A debut ball is organized for them. All people from noble families who are under 29 years old must also be present there, which means that 22-year-old Ludwig will also appear at the meeting. At this point, Arya thanked Pi, but the Guardian looked depressed. She still couldn't find out anything about Gloria Weaver's death. Just recently, it turned out that Pi could not find any information about the death of Arya's mother. She expected this, but it was still difficult for her to come to terms with it. Nevertheless, she tried not to despair. The girl believed that Pi would one day find some clue. But the fact remained that there were no records of her mother's death, but the Duchess died from pollution, and it was strange that this was not recorded. Then there was another option. Someone could deliberately erase the records about her. Arya thought that maybe she could find a witness to her mother's death, and then it dawned on her. Pi might have found some clue about the witnesses. After all, when Arya was locked in the classroom, mourning Gloria helped her, and after that, the girl did not go there. But what if it was her mother's spiritual magic? Gloria used spiritual spells until her death, and the green stems that gave Ariadne strength were those very witnesses. Pi was not sure whether the Great Spirit would agree to testify, because they do not interfere in human affairs. But even if the Great Spirit wouldn't confirm anything, they could figure out a way to look into his memories and show them to others, and Pi promised to find a way to do that. They had no other leads, but if they succeeded, they would learn the truth about Gloria's death. Arya decided that Duke Eldir could live until then, but she would definitely find the truth that he had hidden and reveal it. Meanwhile, the day of the ball arrived. The guests whispered that Duke Eldir would not be present at his daughter's debut. Everyone said that he tried not to glow because of his connection with black magic. And while the girls were discussing the Duke, one of the women looked around the crowd of guests, and then she saw something that shocked her. Someone with red eyes came to the palace! On the young man's shoulder sat a small blue spirit. It was a water spirit. He looked at the people around with interest. A young man came out to meet the guest, greeting young Mr. Ludwig. The blonde bowed, expressing respect for the wishes of the future ruler Abahel to greet him. It was indeed him, Baron Ludwig Blair, the elemental knight. The dark-haired man was even a little surprised by such a formality, because the knight was a real hero who saved people's lives. He noted that today, many extraordinary personalities gathered in the palace, even more than at the debut of Crown Princess Nana, because this year was the debut of the Duke's daughter, Eldir. The young man was surprised. Was it really the same lady who created the elixir and received the title of saint? He was even a little embarrassed. He thought that she was at least 18 years old, but in fact the girl was only about to turn 16. All the guests came here precisely because of the young lady. All the talk was only about her. The dark-haired man could not hear them and asked Ludwig to find out what people were talking about. He listened to the women's conversation. They discussed how Ariadne could be called a lady because no one was even present at the ceremony giving her the title. It was a closed event. No one was allowed into the temple. And besides, the lady was growing up in Weaver when the great magician received custody. The women were surprised because since she grew up in such a remote place, she probably knew nothing about social circles. They should have supported her in this. However, a rumor spread between them that the Duke was not just mocking his daughter. There was a theory that he tested potions and medicines on her, and because of this, the lady's body suffered, and she does not show herself to anyone. The other women couldn't believe their ears. Did he really dare to experiment on his daughter? However, they still did not understand why the ceremony was held secretly. Could these rumors be true? They decided that they shouldn't show surprise if something happened. They needed to be careful with their words. Meanwhile, Ludwig silently watched the women, learning what they were talking about. He shared the information with the dark-haired man, who confirmed that the rumors about the experiments were most likely true. Then Ludwig thought about it, because he knew only 2 things about Lady Eldir. First, she received the title of saint in childhood for creating an elixir, although the girl herself did not possess divine power. And second, it was the Weaver family that supplied the elixir to the market. However, he heard about violence and guardianship rights for the first time, and then he thought that this could be used against the lady. Then she, like Ludwig, would bear the stigma for the rest of her life. A member of the royal family, abandoned due to red eyes, a prince exiled from the kingdom of Duradot, and in order to get rid of such a stigma, he needed to perform an incredible feat. Ludwig tried hard to be remembered not as an abandoned prince, but as an honorary elemental knight, but everything turned out to be much more complicated. Most likely, this also put pressure on the lady, because before receiving the title of saint, she was christened a child who was abused by her own father. Ludwig was distracted from his thoughts by the appearance of the debutantes. At the ball, they were presented from the beginning of the hierarchical ladder. They took turns coming out with their accompanying people, and according to this order, the Duke's daughter Eldir was supposed to come out last. And when Ariadne's name was announced, Ludwig froze in surprise. The girl looked simply incredible in her blue dress. She was only 15, but her dazzling beauty instantly captured everyone's attention. Looking at her, the man wondered how a person could be so beautiful. At this moment, Arya glanced at Ludwig, who caught her gaze. He didn't understand why the lady paid attention to him. It must be just an accident. But Ariadne did not look away. Instead, she smiled softly at the young man. Ludwig didn't understand if she was really laughing at him like that, but everyone around was now looking at him. It only lasted a few moments, but those around him were looking at him, not at his brand, and it was incredibly exciting. Looking after the lady, he understood that he would not allow himself to forget these seconds. Meanwhile, Arya went to another part of the hall, where Eric, Solon, and Ernest were already waiting for her. The girl had to choose with whom she would perform the first dance, and her grandfather was just wiping away his tears. He was sad at how quickly his baby had grown. But Eric was sure that the girl would choose her brother. Arya still couldn't decide who to give preference to, but her aunt, Celiana, told her that in any case, someone would be sad, so don't let the girl worry too much. Then Ariadne decided that it was worth choosing the one who would be the saddest to remain on the sidelines. She walked up to her grandfather, the old man's eyes still blurred from tears. Smiling warmly, the girl asked to give her a part and dance with her, and Solon happily agreed. Ernest also found a mate, his wife, Celiana, and then Eric was indignant because he was the only one left without a partner. And then Solon pointed him in the direction where Veronica stood in a festive knight's attire. The young man was even more indignant because they weren't even friends with her, and the magician decided to take his granddaughter far away from her enraged brother. When it was time to dance, Ariadne and her grandfather spun in the very center of the hall, catching the admiring glances of the guests. Soon, most of the guests also joined in the dance, catching the general festive atmosphere. Then Solon decided to ask Arya who was the elemental knight with scarlet eyes that the girl was looking at. Hearing that she liked him, the man seemed to freeze in his tracks. Had his granddaughter really fallen in love? But Arya tried to calm him down. She took his hand, saying that he just stood out from the rest. She understood that her grandfather was worried about her because of what happened to her mother, so she promised to tell him or Celiana if she suddenly liked someone. Solon also asked to report to him if suddenly some narrow-minded young man did something to her, then he and Ernest would very quietly resolve this issue, and despite all attempts to save her, Ariadne understood that she still needed to secretly meet with Ludwig. When the dance was over, different guests kept coming up to the girl. They asked her different questions, invited her to another dance, or just looked at her in fascination, and Arya knew that in secular society they had heard a lot about her. But she did not expect this. She realized that she needed to find Veronica or her brother, but there seemed to be no trace of them. And then she suddenly saw Eric in the crowd of guests. The young man caught her gaze and immediately went to his sister. She needed help to somehow escape from the crowd that surrounded her, and Eric couldn't think of anything better than to just pick her up, tell everyone that she wasn't feeling well, and carry her away from here. The girl was shocked. This was clearly not the kind of help she expected from her brother. 23-year-old Eric was the youngest student at the academy. He also graduated early and became known as the most brilliant magician of this century. In his thesis, he described how the protective circle could be significantly improved, and this amazed both magicians and ordinary people. Eric even managed to single-handedly deal with a monster that had escaped from the laboratory. He is good at theory and skilled in practical magic. Meanwhile, the young man carried the girl through the crowd, catching both admiring and surprised glances. But Arya didn't like this situation, so she pinched her brother, forcing him to let her go to her feet. Ariadne soon reached her room, and now that no one was bothering her, she needed to make the meeting with Ludwig natural. She turned to Pi to open the channel. Soon it was opened, and the Great Spirit Saint Greenleaf connected to it. The next moment, the girl was surrounded by an aura of water, which meant that the Great Spirit Pale Blue had also connected. The Greenleaf Saint asked if Ariadne was at the ball, to which the girl replied that she was indeed making her debut today. The spirit was surprised by her rapid growth, congratulated the girl, and sent her a gift, a spiritual stone. The Green Leaf Saint always connected through Gloria's channel. He was kind to Ariadne and watched over her since birth. Sometimes he sent her spiritual stones as gifts. They were very valuable because they are endowed with the power of the Great Spirit. These stones do not disappear when the channel is closed, so Arya could use them as needed. She thanked the spirit and asked him to fulfill one more request. She needed to find someone. It was for this that Ariadne attended the ball. This person was simply necessary if she wanted to conquer the Great Labyrinth. The plants crawled along the balconies and soon came across a man's cloak, which means he was not inside the castle either. What luck for Arya. Finally she found him, Ludwig Blair. The girl timidly waved her hand at the young man, and at the same time the plants that had managed to entwine the handrails of his balcony also twitched. Ludwig's surprised face could be seen from afar. Arya beckoned him over with her hand, because if he returned to the corridor, then he would definitely attract unnecessary attention. The plants moved again and intertwined into something that looked like a bridge. The girl was not sure whether such support would be enough for the man, but she still called him again, and if he ignored her request, she would have to wrap a vine around his neck and drag him here. But before she could finish her thought, Ludwig's water spirit spread its wings and brought him straight to the girl. As soon as he touched the floor, the man immediately bowed to the holy lady, saying that it was a great honor to meet her. Arya greeted him, saying that he could just call her princess since she didn't have divine powers after all. The young man himself was surprised to learn that the girl knew his name, but he was even more surprised that she possessed elemental power. He even got a little nervous when Ariadne looked at him and didn't understand whether they had really met somewhere before. There was one thing that Ariadne did not notice at first. Ludwig skillfully used his appearance and also knew when to stop so as not to cause hostility. In this, he was very similar to the Duke of Eldir. Now Arya understood the reason for her grandfather's violent reaction. He hastened to reassure Arya, saying that she was not at all like either Ludwig or the Duke, so the girl could always turn to her. Ariadne told the young man that today she saw him for the first time, but she had already heard something about him. She had heard rumors about his wonderful abilities, that he was an outstanding elemental knight. But Ludwig said that all this was the merit of his baby spirit. His companion was a water dragon, and although he was very small now, his true form was larger. Ariadne admired the fact that the guy could control the size of the elemental. It turns out that his abilities are as good as they say. And after all these flattering speeches, Ludwig realized that this lady wanted to get something from him. Arya really had a request for him, and the young man was already upset that her praise was not from the heart. But before he could finish speaking, the girl voiced her proposal. She asked if Ludwig Blair wanted to become a hero. She explained that her goal was to seal the Great Labyrinth, so she was looking for people who could help, and they could become wonderful allies. Ludwig was a little taken aback. He didn't understand what was happening. It seemed to him that the girl was joking. But Arya immediately set boundaries, saying that they were not in a relationship to joke around, and this surprised the young man even more. Was she really seriously suggesting this? Obviously, he thought it was funny that the lady who had just debuted today wanted to seal the Great Labyrinth. Ludwig really believed that becoming an elementalist at such an age was amazing, but the girl's aspirations seemed very naive to him. Then he asked if she had seen a real monster at least once in her life. Ariadne grinned slyly, and the next moment a huge green monster with one eye appeared behind her. Then she asked if she looked like the one who had not seen them. Ludwig couldn't believe his eyes. It was a one-eyed giant, a monster of the highest level, and she created him from the ground right here on the palace grounds. Only a monster that you have seen in person can be recreated with such precision. It turns out that she actually encountered him in the jelly or studied very hard, since she knows every little thing about him. Then the young man realized that this girl was very different from ordinary elementalists. Usually, elementalists only embody the territory of the great spirits, and if they can slightly influence the summoned, then they are already considered special. But this was not just a modification. She recreated something very complex from ordinary soil. Would a young girl who had just debuted be able to do such a thing? When Arya was sure that Ludwig had seen all the necessary evidence of the seriousness of her intentions, she handed him the envelope. She was going to show him her preparations, and after that, he could make a decision. Inside the letter was an invitation to Weaver, and Ludwig wondered if she really wanted to introduce him to her people. However, everything was a little different. It was an invitation to the Larashua Labyrinth, which put the young man into a stupor, because he had not heard that a labyrinth had been discovered on Mount Larashua. Ariadne only replied that it would soon be discovered, and then Ludwig asked if she could really predict where the labyrinths would appear. But Ariadne knew only about a few of them. In the original novel, Veronica was supposed to die in the Larachua Labyrinth, protecting Eric. Now, she probably would have dealt with everything alone, but the knowledge of what could happen continued to bother the girl. And Ludwig, as she expected, didn't quite believe Arya. In this case, she would have to make sure that he could not refuse. Then she offered him payment, meaning not mountains of gold. She spoke of an honor that would outshine even the fact that he had red eyes. Ariadne promised Ludwig what he most desires, a title that everyone will recognize. He will become the conqueror of the Great Labyrinth. The story did not stand still, and 1 year has passed since this conversation. People gathered in a tavern somewhere in the north were discussing the latest news. A labyrinth had appeared on Mount Larachua. It was said that it was of a high level and was located on the outskirts of the Great Spirit's territory. But the most interesting thing was that before the pollution spread, a detachment arrived there and sealed the labyrinth within a day. The attack was led by the saint who created the elixir, the elementalist Ariadne. And hearing this, one of the visitors turned around. The dark-haired man's red eye turned to the speakers, clearly interested in the news about this elementalist. The story continues a year later. It all begins with the fact that Axel inadvertently heard in a tavern about a stranger, a holy elementalist girl. Over a glass of beer, people prophesied true greatness for her. Larachua became the first labyrinth that she conquered. However, the stories about her were full of all sorts of rumors. Some said that the Dawn Squad was subordinate to her, and others did not believe that a rich girl from a noble family needed some kind of mercenaries. All this irritated Axel a little. He had already heard about the Dawn Squad. Some rich man brought together capable people. They do not carry out ordinary tasks, but work for a specific person. Not every aristocrat will be able to assemble such a large detachment of mercenaries, and therefore everyone decided that this was the work of a saint. But the rest of the story about this young elementalist was absurd. Axel remembered that his owner was also an elementalist. On the day they met after the labyrinth, she did not recognize herself as its owner. But since she addressed Axel by his last name, it was definitely her. If we exclude Robert and Simon's representative, then only Adrian knew his last name. Because of the mask and hood, the guy couldn't see her face, but judging by her height, voice, and physique, she was either younger than him or the same age as him. But Axel still couldn't believe that she was so young. That girl was an elementalist capable of creating a large area, and if it really was Adrian, then the rumors would be true. But why did he need to take over the labyrinth? Now even the slightest oddities made Axel remember his mistress. She tried to kill him, not really wanting it. A year had already passed since that moment. Then the guy was sure that Adrian would not kill him, because the mistress, who bought the other figures and freed them, could not simply kill the one in whom she invested the most. Axel knew that no matter how much power she definitely had a reason to care about him. And as expected, Adrian didn't kill him. However, she sent Axel very far away without giving him any task. When the guy woke up, he discovered that there was neither a necklace nor a letter with him. For a moment, he even felt abandoned. But then he learned about his goal. The inhabitants of the Ice Labyrinth Forest told him the legend of the lightning catcher. All of Adrian's tasks had common features, be it an item, magic, or experience. But in the end, Axel always got something. In the place where he was sent, there was a legend about the elemental knights who made a contract with a couple of local beasts. And the reason why Hadrian sent him here was to obtain the second beast. But like last time, its purpose was hidden. The necklace was probably taken from him to avoid the gaze of the association, and this was all a secret mission. Once Axel got the hang of it, the mission was a success. It took longer than expected, but the result was obvious, because Adrian couldn't give him an impossible mission, and he knew that. Now he needed to return to the mansion and report his success, and also find out whether his guess was true. However, upon returning home, something was waiting for him, and it was not a letter from the hostess or her representative. On the table lay a certificate of changing the name of the trade union to the name of Axel's adoptive father, and all this was completely incomprehensible to the man. The Valentine family are martial arts masters of the Cretan Empire, and there could be no question of trade there. Axel soon discovered that the envelope contained additional papers. These were documents indicating the dissolution of the Chess Association. The organization's resources were transferred to him, and the name of the owner of the trade union was listed as Axel Valentine. The huge organization instantly collapsed, and all the property now belonged to Axel. What kind of powerful person could be behind this? Axel immediately realized that it was Adrian's doing, and he was filled with anger. He immediately rushed to the door in search of Simon. He needed an explanation. But when he opened the door, there was no one in the hall. The building was completely empty. Axel understood that Adrian always treated him in a special way. He hoped that she wanted something, because that was the only way he felt comfortable. He didn't need pity from another person's nobility. Only this way he could always be different from others in her eyes. But in the end, he didn't matter at all. Axel understood with grief in his soul that the mistress was testing him that time, but he failed. He thought his owner decided he was useless, and then she left him. Could she really be permanently disappointed in him and leave him and hand over the association as an apology? However, Axel's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. An elderly man entered the room, holding a lantern in his hand. He greeted the young man, calling him his master, and said that he had been hired as a butler for this beautiful place. Axel immediately handed him the documents. He needed an explanation of what was going on here. The butler only calmly replied that these were papers about the purchase of a mansion, as well as a chess association. But the guy understood that all this was the work of Adrian, so he asked the old man to immediately take him to him. However, the butler said that he did not know Adrian Black's name. Axel was really mad. How could this old man not know Adrian? He was definitely leading him by the nose. However, the man stood his ground. He replied that he was hired here after the change of ownership, and his words were very similar to the truth. He also didn't know anything about the association. This whole situation was starting to piss Axel off, so he decided to ask who the butler was talking to about his work. It was Mr. Valentine's deputy. He also said that the man had been waiting for Axel's arrival for some time. The main direction was in the harbor where Kalsmere was located. Axel decided to go there tomorrow, as soon as the sun rose. The port town of Kalsmere was a bright, sunny place on the coast. However, on this day, the residents were very excited because out of nowhere, a huge, fiery dragon appeared in the sky, and on top of it was a young, dark-haired man. Having descended from his contract beast, Axel immediately went to the association's headquarters building, which the owner had bought. Soon, he was already standing in front of the desired building. A middle-aged man in expensive clothes was already waiting for him inside. As soon as Axel sat down opposite him, he began to non-stop report to him about how worried he was and that their trading network was expanding. Axel didn't really care what he was saying. His attention was drawn to the young man standing behind the man. It was Horse, one of the figures in the association, the same guy who had once attacked him, considering him unworthy of Adrian's mercy. However, now he was much calmer. He only said that a lot of time had passed since that moment. There were no more chess pieces, and his name from now on was Lloyd. He became the main guard of the trade union. He explained that when Adrian was rebuilding the association, turning it into an honest trading company, his representative hired people who had nowhere to go for security and minor work. And now among the guards, there were many people from the association. Axel grinned. Adrian was so meticulous, she even took care of the pieces that served other masters. Then he asked Lloyd if he had seen his mistress. But the guy only replied that they were simply told one day that they would be given freedom. But Adrian herself was not there. Axel's deputy did not know this name either. He stated that he only worked with Simon. As it turned out, he also disappeared after handing over the documents along with Adrian. After that, he handed the man a letter. It said that there were no more masters or associations. Axel was now absolutely free and did not have to look for masters, and Adrian would never show his face again. He also received one last gift for all his hard work, and at the very bottom of the letter was a signature, "Live as you wish." Along with the letter in the envelope was a torn contract for Axel's service, which he had concluded with the association. Then the man got angry and crumpled the letter, realizing that all this time his relationship with Adrian had been one-sided, and she put an end to it herself. He didn't need all these gifts and trading company, he just wanted to serve her purpose. But she said not to look for her anymore. No matter how much Axel resisted this thought, he still understood that he really was useless. It was approaching evening. Axel walked along the harbor, still thinking about Adrian. He did not understand whether there was any secret meaning in the fact that she refused the role of mistress. However, he was no longer her figure, and until now he had only one goal: the labyrinth. Axel wanted to get there at the request of his father, but a successful trip to the labyrinth requires strength. The guy lived only according to the decree he received in childhood. But now he has one more goal: to find Adrian Black, tear the mask off her face, and force her to explain why she sent him. Moreover, he was going to become someone she would not want or be able to get rid of. He wanted to make her need him. Meanwhile, Ariadne's team did not sit still. Ludwig, who joined them along with his contract beast, dealt with the monsters with ease. Soon, all the opponents were killed, which Veronica informed others about. A loud, dissatisfied cry immediately rang out in her ear. Someone was clearly lagging behind them and did not want everyone to leave without him. It was Eric. He was clearly inferior in speed to the elemental knights, and this made him incredibly angry. Meanwhile, Pai informed Arya that all the allies scattered throughout the territory were already returning. When everyone was gathered, the girl got ready to check everything before the battle with the boss. There was a newcomer to the team, Priest Leon. He said that he was ready to continue the mission, but Eric was not sure about this. He didn't want the guy to pretend everything was fine and then collapse in the middle of the fight, leaving everyone else unprotected. However, Veronica hastened to stop the argument because it was not hard for them alone. Indeed, Ariadne was already pretty tired. All this time she was directing the team, not allowing herself to take a break. Strong elementalists could affect territory to give allies an advantage in battle, but creating territory and successfully isolating a boss was something unheard of. Ludwig said that he had not seen such skill until he met Arya 3 years ago. If you hold back the boss, you can deal with other monsters. Battles are quick and safe for the entire team, and the result is 2 times better than that of a clearing squad. However, this was very stressful for Arya's body, because if the boss affects the territory, it will be fully transmitted to the elementalist. At first she held on, but she already fell a couple of times from fatigue. And even if Arya could hardly endure such trials, then an ordinary person would definitely have died by now. Eric and Veronica hoped that Arya would not continue, but apparently she was not going to give up. However, there was one way to help while she held back the boss, and the guys invited a strong priest who would constantly feed her with divine power. The method turned out to be effective, but it was clearly not easy for the priest, even though he claimed that he was ready to continue the expedition. But apparently, he was not particularly welcome here. Even the 1,000-year-old Snow King offered Arya a deal: 500 spiritual stones for the life of a priest, but the girl could not agree to this and did not want to. Even Pai himself agreed with such a deal. He also wanted the boy to leave. They were forced to take Leon because of his large supply of divine power, but he did not even have basic skills and was not willing to learn. When Arya asked him to check if all the team members were okay, he replied with a smile on his face that no one was hurt. But Pai's data said otherwise. There was an injury on Ludwig's right hand. Ludwig himself immediately began to make excuses that it was just a trifle, but Arya insisted that he show her. When he lifted his sleeve, everyone saw a bloody abrasion. Then the guy apologized for hiding it and promised that he would not make such a mistake again. Leon looked genuinely surprised, unaware of the hidden wound. Then Ariadne urgently asked him to check for wounds not only with his eyes. Leon began to ask in response, saying that Ludwig hid the abrasion and he had no chance to find out about it. This behavior was absolutely unbearable for the girl. She has already encountered this. Such people are polite to elders, but as soon as someone younger points out their mistake, they immediately throw a tantrum. Arya sent the priest to help Ludwig with the wound, thinking to herself that after this sortie, she would send this boy to hell. The rest of the team was thinking the same thing, and the girl understood that problems were arising due to the absence of someone in the place of the main character. In the original, Axel also separated the boss and dealt with the rest of the monsters, but he was strong enough to fight alone. Without Axel, Arya could not trust everything to Ludwig and Veronica, so they began to use elemental powers. However, the huge load on the girl's body led to difficulties. Arya understood that she could not take a priest with only divine power into the team. She needed to find someone who would effectively use his skills. However, there was still a battle with the boss ahead. The girl gathered everyone to discuss preparations. The monster had 8 limbs and a poisonous sting. Thanks to its antennae, it felt its surroundings, so first it was necessary to get rid of them. But it was so huge that it was impossible to get to its head from the ground. First, the elemental knights had to attract the monster's attention. They would have to dodge the sting until its antennae were cut off. When they destroy the wall blocking the boss, Eric will climb the mountain and get rid of the tendrils. They came prepared. The guy had a necklace that completely eliminated the noise from movement. Eric cast a spell, and the next moment, the monster was already without its antennae. Veronica understood that after this, he would begin to go on a rampage. She summoned a shadow butterfly to attack his weak spot, his head, thus defeating the monster. When everything was done, Arya ordered Nike and Ludwig to get rid of the core, and her brother to return. Leon was amazed, because elementalists usually do not lead a squad, but 18-year-old Ariadne was an exception. Soon, Eric returned with a report. The core had been destroyed, so now it was possible to reduce the territory. Thanks to Arya's magic, the guy even forgot that he was in an infected area. This was surprising, because usually traces of poisoned nature remain visible. However, Eric quickly changed the topic. He did not understand why his sister was still here, because there would soon be a celebration in honor of her coming of age. The fact is that there were something like crystals at the ends of the boss's antenna, and the girl asked Veronica to bring them to her. Eric didn't understand why his sister needed them. Was it really some kind of magical thing? But the answer was simple. Ariadne needed this material for a weapon capable of destroying the Duke of Eldir. Meanwhile, the mission is over, and the day of the celebration has arrived. And unlike the debutante ball, the coming-of-age banquet is organized independently. Ariadne Eldir's coming-of-age evening was planned to be spent in Weaver with her family. However, the girl asked to arrange a celebration in the mansion of Duke Eldir in the capital, and the man had to approve the request of his own daughter. Franz said that he wanted to teach his child independence, so he did not help with organizational issues. But for Ariadne, who had a hand in the creation of the elixir, assembled her own group of mercenaries, and was involved in the trading affairs of Weaver and Garcia, her father's indifference did not matter. As a result, the banquet was organized perfectly. The guests talked to each other. They were in anticipation, because Lady Eldir would appear in public for the first time since her debut. A red-haired man joined the conversation. He noted that the reason for such secrecy was that the lady immediately after her debut went to conquer the labyrinth. In 3 years, she was able to close 13 labyrinths. And during all this time, only 5 people died, which was an incredibly small number for such a dangerous task. Some didn't believe in Arya's abilities, but even the conquering aristocratic party had 20 casualties in 1 year, making the stories of the lady's deeds seem more true. The guests were impatient. Some admired her, believing that she could conquer the great labyrinth, and others dreamed of doing business with her. But soon the conversations were interrupted. Ariadne herself entered the hall. She walked carefully into the center of the hall. She was wearing a beautiful dark blue dress. She looked simply wonderful. However, there was no smile on her face, because among the guests there was a man whom she would like never to see in her life. It was her father. They met each other for the first time in 11 years. His face fell, but neither the kidnapping, nor the trial, nor attempts to change Ariadne's mind with letters helped him. He could not return the elixir. His marriage to Rita Picardo also brought him many troubles, and only a statement about the influence of black magic on the mind helped him avoid execution. From that day on, he lived on the bottom and suffered all the time. But his beauty, despite old age and fatigue, remained the same. Arya noted that she really looked a lot like him, but she refused to acknowledge her relationship with him. She was her mother's daughter, and had nothing to do with the man standing in front of her. Franz greeted his daughter. He even shed a tear, saying that having matured, she should understand him. He smiled, saying that everything he did was only for her benefit, and she still got rich from the elixir using his research. But Arya did not answer anything to this. According to the traditions of the coming-of-age ceremony, parents must pour a glass of wine for their child. This bottle was sealed on Arya's birthday, and she will receive her drink tonight. The Duke handed his daughter a filled glass, inviting her to return home. He noted that all his love was contained in this drink. Then Ariadne replied that since all his love was here, she would not allow even a drop of it to touch her lips, and then poured the contents of the glass onto the floor. She didn't trust her father enough to not allow herself to take a sip and risk dying like her mother. The Duke was taken aback, pointedly trying to pretend that he did not understand what his daughter was talking about. But Arya was an elementalist, like Gloria, her mother. The great spirit that had access to Gloria's channel could contact her, and with these words, the girl ordered the cover to be removed from the large mirror standing at her side. She made it with her grandfather. If it contacts the Great Spirit, then old memories will be reflected on the glass. Arya said that 11 years ago, when her mother died, she saw the morning glory. The vines died trying to save her from her own father, so this moment was truly a long-awaited one for her. She and Pi learned of Gloria's death before the debut evening. A little later, Pi managed to find a way to show the Great Spirit's memories. Morning Gloria was ready to show the memories of Arya's mother. They had a little trouble finding materials for the crystal mirror, but they managed to find everything they needed in the maze. Everyone, especially the Duke, claimed it was an accident. But if it were an accident, why was there no information about her death? The Duke was taken aback. He did not know how to respond to all these accusations. He tried to explain himself, but no one listened to him. Ariadne was filled with determination. She was going to reveal the truth about what happened to everyone right now. A few moments later, the entire hall was illuminated with a bright light. The mirror was ready to show the whole truth. Soon the outline of a room began to appear. Arya carefully watched what was happening. She could not hold back her tears, although she had been preparing for this moment and had already seen everything herself. The truth was that while the girl was being experimented on, her mother was suffering from infection. The Duke stood over her bed, calmly asking her what she felt like, how bad the pain was. But Gloria's condition did not allow her to say a word. Franz noted that it was very stupid of her to interfere with the creation of the elixir, and now she had to suffer the consequences. He assured her that their daughter's mission was noble. With her help, a miracle cure would be created that would change history, and although the girl would suffer, she would cope with it. Everything would be fine if Gloria had not tried to kidnap her. Then the preparations would have been completed, and the woman herself would not have died from infection. If she had simply not interfered in his affairs, she would have found happiness with her daughter. But her actions forced the Duke to do this to his wife. With these words, he left the room, leaving the dying Gloria alone. The woman could not utter a word. She only directed her strength to contact the spirit and help her daughter. The girl was sitting locked in a tower when she saw that the vines belonging to her mother began to wither. At that moment, Arya understood everything. Her mother had died. This was the fate of Gloria Weaver. The Great Spirit showed this through his connection with Ariadne. He kept the memory of that day. Everyone present in the hall was shocked. And when the Duke realized that all his deeds had been hidden, he turned pale, not knowing how to explain it. Arya tried to hold back her tears. She had been preparing for this day for a long time. Today they received everyone so that as many guests as possible would come. She also invited the ruler of the kingdom, and for this moment the evening was organized in the capital. Turning to the man, Arya bowed to him, His Majesty the King, the nobility and high society of Abihail, and she realized that the time had come. She accused Duke Franz Eldir, Lord of the Golden Horn, of murdering her mother, Gloria Weaver. Ariadne asked that he be punished to the fullest extent of the royal laws, and when the Duke realized that he would not be able to escape, he shouted that it was all a lie. But the king only looked at him with a stern look, saying that he would justify himself in court. By order of the ruler, Franz was taken into custody by the royal guard. The guests continued to whisper. They could not believe that all the rumors about the Duke were true. And now that Ariadne's only surviving parent was taken into custody, no one could pour her a glass of wine, as was customary. It all looked very sad, and then the king took a step forward, intending to pour wine for the girl instead of her parents. But he was stopped by the piercing gaze of her grandfather Solon, and the ruler immediately understood everything. The great magician would do it instead of him. The man walked up to his granddaughter and gently hugged her, telling her that she had done the right thing. Arya was glad to have her grandfather by her side, but she was still sad because she thought that it was all for the best and would eventually bring her relief. But it didn't happen. Solon understood that the girl needed to cry out her grief, so he held her tightly to him, guiding the bottle of wine with his other hand. Ariadne reflected that she had a grandfather, a reliable uncle and aunt, a smart brother, and countless more people on her side. They believed her and were ready to follow her. She was not alone in this world. Meanwhile, the glass was already filled, and Solon handed it to his granddaughter, congratulating her on her coming of age. The girl smiled softly and thanked her grandfather, finally stopping crying. Thus the ceremony came to a successful end, and everyone was sure that this celebration would go down in history. When the guests calmed down a little, Arya walked towards the exit from the hall. She really felt better. She had been preparing for this day for a long time, and carefully, and now she was even glad that she did not have time to be sad. She needed to meet with Simon, check the condition of the Great Temple, and then write a report on the mercenary squad. The girl was so immersed in her thoughts that she did not notice how she collided with someone. She almost fell, but the person managed to catch her hand. When Ariadne looked up to thank her guest, she saw someone she did not expect to meet at all. It was Axel Valentine. Because of his powerful jaw and frowning eyebrows, he gave the impression of a monster. He had a straight nose and a sharp gaze, full of wisdom. He had changed a lot since their last meeting, but it was impossible not to recognize him. Ariadne was so shocked by his appearance that she almost called him by name. However, she still didn't understand why Axel was here, but if he was already here, then she needed to act naturally so that he would not suspect anything. So the girl briefly thanked him for his help, but Axel still did not let go of her hand. Realizing that he was very carried away, he still unclenched his fist, letting go of Arya, and she asked him if he wanted to say something. In response to this, Axel silently took her chin, looking intently into her eyes. This act angered Ariadne. She slapped him on the palm, noting how impudent and ill-mannered it was. Then Axel bowed, asking to be excused. He said that he had confused the girl with one of his friends. Ariadne was in a stupor. She did not understand what was wrong with the man. He was not at all like himself from the original. His movements were so graceful. But she was alarmed by the words about a friend. She hoped that he simply confused something, because on the day they met, the girl was wearing a mask. Arya then said that she had never seen him before. She forgave him for his mistake due to Axel catching her, but if he was impolite again, she would be forced to take action. The girl wanted to pass by the man when he blocked her path with his body. Axel apologized again, chalking it all up to excitement, and then decided to ask the girl's name, but Arya thought it would be more correct to tell him her name first. The man then introduced himself as the Viscount of Malexai, Axel Valentine. Arya was shocked, because Malexai was beyond the cursed lands on the right continent. How did it happen that he became a Viscount there? Axel explained that he had recently returned here, since he was born on the left continent, and the Marquis of Auburn sent him an invitation to the banquet. About 20 years ago, the central territory of the Cretan Empire became a cursed land, and the continent was split in half. And now, for convenience, the left side is called the left continent, and the right side is called the right. At first, both continents actively did business with each other, but the contaminated area continued to increase, leading to a deterioration in trade relations. About 10 years ago, the route through the land was completely blocked. Lord of Lightning, successor to the legend, winner of the Colosseum, slayer of dragons. By the age of 22, Axel had many titles and nicknames. But now Arya knew about him only what was written in the novel, as well as from the news that Valentine's Trade Guild was thriving and its composition did not change. Is it possible that in Maleksai, the largest state on the right continent, Axel's merits are so recognized that he was even awarded a title? In the original, Axel visited there only after 3 trips back in time. However, the man interrupted Arya's thoughts, because now it was her turn to talk about herself. But before Axel had time to ask the question, the girl left, apologizing and citing urgent matters. With a quick step, she reached Simon's office. She nervously slammed the doors behind her. Ariadne asked what tasks Simon had at the moment, and then asked him to give them to Isabel. And she sent the man himself on temporary leave on the right continent. Simon was taken aback. He did not understand what the lady meant and why she was giving such orders. But instead of answering, Arya only said that she would increase his salary by 5 times and pay incentives separately, and this was more than enough for Simon to immediately start getting ready for the journey. His task was to find out about Axel Valentine. Simon clarified whether this was the same boy who was raised by the lady. Arya replied that she had just met him in the hall. All this time he had been on the right continent, and why he was there, the man had to find out. Simon could serve as proof that Adrian and Ariadne are the same person, where they would have to separate for a while. And although the girl did not voice this, the man realized that he should not shine. When he came out, the girl wondered how this could have happened and whether it was just a coincidence. The party was supposed to be attended by as many guests as possible, but what is the likelihood that a person from another continent would be here? Arya knew that she needed to resolve this issue as soon as possible, and time passed. And soon the trial of the Duke of Eldir took place. As expected, the matter was resolved quickly, the evidence was indisputable, and his excuses were ridiculous. Everything was revealed, even the true story of black magic. And of course, now everyone knew about the voluntary union of the Dark Magician and the Duke. As a punishment, Franz Eldir had to drink contaminated water so as not to harm Ariadne's reputation. Such a cruel execution was chosen. The father who gave contaminated water to his daughter himself died from infection. Arya watched him die without taking his eyes off, because this was the result of a long journey of revenge on herself and for her mother. Some time passed after the Duke's death, and Ariadne officially inherited the title. The first few months she was confused. Franz tried to manage the affairs of the estate and family, but everything turned into a mess. Pi was now doing labyrinth and conquest work like a secretary, and if Arya hadn't infiltrated her people into the estate early on, it would have taken years to stabilize the situation. The newly minted Duchess was distracted from her thoughts by a knock on the door. It was Belbartha Rictus, the man whose help she had used even under Franz. The man came about the list of new knights. But when he saw the lady, he was very concerned about her condition. It seemed as if she was not sleeping at all. Moreover, she was going to participate in the conquest of the labyrinth, and Belbarda was simply afraid that the Duchess would lose consciousness. But Arya just smiled softly. She was very grateful to the man, because without him she wouldn't even have knights. Back in Weaver, Arya learned the Oath of Allegiance from Belbarta. She was only 10 years old. Belbarda felt that the whole Weaver proceeding was suspicious. Having learned about the experiments, which were known only to a narrow circle of knights, Belbarda and the Duke discussed this matter. The punishment for impudent curiosity was deprivation of the title of knight. Arya heard this story and decided to take advantage of the situation, and in order to make sure of Belbarda's sincerity, she gave him a task: to return to Eldir. Tell the Duke that there is no place better than the union of the Knights of the Golden Horn, and then he will postpone the expulsion. Then he will have to return to her every time he finds a new person in the duchy. Everyone will come up: servants, maids, grooms. Arya understood that if this was a lie, then Belbarta would definitely be caught, but if it was true, then her plan would become simpler. Belbarta, following the agreement, successfully lured people for years and contacted Ariadne. She persuaded Simon to hire those who would help the cause, and after a few years, people appeared who became her eyes in the duchy. These eyes later found those who were loyal to the former duke, and Ariadne, becoming duchess, fired all potential traitors. And then she admitted that Belbarda actually wanted to work with her. Now he was recruiting the next knights of the Golden Horn, and he already had a list of candidates ready. Many of the former knights were kicked out, and mercenaries were taken in their places. But there were still few people. But judging by the list of candidates, the choice was not bad. Everyone had good skills. Arya was extremely pleased with this news until she saw one name on the list: Axel Valentine, a man with red eyes. She did not understand why he was on the list of recruits, and Belbarda reported that he was surprised by the color of his eyes. He said that a man could put out a fire without directly interacting with it, a technique that was only available to those who use fire spirits. Axel claimed that the elemental knights with red eyes control the power, but Arya crossed his name off the list without a second thought. Belbarda was surprised because such a candidate could not be refused. He was young, but his skills were impressive. He thought it was his red eyes that were to blame. It turned out that in the entrance exam he only showed a water spirit, and according to the rules, this was enough. But Arya knew what he was hiding. Then she replied that she could not accept a nobleman with a title from another country into the detachment of family knights, no matter how well he showed himself. This practice is used because nobles lose their territories after pollution. Belbarda did not always understand his lady's orders, but he knew that she gave them with a view to a better future, so he did not object. But Arya didn't understand why Axel applied to become a knight of the Golden Horn, hiding his true powers. But now she needed to devote time to more important things. Pi, having become the girl's guide, grew up with her. More things could now be brought into the library. Some time ago, they added a table and chair there to make it more convenient to work. Now they were dealing not only with the labyrinths, but also looking for priests, and this took much longer than expected. In about 2 years, when Arya turns 20, the cursed land should reach the sea. The world will be polluted from the shores. In the original, Axel goes into the labyrinth at age 24 and awakens the ability to regress. But knowing the plot, Arya went there earlier to close the labyrinth and prevent him from gaining this ability. She did so much work to find a new strong priest. In the original, the hero found him, but the choice was very questionable. In the list of priests, Pi, there was a very human being, Lur Inamin, but his reserve of strength was the smallest. The role of the priest in the detachment of conquerors was to treat the wounded. Arya could only be helped with complications by divine power, and she would like to choose a priest with a greater reserve of strength. Pi understood that Lura Inamina's divine power was the least, but he was the best in terms of effective use and control. He can provide support for Arya and will be the best option for her. This was Pi's conclusion. Arya understood that in this case she needed to contact Lur Inamin in advance and also collect more information about him, and with that she said goodbye to Pi. The library keeper immediately took on his female form in order to hug Arya goodbye without any problems, saying that he was ready to help her at any time. The girl wished Pi good luck one last time, and their embrace opened. Looking at the empty library where Ariadne had just been, Pi again took on a male form and then silently looked at his palms. Something was very bothering him. After leaving the library, Arya walked along the alley, thinking about her affairs, and also about the fact that Pi was growing up. This man could no longer be called a child. She had the feeling that she was looking at a young scientist or teacher. The letters in Pi's documents were very elegant, and just looking at this handwriting, it was clear that it was not written by a person, although Ariadne did not notice this as a child. Apparently, Pi was influenced by Arya's coming-of-age ceremony, and then the girl decided that maybe she should give Pi a gift. Perhaps glasses would be a good option, but the girl decided to think about it a little later. Meanwhile, things did not stand still. Soon Arya and her team decided on the priest, and then the labyrinth. Soon preparations for the cleanup finally began, and then something happened. When Arya was in the temple to ask for a new priest, she was informed that a newcomer had arrived in the Dawn Squad. It was about a red-eyed young man. When selecting mercenaries to participate in the conquest of the Great Labyrinth, Ilata, deputy head of the Dawn Squad, brought Axel as a newcomer. Initially, the mercenaries were only engaged in reconnaissance. They did not take recruits. But Axel was so skillful that he was taken as an exception. Having learned that it was indeed Valentine, Ariadne asked if he only had the spirit of water at his disposal, and Ilata's answer was in the affirmative. Then Arya realized that he was still hiding his skills. If Axel had guessed that the girl was Adrian Black, he wouldn't have reacted so calmly. Arya had done a lot of work, so she wouldn't have killed him. But she still wasn't going to be friendly towards him. She didn't understand how he could find out the truth, because they only met once. The girl was wearing a mask, and her voice was changed by a potion. He might have suspected something because of Simon, but only Weaver's people, as well as Aunt Rebecca and Veronica, know that Simon is working for Arya. Simon is quite difficult to find, and revealing their connection is even more difficult. But then Arya did not understand what was going on. Then she ordered this newcomer to be sent away from the detachment. Ilata was shocked, because such a promising young man is a rarity. Then he realized, apparently, the reason was that his lady saw the future, because lately the squad had considered her practically a prophet. Arya created this group to obtain information and items from the original 8 years of blind obedience to unpredictable orders that always led to success. For the last 3 years, Arya and her squad have conquered labyrinths and easily accomplished deeds that shocked the entire continent. Even if Arya asked them to move a mountain with shovels, they would actually start digging. Such was the strength of their trust in her. Therefore, there should have been no problem with the order to send Axel away. And although Arya hoped that she would not run into him, something told her that this would not end there. A couple of days later, at the estate of the Duchess of Eldir, while she was sipping tea, sitting in the garden, a guest showed up to her. When she found out that Axel had arrived, her face immediately darkened with anger. She had expected this outcome, but she definitely didn't want it. Arya was wondering if she should meet him. Simon went to the right continent and has not returned yet, but now a refusal would look even more suspicious. She then asked the butler to let him in, but was still annoyed that he was picking on her. Axel is the main character about whom there are many records in the library, and Ariadne knew how this character thought. But she had no idea what was in the head of the man Axel. She didn't even know what he had been doing for the last 3 years. It seemed to her that she knew him like the back of her hand, so this whole situation was very unusual. Arya closed the doors of the hall behind her, and when she turned around, she was very surprised by what she saw. Axel was already inside. He stood and looked at the courtyard of the estate through the open window. Arya realized that this man was unfamiliar to her. He was completely different from the 22-year-old hero that she imagined herself to be, and he also did not look like her 19-year-old self. Hearing footsteps behind him, Axel turned around. He thanked the Duchess for receiving him, even though he appeared so unexpectedly. The girl noted that now he looked more like an aristocrat, although in the original he did not know anything about etiquette and culture. But suddenly, she remembered that she had once hired him a teacher who taught him everything. Then Axel carefully took Arya's palm and kissed it politely. This was the man to whom she sent a mentor in ethics and culture. She almost raised Axel Valentine. He held the girl's hand as if they were at a ball, but Arya hastened to pull her back and ask what kind of urgency brought Axel here without a single word. The answer was simple. The Duchess rejected him twice, and he came to ask about it directly. He wanted to know the reason. Arya had a counter-question. Why did the nobleman of the right continent and the guest of the Marquis of Auburn submit these applications? Then Axel said that since the reason was his title, he would give it up. Arya was confused. She didn't understand why he would go so far to join the ordinary knights, but Axel still expressed a desire to join the mercenaries, where his abilities would be more needed. But the girl had no use for this information. She needed a reason for his desire. Then Axel said that the reason was the beauty of the Duchess, because he fell in love with the girl at first sight. Ariadne didn't know how to react to this. She could barely contain her laughter. He spoke about love in such an icy voice. She coldly replied that she had no time for jokes. And although Axel insisted that his words were true, the girl did not intend to trust him. She turned to leave the hall, and the man repeated once again that he had been honest with her. Arya just turned around and asked Axel to be careful, because he was becoming more and more of a liar. She ordered the butler to lead the guest out, and until the girl turned the corner of the corridor, his gaze drank into her. Arya understood that there was something wrong with this man. However, time passed, And after a couple of days, Arya and her team set out to capture the labyrinth. If the punitive squad goes south from the Eldir estate, after about 3 months, it will reach the highest level labyrinth, Miram 13. This labyrinth had already opened several decades ago and covered the sacred land of Merim with pollution. There was no ruler there who would ask the wizards to establish a protective circle and build a tower of spirits, so the labyrinth appeared again. The temple destroyed the core each time, but no one ever carried out a complete cleansing of the lands, so Miram was almost deserted. The imperial family did not have enough resources to keep this territory under control, and the churches were busy clearing other lands. This is how abandoned territories appear, because you can close the labyrinths as often as you like. But if you forget about cleansing, a new core will be born, and now the 13th labyrinth appears before Ariadne's team. There are more and more territories contaminated due to neglect, of course. After the distribution of the elixir, fewer lands are subject to such a fate. But if Arya does not destroy the Great Labyrinth, then the infections will continue. When the girl and her team arrived at the place, they needed to meet the new priest. He promised that he would be waiting at the tavern. As it turned out, the tavern was very close, and everyone immediately turned in its direction. However, the only one they saw there was the priest Leon. Seeing the team, he hurried to approach them, greeting and blessing them. But the guys themselves were not so happy, because Arya asked to send Lura Inamani to them, and no one understood what Leon had forgotten here. The priest himself only answered with a smile that the stronger priests were already occupied, and only he remained. He assured the team that he would do a better job this time, and would try to make sure no one got hurt or died. Arya sighed displeasedly. Just think, one relatively successful conquest, and this guy is already so arrogant. The girl didn't understand what to do, because if they sent for another priest now, it would take time. This whole situation was not pleasant. But Leon has a lot of divine power, so maybe they should have tried. They could attack a labyrinth of this level without any problems. The elemental knights could handle the boss. Moreover, this was an excellent chance to test whether Veronica and Eric were ready to receive the third elemental spirit. But Ariadne still didn't understand why the temple sent Leon and not Lur, of course. First of all, they themselves decide who to send, but not in the case of Arya. She was an exception, since every year the girl donated huge sums to the temple and had the title of saint. And in this case, she could choose the priest she liked. Then Ariadne asked Leon why Lur Inaman did not appear, but the guy just grinned. It was the first time he had heard this name. Apparently, this Lur was some kind of weakling, but the girl didn't understand. Did the temple just take it and silently change the priest? Arya decided that after clearing the labyrinth, she would go there and find out everything. In the meantime, the team decided not to change the priest to clear Miram 13, but simply put up with Leon. The Dawn team's mercenaries had helped a lot with creating the invasion route, but now they had to wait. The girl gave Alata a totem through which she could contact him. It would break immediately after use, but in the contaminated lands, it was the best way to transmit information. And now the time has come to capture Miram 13. When everyone gathered in one place, Arya summoned the Greenleaf Saint, creating a favorable area. Pai gave Arya the directions to the next room, and added that after the first person entered, the door would disappear, separating the team. Then dozens of monsters will appear outside, and the room will be filled with contaminated water. The person who touches the door handle will be cursed, but Pai had no information about the nature of the curse. Arya thought that the reason they agreed to take Leon was that there were almost no monsters in the labyrinth, but the structure of the territory itself was complicated. Pai believes that the labyrinth has a circular structure and several traps that she already knows about, so capturing it should not cause problems. The curse has a divine basis, so they sent a priest who could easily overcome this spell, but Ariadne did not trust him. Meanwhile, Veronica was about to go into the labyrinth, but Arya stopped her, telling her about the curse that the first one who touches the door will receive. It was necessary to decide who this very first person would be, and Eric, without further hesitation, suggested a priest, because he would definitely have to cope with the curse. But Ariadne interrupted their conversation, saying that she would go there herself. Eric didn't understand. Because his sister didn't have divine power, how was she going to cope with the curse? However, the girl assured him that he had nothing to worry about. If the priest quickly lifted the curse, then it would not be dangerous. She knew that if Leon screwed up, Pi would be able to control the channel for a while. Arya also noted that the person who entered that room would be separated from the others and sent Veronica there, ordering her to immediately go into defense and try to hold out longer. Eric and Ludwig will deal with the monsters that appear after closing the door. Arya's brother was not very happy with this turn of events, but agreed, after all. He believed that she was the only one of them who could see the future. He believed in her gift of foresight, as Arya described the structure of the labyrinth in great detail so that it could seem like a prediction, although she used the knowledge of the illusory library to gather information. She knew that even if her idea was the most effective, it still seemed like a willing leap into a trap. And if trust had not been built between her and the team, she would have been rejected. The girl wanted to apologize to her brother, but he had already summoned a magic trap. Following him, Ludwig summoned a water dragon, and now they were completely ready to defend themselves from the monsters. Arya smiled. The guys tried so hard, and it undoubtedly made her happy, and now it was her turn. Bushes of plants and flowers grew behind her like a trail, but the girl herself understood that even if she used the power of her territory, the curse could not be blocked. Resigned to the fact that she could only rely on the help of the priest, the girl opened the door. As soon as she touched the branch that served as the door handle, a black aura of curse immediately covered her. When Arya opened her eyes, she realized that she was in a completely different place. Pi did not respond. The channel could not be felt. A mental curse was placed on her. The girl knew that if she somehow influenced the illusion, she might accidentally make things worse for her comrades, so it was better for her to just stay put and rely on Leon. She sat on the ground, hugging her knees with her arms, thinking that the illusion of a mental curse should show all sorts of terrible things. But here it was calm, nothing but a complete fog. Suddenly, Arya heard a strange sound. She looked up, and a human silhouette appeared in front of her, slowly approaching the girl. When the man came close enough to her, Arya recognized him as Axel. But how could he be here? The girl covered her mouth with her hand, trying not to make the slightest sound. She could not react to his presence. But real excitement flared up inside her. This was not the Axel she had raised. Now in front of her was the real protagonist of the novel. He reached out his hand, gently touching the girl's cheek. At that moment, one of his eyes flashed red unkindly, but the second, for some reason, was closed. Axel whispered something to the girl, but she could not make out his words. His speech sounded like someone scratching the lid of a coffin with their claws. Ariadne wanted to shield herself from these sounds, but she could not move. And then the girl noticed that there was something in Axel's mouth. She understood that at the end of the novel, he failed to save the world. And then someone took the body of the main character, who had lost all hope. It was the devil. The main character always fails when going back in time, and the demon lord who invaded Elysium is to blame for this. He can also control time. The main character received his power from the devil, but power has a price. The more you regress, the more power the devil has over you, and Axel's body changed more and more to match the demon lord. When the protagonist gets rid of the old devil's body on the lower floor of the labyrinth, the power and soul of the ruler are transferred to Axel's body. Their confrontation couldn't even be called a struggle. The devil could only wait until his vessel came into his hands. Everything the hero had done in the novel before had led to the devil taking his body, and Arya wanted to change the novel and avoid that. But now, when she saw in front of her what she was trying to escape from, the doubts in her soul were confirmed. This was a real nightmare. Before Ariadne had time to come to her senses, Axel pressed his lips into hers and kissed her. However, this kiss burned Arya. She felt unbearable pain spreading throughout her body. She screamed to be woken up. And soon she finally woke up. The whole team was hanging over the girl. They were concerned about the condition of their lady. Arya didn't know if it was just an illusion, because the burning pain was still burning inside her body. It was so strong that the girl could not clear her throat. Her condition only worsened. Then Veronica quickly opened the bottle of elixir and handed it to Arya to drink. After the elixir, the girl's stomach cramped and she could barely catch her breath. When she looked at her hands, she saw that they were covered with something black, and this spoke only of one thing. She was infected. Pai warned that the infection began from the lips. The reaction was the same as after entering contaminated water into the body. He wondered what kind of illusion she saw, because a phantom curse is an extremely rare phenomenon, and Arya said that she saw the consequences of the bad ending of the original. She didn't know whether she should talk about what happened at the end, because she herself didn't really understand anything. It was a terrible kiss with a touch too soft for a curse. Arya did not understand such an illusion, and since she dreamed of a kiss with the main character, it must have subconsciously impressed her even while reading. But in the end, she decided not to fool herself. This was only a consequence of the curse. In the end, that day, at Eric's insistence, the team finished earlier than they had planned. Arya slept for about a quarter of the day, allowing her body to cope with the remnants of the curse. And on the second day, they continued their conquest, and they finally managed to get to the core. Veronica began examining the area, but she did not see the main monster. The room was full of small, cute creatures. Then Arya realized that one of them was probably the main monster they needed. He was simply hiding among his relatives, and if they tried to kill the wrong monster, it would split and increase in size. According to Ariadne, all creatures had 2 eyes, and the boss should have 3. However, it wouldn't be that easy to kill since it has the ability to regenerate itself by absorbing other monsters, so they had to separate the boss from the rest first. The monster will start going on a rampage when it finds itself alone, and this will be the perfect chance to finish it off. Arya had an idea. They would fill the area with water, the monsters would weaken when they got wet, and this would make it easier to find the boss. This idea made the girl sigh sadly, because while they were trying to wet all the monsters, Axel would have already dealt with all this with the power of lightning. But since this was impossible now, the squad set out to deal with the monster on their own. The Great Spirit Heavenly Mirror contacted Arya. He was interested in the mission so that the girl could use his power. It resembled the salt desert of Elysium from Ariadne's past life. And if you forget that the Great Spirit lives here, this land and the clearest sky were very similar to her past life. But in the shallow water, fluffy pink creatures were already waiting for the guys. They looked completely harmless. Leon was sure that these were not monsters at all. They didn't look scary at all. However, now was the perfect moment to go in search of the boss, but it was impossible to injure the creatures, because then they would go berserk. While Ludwig and Veronica were doing business, Arya and Leon were watching them from under the barrier, and the priest was frankly bored. He was so frightened by this place, but there was nothing scary here. He didn't understand. These creatures were terrified of one kind of spirits. How could they be dangerous? And then the guy heard a sound from his side. It was one of the monsters. Apparently he got scared and came to the barrier in search of protection. Leon called him over to calm him down. When Arya turned towards him, she saw that the guy was already holding the monster in his arms, and then she immediately ordered him to throw the creature. But Leon only continued to claim that they were absolutely not dangerous. However, a moment later, when the priest looked at the monster again, it was no longer that small, plush creature. Now it was a real monster, and a huge mouth full of sharp fangs. A moment later, a scream was heard. It was Leon. He needed help, and then Arya called Ludwig. When the knight turned towards the priest, he saw that the monster was already larger than the man. He grabbed Leon tightly with his tentacles, squeezing his body and leaving bloody wounds on him. Ludwig understood that he needed to somehow get the guy out of there, but he couldn't think of anything. Moreover, the monster's fur had grown back, and he had no choice but to call upon Magma, the power of the second spirit. In one swift motion, he attacked the monster's tentacles and grabbed Leon, carrying him away astride his dragon. Arya watched closely what was happening, noting that Ludwig had previously only used water. Soon the men returned under the protective dome. Leon was saved, but the situation did not improve. The peace of the monsters was broken, and they began to transform. Ariadne didn't understand what they should do now. Suddenly, the howl of the main monster pierced the guys. They clamped their ears tightly. The sound was so strong that their eardrums could barely withstand it. Arya tried to call Veronica through the scream. She asked her to go back under the shield. Without missing a second, the girl immediately rushed towards the team, cutting down the creatures that stood in her way as she went. Ariadne turned to Pi. She needed to know if the great spirit of the 1,000-year Snow King was ready to help them. But, as it turned out, he was angry at Leon's mistake, so it was dangerous for the girl to use the territory of eternal snow. However, another spirit could be connected to the channel, and Arya turned to the great spirit Pale Blue. Judging by Pi's testimony, he was ready to help the girl, and then she channeled his power to hold back the attack of the monsters. The next moment, the protective dome was filled with cold, and then the monsters stopped attacking and began to calm down. The strength of spirit came in handy. One more moment and they would have been bitten. But apparently the monsters were very weak from the water. Apparently they do not know how to swim. When everything calmed down, Eric decided to pour out his emotions. He was furious that Leon had reached out to the creatures and thus almost killed everyone. As a result, the only right decision was made, to finish for today and continue the cleanup tomorrow, because fighting with the wounded was risky. When the guys returned to the clearing, Leon came to his senses. He almost cried with frustration, because he came here with help out of the kindness of his heart. But in the end, he almost died. But Eric didn't care about his displeasure. He believed that the priest should apologize, because of his stupidity, the others could have died. However, Leon was in no hurry to apologize. He was sure that he was simply deceived by these monsters. It was not his fault. He decided to seek support from Veronica, because she once said that these creatures are cute, so she should definitely understand him. But Nika was not going to support him, because unlike the unfortunate priest, she understood that monsters always remain monsters and cannot be trusted. But Leon continued to stand his ground. He was sure that monsters could be good too. But his words did not cause anything but irritation in others. Arya understood that his participation in the mission had been a problem to begin with, but now things were getting even worse, and she was afraid that the misadventures would not end there. Now Leon not only boasts of his divine power, granted from birth, but also puts others in danger. Then Arya decided to ask if he could fight further, and Leon immediately answered in the affirmative. He promised to use all his strength this time. But Ariadne understood that although he was brave, the near death still took its toll on him. They could not allow him to fight much. And then a seemingly perfect idea came to her mind. She decided that during the next trip to the labyrinth, the priest would remain here. The guy himself was extremely dissatisfied with this. He believed that without him, the elementary knights could not do anything. The rest of the team did not like these words, and it was decided to take Leon after they destroyed the core. Ludwig did not understand the Duchess's plan a little, because if you isolate the monsters only with a territory without a priest, then nothing good will come of it. But Arya assured him that she had an idea that would help them deal with the boss easily. Meanwhile, Leon was left alone, covered with Eric's special shield. He was ordered not to leave the dome until the team returned, and this incredibly angered the priest. He was sure that soon they would crawl to him with tears in their eyes, especially this night Veronica. And time kept passing, but the team did not return. Then Leon began to think, is it really so dangerous there that they cannot escape? He decided that he needed to help them quickly, and when he left the shield, someone approached from behind. The hooded man looked sternly after the priest. Meanwhile, the team headed towards the core, and Eric wondered if Arya was sure of her plan. His sister had dealt with tough situations, but this time it would be harder, and he wanted to make sure she was ready. Arya knew about the weakness of monsters to water, but did not expect that they could not swim, and then mountains would not be needed to contain them. Deep water would help her. It was possible to turn everything into a sea, but then the allies would also have problems with movement. However, if they have a solid surface under their feet, then everything will work out. The Great Spirits Pale Blue and Saint Greenleaf use the territories. The speed is increased by the elementalist's memory, and thus new lands have been created. The territory, heated by the sun at all times, becomes a bridge for warriors, and the pale blue northern sea, winding between the forests, turns into a real obstacle for monsters. Thus, the team was able to create lands that were convenient only for allies. Seeing what Arya did, the guys couldn't believe their eyes. No person should be capable of this. The area itself is not complex, but this was clearly a new level of mental landscape recreation. The Great Spirits were pleased with Arya's work and sent her gifts, and a moment later, all the other spirits, except the 1,000-year-old Snow King, wanted to connect to the girl's channel. But they had no time to waste just yet. The team still needed to deal with the boss. Arya quickly found the main monster among his relatives. He had a third eye on his forehead. The time has come to deal with him. If the guys can lift him up, then Arya will make the ground so that it is impossible for him to come down. She drew a diagram of her plan on the ground. She was going to create an area like a dense network. She would not allow the boss to return. The team was quite surprised at how well Ariadne had thought through her plan. But surprise quickly gave way to determination, because the guys understood that if they could hold the boss in place, this would greatly simplify the battle for them. After some time, the knights had already summoned their elemental beasts and were preparing for battle. Ludwig easily lifted the boss. When the ground turned into a net, the monster could no longer come down. The magician and the knight attacked the boss together while he was defending himself. Ariadne watched everything from the side. The structure of the territory was inconvenient, but her team coped well. Apparently, victory was close. But suddenly, Arya's thoughts were interrupted by Pai. He warned her about the danger. An intruder was discovered on the premises, and Pai tried to analyze his identity. Soon he reported that the priest Leon had entered Arya's territory. The girl was shocked. She didn't understand why this guy came here. Leon was angry. He was sure that without him, the whole team would be in danger. But before he could finish speaking, he heard something huge fly over his and Arya's heads. It was the boss, and by unfortunate accident, he was thrown towards them by Ludwig's sword. A smart person would have immediately realized that the monster would land and never reach its target. But the priest, whose head was almost bitten off yesterday, was not one, so he was left outside. Seeing a huge, fanged mouth flying straight at him, Leon screamed, grabbed Arya by the shoulders, and put it in front of him, covering himself with her like a human shield. A moment later, the girl realized the horror of what was happening. He pushed her and himself to where there was no ground. A moment later, Arya and Leon were flying down the cliff, the priest holding the girl tightly by the sleeve of her robe. Seeing the lady falling down, Veronica and Eric immediately rushed towards her. Pai tried to contact Ariadne, but the girl herself seemed to understand nothing. She didn't believe. Would she really die like this? Suddenly, she felt someone's hand grab her back, preventing her from falling. When she opened her eyes, Pai had just finished analyzing the identity of the intruder who had entered her territory. It was Axel Valentine. He held Leon by the clothes, not believing his eyes. Had Ariadne really abandoned him twice in favor of this garbage? But the girl could not answer anything. She was in real shock. A moment ago, she was on the verge of death, and now she is saved from nowhere by Axel. Maybe this is also an illusion. Like that time? The girl called her savior by name, forcing the man to look intently into her eyes. However, he still continued to hold Leon, who had no choice but to beg for salvation. He cried confusedly about how he had to defeat the boss, and these words brought nothing but contempt from Axel. The man released his grip, releasing the priest, and he fell down without any possibility of escape. Arya was horrified. She couldn't believe that Axel had just pushed Leon. But the man only calmly replied that anything can happen in labyrinths. The girl looked down. It was urgent to save the priest while he was still alive, because it was not an accident at all. But Axel wrapped his arms around her, stopping her and saying that most likely the boy had already been eaten by monsters. Ariadne experienced indescribable horror. This man was not pleasant to her, and she was not eager to save him, but he did not die due to an unfortunate coincidence. Someone's death on her territory was strongly felt. Arya's perception increased by 6 times. She was still not used to it, so Pai temporarily turned off the feeling of the presence of people on the territory. Having come to her senses a little, the girl turned to Axel and finally asked how he got here. Veronica, passing by, saw the lady with the man, but did not understand what was going on with them. Eric noted that this was the same person Arya looked after in the past. But what was he doing here, and how did he get here? He clearly had a different elemental spirit now. Could he tame two at once? However, while Arya was having a conversation with the man, they still needed to deal with the boss. Axel told the girl that he had been following the capture squad since they left the village of Miram, and in the labyrinth, he was also behind them. He grinned. No one noticed him all this time. Apparently, Arya's squad was too weak for their elemental skills. The man noted that Ariadne had made the field incredibly comfortable, and they still had not dealt with the monster. The girl clearly did not like such statements, and she called Axel a surprisingly arrogant person. Then he turned to her by the name Adrian, asking why her team was better than him. Arya was taken aback. She couldn't believe that Axel called her Adrian. She barely restrained herself from answering, however. She had no reason to react to this, so she decided to simply ignore it. The girl got away with it, saying that the Viscount couldn't even remember her name, and this despite the fact that he declared that he was in love with her. But Axel understood that it was not he who was lying now, because the man knew that Adrian was a girl. That's why he came to the east. He wouldn't have done it without confidence in his guesses. Arya was taken aback. It turns out that he had already gotten it into his head that she was Adrian. This topic did not come up at the estate then. But what should she do now? Is there any point in hiding that she is Adrian Black? The girl was a little sorry that she had disappeared silently, but she could have just stopped denying it. She didn't try to kill Axel like Robert did. She let him go, let him live on his own terms. And now she wondered why he had come east in search of Adrian. Arya decided to ask him directly, and Axel said that he had a question for Adrian. Ariadne exhaled. It turns out that he is not behind her head here. Then she told him that he could ask the question he was interested in right now. Axel's body seemed to be on fire. He was clearly worried. And it was all very similar to the time when Arya's uncle, Ernest, exuded coldness while thinking about bad things. The girl didn't understand why he spoke so confidently, but now there was anxiety on his face. Did he really doubt his arguments? Then Axel approached the girl with a smile, saying that he had been looking for Adrian all over the continent for 3 years. His hard work had finally paid off, and it was breathtaking. But Arya had no need for all this talk. She just wanted to know why he needed Adrian. Then Axel finally asked what he wanted. Why did she raise him? And this was not what Ariadne expected. Now the man was not looking for revenge, but something still forced him to go to another continent. To his question, the girl only dryly answered that she needed that person for personal purposes, but Axel needed specifics. Hearing that the goal was to conquer the great labyrinth, the man breathed out a sigh of relief, as if he had been waiting for these words. Arya remembered when she first said this. Everyone thought she was a naive child. They scrunched their faces as if she had said that she was going to become a dinosaur when she grew up. Eric peppered her with questions about the details of the plan and methods of achieving the goal. And after a night of research, he grimly agreed to try. Ludwig took her words seriously after the first conquest, and Veronica became the only one who easily believed in the girl's goal with all her heart. As it turned out, Axel knew about her plans because, in his opinion, this was the only goal worthy of Adrian's gaze. However, his question was not settled, and the man moved towards Arya. Then she suddenly remembered that illusion, the mouth that looked like an abyss, and Axel who never existed. But it didn't look like this Axel had something like that in his mouth either. Then the man asked a question. Why did the girl leave him and not take him with her? The answer came immediately. It was decided that conquering the labyrinth without him would be more profitable. But why exactly, Arya could not answer. The main character's ability to regress had too high a price, so the girl would have to tell him about the consequences. The secret of his birth, which he learns later if he follows the will of his adoptive father, will break or greatly shock Axel. Then Ariadne decided that she would not answer this question, and only said that she had found someone more suitable. Axel realized who he was talking about. The man with red eyes who was now fighting the boss riding his water dragon. According to Arya, he will become Axel's replacement in the Great Labyrinth. However, the man doubted that the girl's words were true, but the Duchess's speech was confident. She did not allow anyone to doubt her words. Then she stated that she was Ariadne Eldir, and Adrian Black was just a temporary pseudonym that had already become a thing of the past. She wanted the Viscount to forget about the non-existent person and live in peace. But Axel was sure that she was only saying that because she didn't need him anymore. There seemed to be manic notes in his voice. The girl tried to resolve this misunderstanding because the man was no longer her property and could follow his own desires. But Axel did not let up, because in his opinion, it was Adrian who did not understand something. He now stood before her not at her behest, but of his own free will. Ariadne was surprised by the way the young man behaved, and was about to object to him when he suddenly turned away from her. As soon as she blinked, the man was no longer there. Axel suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a deafening blow sounded in the sky, and lightning flew right next to the water dragon. A moment later, Axel rushed with his sword at Ludwig. The knight barely had time to repel the attack. Ludwig asked in surprise where he had come from, but Axel had no intention of explaining himself to the trash. Veronica immediately rushed to the aid of her friend, calling on the shadow butterfly for help. But when the swarm of purple insects reached Axel, he had already managed to knock Ludwig off his elemental beast. When the dark-haired man descended to the ground, Veronica was already waiting for him, but he easily dodged her attack. Before the girl had time to come to her senses, Axel was already behind her, preparing to strike back. However, Nika's reaction was quite good. She managed to turn around and block the attack. Next, she again attacked the man with a shadow butterfly. In Axel's eyes, this attempt was already better, but still insufficient. He could have attacked the girl again, but he had a better plan. With one movement of his hand, he summoned the elemental power of water directly above the head of Eric, who was standing nearby. The next moment, a huge water whale rushed at the guy, wrapping him in its element. Seeing this, Veronica screamed in horror. She immediately called for an iron horse, intending to stop the intruder, and rushed towards him. However, Axel had something to answer her. He waved his fingers lightly, and another ability appeared above his head, the white sun. Nika could not avoid such a blow. The light blinded her, and the heat burned her skin, and she fell to the ground. Next to her lay the defeated Ludwig, and to the side the motionless Eric was shackled in ice, and Axel only looked with contempt at the defeated team. Arya was left standing on the hill. She didn't understand how the situation had come to this. There was hopelessness on her face. Was her entire team really dead? In despair, the girl fell to her knees, but Pi reported that there were no dead people on the territory, only a few people with serious wounds. Then Axel approached Ariadne. In a calm voice, he asked her, or rather Adrian, did she really still need him? Pi compared Axel, who had just fought with the main character of the novel, the elemental power of lightning, the power of ice, the power of the dark slayer of the great spirit of the white sun were confirmed. Axel Valentine received many of the spirits that the main character possessed, and also took over his powers. Thus, being a 22-year-old young man, he matched the strength of the 24-year-old main character. Arya understood that this was not the Axel she knew, but also not the Axel from the novel. But who then was this crazy man? With a sly smile on his face, the man asked if he looked useless now. He asked Adrian to lead him to his goal, because this is what he himself wants. Ariadne seemed to have déjà vu. For some reason, he reminded her of the illusory Axel. She wondered if this Axel had a demon in his mouth. But after taking a closer look, she realized that there was nothing wrong with him. It was not the devil. And then the images of her comrades, wounded and lying unconscious, flashed before her eyes again, and this made her angry. The girl pushed Axel's hand away, not wanting to come into contact with him. She told him to get out. Did this impudent guy really think that she would take him on the team after what he did? She couldn't trust a man willing to attack his comrades in a pathetic attempt to show strength. Such people were not needed to achieve her goal. Axel wanted to object, again calling the girl Adrian, but she interrupted him. She screamed that her name was Ariadne. Elemental force flared around her, ready to fall on the man this very second. She again ordered him to leave his territory now. When the man raised his head, he saw blocks of ice flying towards his beast. Nightmare. Blood began to flow from Arya's nose. Pi warned her not to use elemental powers in a state of emotional instability, and if she continued, their channel would close. Seeing blood dripping from the girl's nose, Axel was taken aback. He realized the seriousness of what was happening. Then he quickly called the beast terrifying fire to him, hastening to quickly fly away from here, catching himself thinking that he had failed again. Arya was left alone in the middle of the ice blocks. She was exhausted. She had practically no strength left, but she understood that she needed to save others. She walked forward, and a green clearing blossomed under her feet, paving the way straight to her wounded comrades. They were still alive, but seriously injured, so Arya took out the bird talisman and called Dawn Squad to help. Sitting down near a tree, waiting for help, she thought Axel had dealt with the boss, so the remaining monsters had disappeared, and she could only hope that Pi would help her with access to the channel. With thoughts that Ilata would soon arrive, the girl lost consciousness. Arya woke up already in bed in her room. Veronica was sitting next to her. She was very concerned about the condition of her lady, but when she saw that she had woken up, she breathed out a sigh of relief. When Arya woke up, it turned out that the mercenaries had already dealt with the core of the labyrinth, and they were brought to the Eldir estate. Eric received frostbite and hypothermia, and Nika was seriously injured in the fall. Ludwig was injured by lightning, so he was in the most serious condition. But fortunately, everyone recovered quickly physically. The most worrying was the mental state of the guys. Arya was also left a letter. It said that her brother had gone to his maternal grandfather. Suddenly, the girl was distracted from her thoughts by Veronica. She knelt down on one knee in front of her lady's bed, telling him that she should acquire a third elemental power. Nika was serious. She wanted to do this right now. She only needed the Duchess's permission. Ariadne thought. It was true that everyone in the enslavement squad was inspired by the victories of the past. Each of them was sure that they were becoming stronger. However, in the entire squad, there were no elemental knights equal to Axel. Everyone was shocked. Even the boss battle could not be an excuse for them. Then Arya promised to write a letter, and soon Veronica also left on her own business. Ludwig informed his lady that it was Nike who told him who they had encountered in the labyrinth. It was a child whom the Duchess herself was caring for. He was surprised. Had this place really belonged to him before? Ariadne did not answer, but the man already knew that it was so, and then asked why Axel was replaced, to which the girl replied that he was more suitable for capturing the Great Labyrinth than his predecessor. Ludwig could understand this, because this man was impossible to control. Arya understood that this was not the original reason, but before she could blink an eye, the Axel she knew became a stranger. However, Ludwig did not intend to give up. He stated that he wanted to justify the wishes of the Duchess. He asked to be allowed to become as strong as Veronica. Soon the man left the estate following his partner. Arya approved his request and gave him the third elemental night clue. The girl was going to send them on their way more prepared, but there was no time for sadness now. She needed to complete the submission as soon as possible. Moreover, she needed to notify the temple about Leon's death. Soon the Duchess arrived at the scene with sad news, and the elder promised that the obituary of the dead priest would be delivered to the temple. Arya was surprised. Leon's death was accepted more calmly than she expected. Maybe it was because her entire team was seriously injured. Then she decided to ask the great priest why Leon was sent to her instead of Lur. The old man replied that Brother Lur retired about 5 years ago and returned to his homeland. Ariadne did not understand whether it was true that one could refuse the work of a priest at will, or was this the consequences of distortion of the original? It turned out that Lur lived in the village of Inamine, but the priest warned her against visiting this place. According to rumors, no one returned from there alive. Arya was quite surprised if this was an infected area, or if it was full of monsters, but either way, it all looked suspicious. Then she decided that she would leave the investigation to the Dawn Squad, and with that, she left the temple. During the ride in her carriage, the girl thought After the incident in Miram 13, Axel no longer appeared. She had nothing to worry about, although she doubted that everything would be so simple. If he appeared again, she would have to find out why he had changed, and Simon would have to tell him what Axel was doing in the East. But on the other hand, the girl could not wait that long. Suddenly, she remembered Axel's words that he had received an invitation to a banquet in honor of her coming of age from the Marchioness of Auburn. Then Ariadne decided that she should go to the Marquise herself and ask her about it. Soon this happened. The Marchioness of Auburn was glad to welcome the Duchess of Eldir to her estate. Arya knew she couldn't openly say she wanted to find out about Axel, so they talked about other things. The Marquise's city was the only port from which ships departed for the eastern continent, and Arya wanted to know if it was possible to start producing the elixir here in order to later export it. Ariadne also brought with her an assistant, Isabel. She will study all the available information and write a report on the chances of success. This girl is known abroad as a navigator, but she is also well-versed in business management. When this issue was resolved, Arya decided to ask the woman about Axel, saying that she met this noble man of the East at the ceremony. She said that she still could not talk about it due to lack of time, and assumed that the Marchioness was on good terms with the Light of the East. And so it was. Because the woman's father was from Malexi, she had relatives there, with whom they sometimes exchanged letters. About 3 years ago, one of her relatives told her about one night. He wrote about the outstanding representative of the left continent, Ariadne Eldir. But there was also a mention of the knight of the right continent, Axel Valentine. One day the Marchioness met him at one of the banquets. Then the conversation turned to the Duchess, and the Viscount said that he would like to meet her. Therefore, the woman invited him as a guest, and this allowed him to attend the Duchess's coming-of-age party. Ariadne expected that their meeting was an accident, but it was not so. Axel came there to see her. His only clue was that the girl was a young knight. After dinner, Arya and Isabel left the estate, and the assistant reported to the lady that the business of the Valentine Trading Company was now being managed by the previous manager. Ariadne was interested in how Axel got to the eastern continent, and apparently he took advantage of the manager's money. Based on the results of the investigation, the only property of Axel that was not destroyed was Black's house in the City of Criminals. If everything had been true to the original, Axel would have destroyed the association and then burned the house to the ground. Ariadne was sad. She did not understand why he became so attached to Adrian. Axel believed Adrian, who tried to kill him, deserved a completely different attitude, but for some reason he cannot let go of that mistress and continues to look for her. There was trust between them, but they never got close. There was no way to get attached to each other. Arya was never there for him, never consoled him. Even Simon showed more friendliness than her. So what made Axel so obsessed with Adrian? Why does he continue to search for her after gaining freedom? Arya realized that she needed to vent to someone, but she couldn't tell anyone from the team or the Weaver house right now. And then it dawned on her. She had an interlocutor who was ready to listen to her for days on end. It was Pi. Once in the library, Arya immediately received an answer from Pi. He already knew what was happening to Axel's soul. The young man stated that they were similar in some ways, meaning that they both only had Ariadne. Pi remembered one proverb that said that a person is a person if he is among people. After all, only Arya could call him Pi, so Pi doesn't want to let her go, no matter what the cost. The library keeper on the move changed his image to a female one and pressed tightly to Ariadne, hugging her and saying that for Pi there is no one but Arya, and approximately the same situation was with Axel. The girl was embarrassed. Pi said such frank phrases, and if someone had heard, they would have decided that they confessed their love to her. Arya didn't understand why there was no one else in the illusory library, because Pi was very lonely here alone. And in this, she and Axel were really similar. He also has no homeland, no parents, no family, no friends, no love, and he doesn't even have the desire to take revenge. His adoptive parents were the only thing he had, but they died. So in the novel, he dedicated his life to following his father's words. Axel risked everything. He has nothing to rely on, of course. There are people who can simply go with the flow, but he was not one of those. Axel needed some kind of ground under his feet, and Adrian became it for him. The owner had a big impact on his life because the man was isolated, just like Pi. This situation made Ariadne sad. She realized that she had to abandon the original right away. She should have let Axel go to people. But he was already an adult. Now he is not locked up. But why is he so dependent on Adrian? Because nothing prevents him from getting closer to other people. In the original, Axel and his comrades who fought side by side with him did not have a good relationship. For the main character, they were consumables that could be replaced depending on the situation. He also had no romantic interest. Then Pi advised Arya not to worry so much about it. She believed that it would be better to just stick to the novel and give Axel a goal that would become the meaning of his life. In this case, he will lag behind Arya. When the girl returned from the library, a report about the native village of the priest Lur was already on her table. Surprisingly, it was not far from Eldir. The Dawn Squad mercenaries said that the great priest's words were not entirely wrong. There were many monsters living around the infected village. Ariadne planned to go to Lur tomorrow morning. She had time before the knights and Eric returned, so she needed to check why the story was different from the original. The Duchess asked the butler to call Belbarta. They had to go somewhere, and he needed to get ready. This was not a ducal visit, so they got ready very quickly, and soon Arya and Belbarta went straight to the village. Suddenly, the man realized that someone was following them. This began as soon as they left Eldir. However, there was no sense of hostility, and since Arya was no longer Franz's target, it was obvious who it was. He could not hide in front of Nick or Ludwig. Even Belbart, with dulled senses, was easily able to notice such a clear presence, and Axel's plan was also clear. Arya asked the guard to stop the carriage and then got out of it. The girl screamed loudly for the pursuer to come into view, but Belbarta was surprised. Did his lady really know who it was? Arya explained that it was the same knight candidate. Then she and the guard peered into the forest, where an incomprehensible sound was coming from. Soon, a huge red deer ran out from behind the trees, its antlers entwined with flowers, and its body seemed to consist of green grass. It was a forest elemental, and its owner in the original was Axel Valentine. Arya noted the irony of the situation. She tried to make Axel stronger, maintaining the original plot, but he gave up, and she had to forget about the novel. And now it turns out that Axel received the beast earlier than he should have. He spent so much time in the East, and the elemental and strength are the same. Is this really fate? Ariadne asked him directly why he was pursuing her. The man did not answer right away, and then said that he might need them on their trip, so he went after them because the Duchess was completely alone. The girl tensed because he had something similar in mind that time. Why does he communicate with everyone as if they were just dirt under his shoes? What kind of thoughts were in Axel Valentine's head? Arya was not going to support his selfish speeches because he was the only one here, and the girl was with Belbarta. Axel only looked at the man with a contemptuous look, and the girl noted that he only answers her when she communicates with him, like Adrian. After being silent for a while, Valentine finally replied that even though Arya is with another person, she is still essentially alone. So he is here to protect her, Adrian. Realizing that it was useless to talk to him, Ariadne remembered her words to him. And although the man tried to prove that now he really lived following the call of his heart, the girl mentioned that he was forgetting something important. She was not Adrian, but Ariadne, and she did not need Axel, so she again asked him to leave. Even if he called her by name, she did not want to keep him with her. She already had a knight accompanying her. The girl said that Belbarta was needed more than him, but then, seeing the unkind gleam in Axel's eyes, she ran forward. The Duchess stood directly in front of her guard, shielding him with her body. She would no longer allow him to attack his comrades. Arya once again ordered Axel to leave and not come back, thinking that this would be the best decision since he had fallen in love with her. Option Pi was also good, but she didn't want to use it. Axel only indifferently asked why he should follow Ariadne's orders, since she is no longer his mistress. A moment later, he disappeared again, just like in the labyrinth. Arya understood that he did not leave, but only disappeared. Was Axel really going to continue to pursue her? She could no longer influence him. He could attack the person nearby at any moment. However, there was no point in staying here anymore, and Arya and Belbarda set out on the road again. The girl thought that Axel needed some kind of support, but what should she do? In the village of Inamin, the homeland of Lura Inamin, all the inhabitants had the surname Inamin. It's not uncommon that when people without a last name need to take one, they usually just use the name of their homeland, and it seems that this has become something of a tradition for the locals. One day, in a self-sufficient village, ominous rumors began to spread that about 4 years ago, tax collectors began to disappear. There were 3 of them. Arya didn't understand. Was it really possible that the collector was killed so as not to pay? Soon, a team was sent to study the situation, but halfway to the village, they found traces of the missing person, and then reported that for the unhindered liberation of the village, they would need a team at the level of the labyrinth enslavers. In the end, the imperial family abandoned Inamini, and since then, there was a rumor that no one was returning from this village. However, there were fewer monsters here than in the infected lands that Arya had seen before. Suddenly, Belbarda noticed people on the road. These were the mercenaries of the Dawn Squad, whom Ariadne sent ahead. When the girl asked them what they were doing here, the mercenaries started talking about the second report, but Arya did not receive it. It said that something was wrong with this village, and the guys who were sent on reconnaissance still had not returned. First, they sent 2, then 1, and then 4 more. A week passed since then, but no one came back. No people left the village either. Then Arya and Belbarda made a decision. They needed to check all this before going to the village. The girl activated the spiritual channel. Branches of plants crawled along the ground. They headed towards the village. And even though Ariadne chose the largest radius, it still did not reach the village. However, there was something ahead. The picture was blurry, but it was definitely a village. There were 2 people there. They looked like watchmen, but they looked somehow sleepy, as if bewitched. The place was shrouded in thick fog. Pai assumed that it was artificial, and then Arya realized that there was definitely something wrong here. The great priest said that Lur left 5 years ago. He wanted to help his parents raise his younger brother or sister. Could the village become so strange after that? Suddenly, one of the mercenaries saw an unfamiliar man behind Ariadne. When the girl turned around, she saw an all too familiar figure in front of her. It was Axel Valentine. But why did he continue to pursue the girl after everything she said? Did he really know something about this village?